Chapter 440. The girl in red looked at Zhua Xiaoduo curiously. This is Zhua Xiaoduo, the champion of the Longhu list? Gao Qingxiang smiled awkwardly and said, This is my sister, Gao Qiao'er. Yes, this is Zhua Xiaoduo, class monitor Zhua. This is Li Chenglong, vice class monitor Li Qiao'er. You can't be rude. Gao Qiao'er looked at Zhua Xiao's face and smiled. How can I be rude? Those two bully me every day at home. Haha. Hello, brother Zhua. Although we're in the same grade, this is the first time I've seen you in person. I'm from class 9, grade 1. Zhua Xiaoduo said enthusiastically. So you're classmates. That's nice. Gao Qiao'er stretched out her slender hand. Zhua Xiaoduo shook it and said, Then you can go ahead and have fun. Li Chenglong and I are almost done. We're going back. What's the hurry? Gao Qingxiang pulled Zhua Xiaoduo and said, You said it yourself that we have some free time today. It's still early, so we'll just be sitting around if we go back. Junior brother Zhua, do us a favor and chat with us. Sigh. Shopping. Gao Qingyan also had an eager look on his face. Zhua Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. This, Li Chenglong said, It's rare for Senior Gao to be so enthusiastic. We haven't had a good time in Fenghai City. We said we were going to walk around today, but we haven't been to many places. It's rare to have two local bullies. Zhua Xiaoduo was a little tempted. This, Gao Qingyun said, Let's find a place to drink later. Haha, there's a show to watch. Zhua Xiaoduo was interested. What show? The Wu family is going to. Gao Qingyun chuckled coldly. Junior brother Zhua, don't think that we're enemies. Everyone in the country knows about the real enemies. Do you think it's so easy to get over the trouble caused by the Wu family? Zhua Xiaoduo, don't worry. We don't have any problems now. Gao Qingyan put his arm around Zhua Xiaoduo's shoulder and sneered in a low voice. We have no way to resist the pressure from the family. Besides, we have never thought of going against you. In this world, who would be willing to go against a genius who has the potential to soar to the sky? He is either a madman or a fool. You are the kind of genius that can soar to the heavens. Either we kill him with a single blow, or our clan will be destroyed in the future. Gao Qingyun said sincerely. So we chose not to be your enemy. After all, you were forced to do that. If you had a choice, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to be our enemy. The Wu clan must have the same idea as us. However, our two families still need to discuss the principles of the past. Someone from his family died, and so did someone from my family. Since I can't find trouble with you, I have to find trouble with another target. I have to vent my anger, don't I? It had to be said that Gao Qingyun's words were quite sincere and reasonable. That was the reason. No one could swallow this anger. After all, they needed a place to vent their anger. However, if they couldn't find trouble with Zhua Xiaoduo, how could they vent their anger? Besides Zhua Xiaoduo, who else was qualified to be their target? So Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said with the same sincerity, Senior Gao, to be honest, I didn't want to come to Hidden Dragon Academy. If it wasn't for that incident, I would have been very happy to come. However, that incident happened. I really didn't want to come. Why? The hatred between our two families. How can a mere junior like me withstand it? However, who would have thought that it would suddenly become like this because of the hatred between the elders? That Wu Yuntian didn't want to let it go, as if he had been wronged. I still don't understand. Didn't they benefit from the incident that year? It was our Phoenix City's second high who suffered, okay? They didn't suffer at all. How could it be like this? Shouldn't there be a reason for this? Zhua Xiaoduo said with confusion. Why is right and wrong reversed like this? Gao Qingyun, Gao Qingxiang, and Gao Qiao were all startled and looked confused. What do you mean by reversed? What hatred between us? Zhua Xiaoduo was speechless as he looked at the three siblings. He gritted his teeth and said, You guys don't know where the root of this is. Gao Qingxiang said, What is it? Can you just say it? Zhua Xiaoduo was completely convinced. Oh my God, I really admire you. You don't know anything. Then what are you doing? Zhua Xiaoduo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all this time, you still don't know anything. You didn't even do the most basic thing. Gao Qingxiang and Gao Qingyun looked at each other. Junior brother Zhua, please explain. Please. Li Qinglong said. How can we not know about this matter? Who doesn't know about the hatred between us back then? However, he was interrupted by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It would be unfair for us to talk about the past, and who was right and who was wrong. Even if we said it, not only would you not believe us, you would even think that we were stirring up trouble. Today, we did say a few more words, but that was not our intention. I really didn't expect that your so-called grudges were just to find trouble with each other for fun. Of course, I won't shirk the responsibility. I killed them, and I can't deny it even if I want to. However, most of the older generation knows about the hatred between us back then and the root of what happened back then. For example, how the life and death arena was decided back then. The confrontation on the stage was just a minor detail. The several encounters at the hotel entrance and the verbal conflict were all monitored and recorded. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless and smiled bitterly. I thought you knew everything and understood everything. Now it seems that I thought too much. Haha. Gao Qingxiang took a step forward. Junior brother Zhuo, please explain. Zhuo Xiaoduo stopped and said helplessly, Senior Gao, I don't believe that you still don't understand. The current situation is that I can't say anything. If I say it, everyone will think that I'm trying to drive a wedge between you. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is something that everyone already knows. Why must I, the one who shouldn't say it? You can ask a few of your own people, and you'll get the answer. It's much more credible than what I say, right? Besides, I'm afraid that I can't avoid the matter between your two big families. I really don't want to get involved. I don't dare to. Senior Gao, please let me pass. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and saluted with his hands folded. Both of you are straightforward men. I sincerely hope to be friends with both of you. These are my heartfelt words. But don't look for the so-called truth from me. I'm just a tool being used by others. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and pulled Li Qinglong with him. They turned around and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. The three Gao siblings looked in the direction that Zhuo Xiaoduo left, deep in thought. Hatred between us back then? Why is there still hatred between us back then? How is it confusing right and wrong? Gao Qingxiang scratched his head. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words made me blush. So we don't know anything, and the two families are just playing with each other. Is it a self-directed entertainment show? Then let's go back and ask. Gao Qingyun said, since Zhuo Xiaoduo said so, there must be someone who knows. But isn't it too late tonight? They've already made an appointment. If we don't go, I'm afraid our family will be at a disadvantage. Gao Qiao frowned and said, we still have to go. Gao Qingxiang said, and tonight it's said that Wu Qing, Wu Yi, and the other outstanding members of the Wu family will also be there. We might as well ask them. I think it's not just us who don't know about Zhuo Xiaoduo's so-called hatred between us back then. Wu Qing and the others probably don't know either. Let's go. I wanted to drag Zhuo Xiaoduo with me, but that guy looked like he had something to hide. Sai, it's no wonder. He offended two big families before coming to Fenghai City. If it were me, it's normal that I wouldn't dare to come. Let's go. That night, 11 o'clock, in the biggest Sky Fortune Hall of the Eight Dragons nightclub, the most famous money-squandering establishment in Fenghai City. More than 10 young disciples of the Wu family and more than 10 young disciples of the Gao family were confronting each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. Gao Qingxiang stepped forward and said, I really don't think it's interesting to fight every day. It's just us, and no one dares to kill each other. It's just a fight like a bullfight. What's the point of going back to the nutrition cabin? No, not even the slightest bit. But since everyone is here today, don't mind me asking a question that has been bothering me for a long time. Why did Wu Yuntian propose the life and death battle? This matter has actually been mentioned several times, but every time I asked about it, it would end up in a fight. But today I want to understand it. If I don't understand it, at least I won't participate in the battle. Gao Qingxiang said, Wu Yuntian is the top genius of Fenghai 13. There's no doubt about it. But why did he suddenly propose the life and death battle? Doesn't he know the danger of the life and death battle? Is it Zhuo Xiaoduo or someone else who provoked him? Who made him make such an unwise decision? As soon as this sentence was asked, the faces of the young leaders of the Wu and Gao families instantly darkened. He's already dead. What's the point of saying this now? Can't we get to the bottom of the matter when he's dead? There's always a reason for everything. Water has a source and a tree has a root. It's impossible for two strangers to meet without saying a word and directly engage in the life and death battle. Right? Gao Chengxiang sneered. On the opposite side, a young man in his 30s from the Wu family said mockingly, "You don't know about this? Then do you know why our two families fight every day?" Gao Chengxiang said, "Our two families have a tacit understanding that we can't target Zhuo Xiaoduo, the murderer, so we can only vent our anger on each other. It's nothing more than that." The young man on the opposite side laughed. "That's right. We're venting our anger on each other. Since you understand, why are you asking? Are you scared, or are you scared?" Gao Chengxiang narrowed his eyes. "I still want to understand the reason behind it. Only then can we have a clear goal. Even if we continue to fight, we can understand it." Chapter 441. A 30-something-year-old youth from the Gao family said in a low voice, "Chengxiang, don't say anymore." Gao Chengxiang was stunned. He looked at the 7 or 8 Gao family youths who were as confused as him. He turned his head and said, "Big brother, you also know the cause of this matter?" On the opposite side, the Wu family youths were also confused. On both sides, the young leaders looked at their respective brothers who were at a loss. They looked at each other and said, "Explain clearly?" "That's fine too." The Wu family youth took out his phone and said indifferently, "I have all the recordings here. I'll show you later. Let's talk about the cause first." The cause was more than 20 years ago. The Wu family youth said indifferently, "That's not right." Because of this, during the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition, the Phoenix City teacher was called Hu Riyun, and the Fenghai 13 high school teacher was called Li Qingxiu. And the so-called grudge between the two schools started from these two people. More than 20 years ago, Hu Riyun's Dantian was destroyed by Li Qingxiu. That's all. Then, whenever the two schools get together, they will fight to the death. The root cause is also because of this. But this time, the people leading the teams were all involved, and they just had to meet in the hotel. So, the conflict started from here. As he said that, he took out a cable and connected his phone to the big screen. A slightly blurry image appeared on the big screen. In the image, Li Qingxiu was leading Wu Yuntian and the others forward. Then, the elevator suddenly opened. A group of people walked out. The one in the lead was a beautiful woman, and behind her was Zhuo Xiaoduo. Everyone recognized him. Then, Li Qingxiu quickly walked over and said with a playful smile, "Yo, isn't this Phoenix City's second high school teacher who?" "Patter." The image paused. The Wu family youth said indifferently, "Let me introduce you. This female teacher is Fenghai 13 high school teacher. She is from the Li family and is called Li Qingxiu. More than 20 years ago, he was the one who personally crippled the female teacher who led the team on the opposite side. So, the grudge between the two sides has continued to this day." Most of the 30-something youths from the two families heard about this for the first time. They all stared at the screen. Then, the scene started again, all the way until Wu Yuntian suddenly rushed out and asked about the dead principal of the opposing team, which infuriated the other team members. The video ended. It stopped at Mo Yan's angry face. The leading youth from the Wu clan said indifferently, "This is the first round." Everyone from the Gao family looked at Wu Yuntian with disdain. Wu Yuntian rushing out to humiliate them. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Knowing the outcome, they only had one thought in their minds. They were courting death. Next is the second scene. The leading young man from the Wu family operated it again. Then, another video appeared on the big screen. At the entrance of the hotel, the two teams bumped into each other again. They were both walking out, and then they stopped to talk. After the teacher finished speaking, Gao Yener, who was standing behind Li Qingxiu, took a step forward and asked the insulting words to Hu Riyun. Then, the teacher and the students continued to mock and ridicule him. Gao Yener and her sister took turns to insult him, and Wu Yuntian continued to insult the dead principal of the opposing team. Finally, Zhuo Xiaoduo started to fight back. The insults from both sides escalated. Finally, Wu Yuntian's words were heard. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, do you dare to fight to the death?" Gao Yener's words. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, you're dead." The two sides separated. The video stopped at Wu Yuntian's words, "See you in the arena." They looked at each other with murderous intent. The video ended there. The youths from the two families were speechless. In the first video, Wu Yuntian provoked him. In the second video, Gao Yin'er cursed. Both of them were role models, causing the situation to escalate and worsen. After that, it's on the arena. You've all seen the live broadcast. The Wu clan youth said indifferently. That's what happened. One of the Gao family's youth stepped forward and said, "Rewind the video." Then he pointed at Li Chengqiu's arrogant and mocking face and said through gritted teeth, "That bastard. Where is he now?" That guy is from the Li clan. Although he's not much, he's still a direct descendant of the Li clan. Also, after the Longhu list, he was killed halfway. Now his meridians are shattered, his bones are broken, and his dantian is destroyed. Not only can he not recover his cultivation, but he's also only conscious. He's destined to be paralyzed for the rest of his life. Are you sure you want to find trouble with him? The young man leading the Wu clan laughed coldly. If we could find trouble with him, why would our two clans waste time here? All the youths from the two families who didn't know what was going on suddenly felt that this matter had become boring. What was this? You insulted him like this, then forced him to fight to the death. And in the end, you gave your life to him that your entire family is still here fighting to the death for you, that this is really. Why bother? I really have to hand it to you. Wu Qing stepped forward. His face was twisted, and his usually handsome face was full of sadness. He said, "No wonder our families don't want us to find trouble with Swishaoduo. From the beginning to the end, what does this have to do with Swishaoduo? Do you want him to swallow his anger and not stand up for his school's reputation? Do you want him to just wait for death? He's so eager to die, putting a noose around his neck step by step. I'm speechless." Wu Qing waved his hand and left with his younger twin brother, Wu Yi. From now on, this matter has nothing to do with us brothers. We won't participate in the battle with the Gao family again. Wu Qing left with his younger brother. Gao Qingxiang's face was also twisted, and he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he sighed. No wonder when I met Swishaoduo and invited him to come, he refused. When I asked him the reason, he only told me to come back and find the answer. Sigh. So our families don't dare to find trouble with the Li family, and only dare to fight among ourselves. Hee. At most, we'll take our anger out on Swishaoduo. This matter is really well handled. In any case, we can't afford to lose face like this. With a wave of his hand, the three siblings left as well. Soon after, a few young people from each family turned around and left. Wu Yunhai stood there and hesitated for a moment. Finally, he sighed and said, "I'm just a side branch of our family. I've always been insignificant. I can't interfere with the big picture. I'm leaving too." Wu Yunhai left as well. In the end, the Gao family and Wu family were left with 3 or 4 leaders each. They looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. The leader of the Gao family said calmly, "Boss Wu, you're really well prepared." The leader of the Wu family said calmly, "Boss Gao, don't tell me you didn't prepare these videos today. Today's the first time the young people from both families have gathered together." Both of them smiled sinisterly. Then, they turned around and shouted, "Wine." Boss Gao said, "You still want to compete after drinking? Same to you." They walked all the way back. "Zwa, are you trying to drag the Li family into this?" Li Chenglong asked. Don't worry, it's not your Li family," Swishaoduo said casually. Li Chenglong said impatiently, "Of course I know it's not my Li family. But why did you suddenly come up with this idea? What's the point of all these twists and turns?" Swishaoduo said calmly, "Didn't we discuss it a few days ago? The Wu family and the Gao family are treating me like this not only because of external pressure, but also because of their own reasons. We still don't know what the root cause is. Through today's meeting, we've seen them. We should be able to sense that the younger generation of these two families is hostile to us, but it's not strong. So what the real reason is, it's up for debate. Maybe I'm just a raft." Swishaoduo said calmly. There's no so. I just feel that it was a matter of 3 families. Why are there only 2 of them fighting each other? Is the Li family of Fenghai City a big family that we can't afford to offend? So what Xiaoduo said, that's why I went through so much trouble to let them go back and find out for themselves. Li Qinglong nodded silently. But as far as we know, that Li Chengqiu isn't from a big family. He seems to only have 2 brothers. But that's even more strange. So Xiaoduo sneered. Li Chengqiu is the real cause of all these changes. He's the chief culprit. Why should he be able to live a peaceful life? Just because he's crippled and has lost all his cultivation? Whether they're looking for trouble or making friends with us. There are only 2 families. The matter isn't perfect. There's always something missing. Li Qinglong smacked his lips. You bad. Don't mention it. Through today's meeting, I'm sure that the young people of the Gao family don't know the real reason and the ins and outs of this matter. At least, they don't know the whole truth. This also makes me even more certain that the higher-ups of the Gao family and the Wu family are still harboring ill intentions towards me. Zhou Xiaoduo's face showed a strange smile. Do you know why the higher-ups of these 2 families never let the young people know the real cause of this matter? Li Qinglong frowned as he thought. Because these 2 families want to take back the hearts of the young people after this matter? Li Qinglong asked. I don't know. I'm not sure. So Xiaoduo said faintly. But the more they don't want the young people to know, the more I have to let them know. Among the young people in these big families, how many of them are completely unambitious? The more outstanding the young people are, the more arrogant they are, and the more they think that they have the right to speak. He rolled his eyes. Swollen, this matter, there will be a lot of things that can be exploited. Li Qinglong pursed his lips and said, I think you're thinking too much. You want to drive a wedge between the 2 families? Isn't that a bit whimsical? Chapter 442. Zhou Xiaoduo said indifferently. We're still at the stage where we have to take one step at a time. I don't intend to drive a wedge between them. Let's see how their mentality changes after this matter is exposed. Let's play slowly. It won't do any harm to us. So Xiaoduo stopped talking about this topic. However, in Li Qinglong's opinion, he couldn't just stop there. He had to push the matter further and make a plan. He had to let the subsequent matters develop according to his own wishes. It would be best if everything went according to his and Zhou Xiaoduo's plan. That would be even better, however, it wasn't easy to achieve this. Don't think about it. Let's put the Li family on the table first. Don't think that everything will be fine. So what if Li Chengqiu is disabled? Xiaoduo sneered. I'm not the one who crippled him. He hasn't paid back the debt he owes Teacher Hu. He's been in the limelight for more than 20 years, and he's been arrogant for more than 20 years. He still has to take revenge for insulting old Principal He. The price he needs to pay for this is far from enough. Do you think you can stay out of this and pretend that nothing happened? Dream on. I agree with you. However, there must be a reason why the Wu family and the Gao family didn't make trouble for the Li family. I don't care what the reason is. So Xiaoduo said rudely, a life for a life. A debt must be paid with money. I can owe people, but I won't allow others to owe me. Oof. Li Qinglong was speechless. This guy's brain circuit is still as strange as ever. You're talking as if you're not the murderer. That night, Li Qinglong completed the first compression of the thorny road. Although he tried his best to reduce the swelling, his dantian was still much smaller than Zhou Xiaoduo's. This time, he could only compress half of his dantian before he couldn't compress it anymore. However, Li Qinglong did not force it, because he felt that if he continued to press down, the feeling of his dantian and meridians exploding and boiling would be too intense. Compared to forcing it, the possibility of his Jinqi going astray due to the sharp increase in pain was very high. It was still acceptable for him to stop for the time being. At this point, it was the limit of the swelling. After completing this round of suppression, the 2 of them practiced back-to-back in the training room, as usual. Li Qinglong suddenly realized that the popularity of Zhou Xiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra had increased by a lot. It had increased by more than double. This huge change made Li Qinglong, who was practicing close to Zhou Xiaoduo, feel as if he was in a furnace. Li Qinglong was sweating profusely and almost suspected that Zhou Xiaoduo had cooked him alive. However, Swollen still clenched his teeth and held on. This was because he could clearly feel that the cold yin energy hidden in his meridians was completely steamed out by this sharp increase in heat. Instead, it was swimming in his meridians. This was an innate cold yin energy. For a long time, it had been entrenched in Li Chenglong's meridians and had become one with his meridians. There was no way to get rid of it. However, under the nourishment of the Flaming Sun Sutra for a long time, it suddenly reached its limit today. After 3 hours of being steamed in the furnace, it was completely steamed out by Zhuo Xiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra. Finally, Li Chenglong let out a muffled groan. A blue cold energy suddenly rushed out of his mouth like a long dragon. In an instant, it sprayed onto the basin opposite him. Half of the water in the basin instantly froze. Not only that, even the clothes on the clothes rack and the towel on top of the basin all froze. This cold energy was no small matter. Even with the continuous eruption of Zhuo Xiaoduo's Flaming Sun Sutra, it still persisted for more than a minute before it completely melted. After the cold yin energy was completely melted, it was transformed into extremely pure spiritual qi. As the two of them cultivated, it was absorbed back into their bodies and transformed into extremely pure spiritual qi. So Xiaoduo only felt that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have become much denser. With a single breath, the spiritual energy in his dantian was suddenly filled to the brim. In an instant, it reached the point where it needed to be suppressed again. The moment Li Chenglong spat out that cold energy, all his meridians were opened, and his condition changed greatly. The spiritual energy in the surroundings gushed endlessly like a tidal wave, madly pouring into Li Chenglong's dantian. The high-tier star soul jade in his hand had been used for cultivation. Previously, he had only been able to absorb 2 of them in an hour. But now, there was at least a third of the energy left in the jade, and it had been completely absorbed by him in just 5 minutes, turning into dust. After that, the cold energy was completely melted and refined. At the right time, more than a third of the energy rushed back into Li Chenglong's dantian like a tidal wave. Li Chenglong only felt that his dantian had suddenly become a round and bulging balloon, bursting to the limit. In an instant, it had reached the point where it needed to be suppressed again. Li Chenglong didn't feel good about such a sudden turn of events. Well, to be more precise, he was stunned. What's going on? Didn't I just complete a round of spiritual energy suppression? Why? Is it suddenly full again? But at this moment, there was no time to think about anything else. He had to face this sudden burst of spiritual energy suppression. So Xiaoduo did not have time to think about anything because the energy in his dantian was about to rush out and forcefully break through. He made a prompt decision and immediately circulated his energy to suppress it and took the opportunity to suppress it for the 10th time. Li Chenglong was in the same situation. He circulated his energy and began his second round of suppression. The next moment, ow, 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 ah. So Xiaoduo straightened his neck and howled. Ow, 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 ah. Li Chenglong straightened his neck and howled. Their voices rose and fell like a tenor duet. One was louder than the other, and one was more tragic than the other. He really could not hold it in and had to scream. It was too painful. In the neighboring villa, the pitiful headmaster Yi Chongqing had just fallen asleep. He had been working non-stop for the entire day, causing him to be quite tired. It was as if he had been trampled by an elephant. But just as he fell asleep, he was immediately awakened by this tragic cry. It would be fine if there was only one. But now there were 2 people screaming at the same time. Could it be that there was an accident? Yi Chongqing was shocked. He did not even bother to change his clothes and rushed out in his pajamas. In a flash, he arrived at the window of Zhuo Xiaoduo's villa. He opened the window and peered in. In the middle of the training room, the 2 guys were sitting back to back with their legs crossed. Their veins were bulging, their faces were ferocious, and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Yi Chongqing's head was full of black lines. It was too late for regrets. Damn, that this was too tragic. Even if the path of thorns was not easy to walk and the process must be very painful, there was no need for the two of them to scream so exaggeratedly, right? This was simply a demonic sound that filled the brain. Ow, ow. The two of them howled together again. Their voices rose and fell in an endless stream, accompanied by their ferocious faces and bulging veins. Percent yen hashtag percent at percent. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. Forget it, I'm not going to sleep. I'll just stand here for a while and act as a guard. They were screaming so miserably. Those who knew would think that they were training. Those who did not know would think that the two of them had some strange interests and were communicating that the two of them screamed for a full 2 hours. Li Chenglong felt that he was hovering between life and death several times. It was not because of anything else, but because this time, when he was compressing, he realized that he could compress more, that especially when he borrowed the heat of Zhui Xiaoduo's flaming sun scripture, and used his own strength to suppress his own Dantian strength. With such help, how could Swollen Man let go of such a great opportunity? Although the pain increased sharply, Swollen Man knew that this was a rare opportunity. It was related to how far he could go in his cultivation journey. He suppressed it without hesitation. Like a hot knife through butter, he compressed it to 1/4 of his Dantian. Yes, the amount of energy in his Dantian was only 1/4 of his Dantian. At this point, he could no longer compress it. After the second round of compression, it was more than twice as much as the first round. Li Chenglong was very satisfied with this result and was overjoyed. After a while, the two of them opened their eyes at almost the same time and groaned at the same time. Damn, it hurts so much. Then they said at the same time, damn, why is it so smelly? It must be you. Hurry up and get lost. Then they kicked at the same time. With a boom, the two of them were hit at the same time and were sent flying. Then, in midair, the two of them twisted their waists and jumped into their own bathrooms to take a shower. Then, the two of them did the same thing again. While taking a shower, they took out a bottle from their spatial rings and gulped down the spiritual liquid. Yi Changqing, who was outside the window, opened his eyes wide. This spiritual liquid seemed a little familiar. This is. At the moment of realization, Yi Changqing flew into a rage. This was clearly the nutrient liquid in the nourishment cabin. These two little bastards. Not only did you drink such a dirty thing, you even poured it out from inside. Don't you find it dirty to drink bottles after bottles of it like water? Don't you find it disgusting? No. This spiritual liquid. Why is it so clear? It seems to be new. Could it be that when they were the first batch to enter the nourishment cabin at that time? How dare you? This was a blatant act of theft. Unforgivable. No wonder the freshman's nutrient liquid was consumed so quickly this year. In the past, the nutrient liquid could last for half a year after being filled to the brim once. But now, a few of them had already been replenished 3 or 4 times. It turned out that they had all been drunk by these two things. Yi Changqing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. These two bastards really didn't hold back, begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. 5 updates. Chapter 443. Xiaoduo drank a bottle of spirit liquid and turned to the bathroom to apply body wash on his naked body. He raised his legs, raised his hands, and posed in all kinds of positions. It had to be said that a martial artist's flexibility was good. He only needed to use his right hand to rub his entire body. As he cleaned himself, he sang a song. Invincible. How lonely. Invincible. How empty. As he sang, he suddenly stopped between his legs. Then he smiled wretchedly. Second brother, this song of mine is about you. Look at how valiant and majestic you are. You are also a person who is above the clouds in second brother's mind. You are above the clouds, looking down from above. How much scenery can you see? With a whoosh. Yi Changqing, who could no longer listen to him, went home in a flash. He was angry and amused at the same time. This was a proper shameless person. Despicable. That night, Zhui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong slept very soundly. It was probably because they were too tired from shouting. In the morning, the two of them went to school energetically. That night, Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, and the others did not sleep at all. In the computer room of the Hidden Dragon High School, they asked professionals to keep an eye on the country's banking system. Until 9 o'clock in the morning. There's a situation. A teacher's fingers formed a phantom and moved quickly on the computer keyboard, beginning to lock onto the other party. Just now, a large amount of money was suddenly transferred to this account. It's a total of 300 million. The source of the transfer is Shangjing. Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, Yi Changqing, Grandma Shi, Vice Principal Cheng's wife, and a gloomy person who had never appeared in the school. It was Vice Principal Cheng. Vice Principal Liu sat in his wheelchair and watched all of this quietly, as well as the backbone of their families. They stood up at the same time. Even Vice Principal Liu, who was sitting in his wheelchair, could not help but straighten his body by grabbing the armrest. Everyone's eyes were filled with monstrous anger. Shangjing, Shangjing, Shangjing. The black hand was actually in Shangjing. Another one. This one's direction is even more obvious. It's from Fenghai 1 Dao League. This one's 500 million. Ask the Dao League. 20 past 9. Another 200 million was transferred to this card from another account in Shangjing. Yi Changqing's voice was urgent. Let's not investigate the Dao League for now. Investigate the two accounts in Shangjing immediately. I want to know all of his information, name, affiliation, phone number. Everything. The previous account belonged to a foreign trade company called Guangjin in Shangjing. The other account belonged to a foreign trade company called Fenghai. The company's registered addresses are all in Dongxing District. Yi Changqing grabbed his phone and dialed a number. The call was instantly connected. Chief of the South. How is it? Yes, two foreign trade companies. They are respectively. All right, do what you need to do. If anyone in Fenghai City tries to stop you, just say that it's my order and you're carrying out my mission. As long as there's anyone who disagrees, there's no need for him to look for me. I'll naturally look for him. Understood. Thank you for your support, Chief Nan. There's no time to lose. Minister Nan's voice was full of majesty. I've codenamed this operation Clear Sky. Act immediately. I'll immediately call the Star Shield General Administration in the Central Plains and fully cooperate with you. Yes, Chief Nan, but there's one thing I have to report to you. The target we've confirmed is the Dao League. It said that it's a gang run by the prince's brother-in-law in the Central Plains. The indifferent voice on the other side said, if it's confirmed that the prince of the Central Plains is involved in this matter, I assure you that from now on, Yanwu will no longer have a prince of the Central Plains. Thank you, Minister Nan. The call was hung up. Yi Changqing's gaze was like lightning. Under the command of the Hidden Dragon High School, all nascent soul cultivators above the Hidden Dragon High School are to gather within 1 minute. Wen Xingtian. Yes. Distribute the Dao-Seeking Alliances roster. Have you marked everyone's home addresses? Everything is ready. 1,753 people, including their families. Not a single one of them can be missing, and not a single one of them can die. Don't let them down. Yes, if anyone goes easy on them in this event, their entire family will be exterminated. Xiang Kuangren said coldly. Yes, from now on, the computer room will monitor all teachers' phones and all means of contacting the outside world. Yes, move out. They've only started transferring money after such a long time. It's obvious that they've discovered that there's no hope of silencing them. They can only fulfill their promise and spend money. Yi Changqing's face was as heavy as water. The impassioned assembly whistle suddenly sounded in the sky above Hidden Dragon High School. Immediately, a thunderous voice sounded in the sky. All nascent soul cultivators above, gather in 1 minute. Merely 40 seconds later, no less than 1,000 people all soared into the sky. Mixed with an imposing aura that could suppress heaven and earth, they flew out in all directions. The most tyrannical force in the middle crushed toward the center of the city. A thunderous strike accomplished in one fell swoop. In the face of such a movement, The entire Fenghai city was completely silent. No force dared to act rashly. The surging murderous aura surged through the wind for tens of thousands of miles, copious and irresistible. The peak forces of the Hidden Dragon High School came out in full force. This force was absolutely crushing and irresistible within the boundaries of Fenghai City. The leader of the Fenghai Dao League was only at the Cloud Transformation Realm. If a comparison had to be made in this operation, it would be like lifting a mountain to smash a mosquito. In less than half an hour, all the members of the Fenghai Dao League who were completely unguarded were captured. No one was left out. At this time, not to mention the other party's backstage movements, even the combat power of the Star Shield General Administration arranged by the Southern Chief had not yet arrived. All the members of the Fenghai Dao League, from top to bottom, 1,753 people, plus their respective families, totaled more than 7,400 people. All of them were captured and brought back. There were even some families who had dogs. Even the dogs were captured. Of course, most of them still had to be released. What if their dogs starved to death? It had to be said that they were really thoughtful. When everyone was brought to the martial arts plaza of the Hidden Dragon High School, the people from the Star Shield General Administration finally arrived. After that, the wind and clouds surged in the sky again. A troop of soldiers came from afar. The leading general shouted, "May I ask why the Hidden Dragon High School suddenly took action? What's the reason? We're following orders. No forces have the right to interfere." Yi Changqing's voice and expression did not change. He spoke frankly and with assurance, full of a condescending attitude. At this time, a vigorous figure rushed over. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He was spirited and handsome. Beside him, there was an old man in his 50s accompanying him. He was full of vigor, like a deep pool in a high mountain. This person was the housekeeper of the prince's mansion of the Central Plains. "Principal Yi," the middle-aged man in his 30s shouted anxiously. "Why is this? How did the Fenghai Dao League offend the Hidden Dragon High School? For the sake of this little brother, please." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "Brother Qiu, are you saying that you're willing to take responsibility for any mistakes made by the Dao League? You must know that the Hidden Dragon High School is following orders from the Southern Chief to eliminate the Dao League. If you want to bring people back, you can contact the Southern Chief directly. The Hidden Dragon High School does not have the right to do so." Brother Qiu's expression changed instantly. It was worse than eating feces. "Southern Chief? Which Southern Chief? In Yinwu, there's only one Southern Chief who can command the Hidden Dragon High School." Yi Changqing's voice was indifferent. Brother Qiu's expression changed instantly. He then cupped his hands and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "I don't know what Brother Qiu said just now. It seems like the Fenghai Dao League's actions have Brother Qiu's face. I will inform the Southern Chief about this. Please don't blame me for saying this first." Brother Qiu's expression became more and more ugly. He looked at the old housekeeper beside him. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Principal Yi, this old man was ordered by the prince to take a look at the situation. I didn't know it involved so much. Please don't blame me. Also, the prince asked me to pass a message to Principal Yi. The prince's residence has good wine that is difficult to taste. If Principal Yi has the time, the prince will welcome you. Please tell the prince that after Yi Changqing is done with his work, if he has the time, he will naturally find the prince to drink wine." Yi Changqing smiled and cupped his hands. The two people in the air instantly retreated. As for Brother Qiu, when he left, his face had already turned deathly pale. On the side of the Hidden Dragon High School, several people looked at that person's back thoughtfully. Their eyes were deep. No one knew what they were thinking. The army that had spoken earlier also retreated. The three words, "Southern Chief," were enough to intimidate the entire Fenghai city. On the other hand, the Star Shield Department was constantly contacted by phone. The entire Star Shield Department was mobilized and started the interrogation immediately. Starting from the lower level, one by one, family by family was taken away for interrogation. Some people who had done all kinds of evil were directly killed on the spot. With so many people interrogating and testifying against each other, it was a mess. Many people knew that they were not good people, but they also knew a lot of things about the people around them. They exposed each other, trying to make up for their crimes. They really did everything they could and sold everything they could. The words expose and reduce their crimes immediately caused the entire Dao League to be in chaos. Before the morning arrived, more than 3,000 people had already been released. These were all lower-level clan members. Although they were in the wrong, their crimes did not warrant death. They would only be given a small beating as a warning, and then they would be allowed to leave with their families. If it was not necessary, the Hidden Dragon High School would not kill more people. However, the Dao League's chief, 2 deputy chiefs, 4 elders, and 4 hall masters did not receive such treatment. They were not even interrogated. People just kept coming over with files in their hands. They read the things related to these people that had just been recorded and asked, "This matter, did it happen?" He nodded and made a tick. He shook his head and made a question mark. Under separate interrogation, more than 3 people said that the question mark was true. When they came over, they would be slapped and a tooth would be slapped. Then, they would make a tick again. More and more people were released. However, the crimes of those who stayed were also proven to be more and more serious. However, the upper echelons of the Dao-seeking alliance still did not know what they had done wrong to cause the situation to turn so bad. What was the reason? A few people lowered their heads, their faces pale. That matter should not be found out, right? They had succeeded, and the money had been transferred. Would there be any problems? Chapter 444. The only thing the sect members knew was that someone in the sect had offended the higher-ups and was investigated thoroughly by the other party. All of them felt that they were unlucky and their faces were ashen. After a while, people started to be dragged out continuously. They were pressed to the ground in front of the 11 higher-ups of the Dao League. Their hands were raised and their heads fell to the ground. Blood flowed like a river. The 11 higher-ups of the Dao League were ashen. Killing was done. This matter proved that it was serious. The higher-ups of the Dao League realized that the people they interrogated were getting closer and closer to the core. The questions they asked also started to make people shudder in fear. These were things that the 10 or so higher-ups outside would not know. The questions that they prayed that they would not be asked were now being interrogated bit by bit, one by one, in each of the interrogation rooms. Those who were being interrogated now were the confidants of the higher-ups of the Dao League. Dozens of people were being interrogated at once. There was bound to be someone who could not take it. As long as one of them could not take it and spit out, there would be a second one. Then, as they exposed each other, the third one would be dragged in. Then, one by one, they would be put on the same rope. I confess, Hall Master Zhu should know about what happened to Vice Principal Cheng's family back then. One of the Hall Master's confidants suddenly said, "I only beg for you to spare my life. I'll tell you. I'm willing to tell you everything I know." This sentence came out of nowhere and was even more shocking. Even Zhang Xiaofei, who was in charge of the interrogation, was stunned. Then his eyes widened. Hall Master Huang. He was not the same person as the Hall Master who dealt with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing in the trial this time. The one who set the target was surnamed Fu, Hall Master Fu. There was finally a breakthrough, and it was an unexpected breakthrough. It was an unexpected joy. The people from Hidden Dragon High School were invigorated when they heard this. They stopped beating around the bush and started to interrogate directly. As time went on, more and more things happened. There were also more and more useful clues. However, there were almost no clues related to the other principals back then. As the interrogation records were sent out one by one, the faces of Yi Chongqing and the others outside became gloomier and gloomier. Vice Principal Cheng, who had been masked all this time, did not have much hope when he returned. However, at this moment, his body trembled slightly. "Old Cheng, don't be impatient." Yi Chongqing gently placed his hand on Vice Principal Cheng's shoulder. "This matter has serious implications. It's not something that a small Shao Dao Li can do. We have to get to the bottom of this and take our revenge thoroughly. Otherwise, How can we let the dead rest in peace? Understood. Vice Principal Cheng's voice was hoarse. The teachers were all busy while the students were cultivating by themselves. At noon, so Xiaoduo still didn't go to the cafeteria. Instead, he bought some food and went to Grandma Shi's house. But this time, he pounced on empty air. Grandma Shi, who usually lived alone at home, was not at home today. What a surprise! But the interrogation had gone on for an entire day. Finally, it came to an end. The sequence of events was indeed clear. However, what disappointed the higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School was that the higher-ups of the Dao League were indeed rotten to the core. They also had something to do with the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family. However, this little bit of connection was insignificant. This time, dealing with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing was indeed handled by the Dao League. There was indeed someone behind the scenes. However, this was the biggest problem. The person behind the scenes left no traces behind. There was almost no trace left behind. Back then, the Dao League was picked in the middle of the night. The 11 higher-ups, including their families, were all fed a poison pill. From then on, they were controlled by someone. However, the deeper problem was that they did not know who was controlling them. They were just puppets that floated to the surface. The higher-ups of the Dao League were indeed poisoned. They took their blood samples and confirmed that it was the 7-year spring that was said to be incurable. When Xing Tian frowned, "There's no need for a test. The people of the Dao League are not fools. How could they not test it themselves to confirm the situation? Being controlled by someone else, they must be restricted by it." The 7-year spring was an extremely special poison pill. After taking this medicine, one would feel refreshed and energetic. They would also be full of enthusiasm and perseverance when doing things. If this was the only effect, this was simply a miracle medicine that had hundreds of advantages and no disadvantages. In fact, this 7-year spring was a health product developed by a research institute that researched health products. Once this health product was released, its clinical effects were so good that it became a commercial legend. At that time, this medicine was called the Eternal Spring Pill. However, this commercial legend lasted until 7 years later, when rotting corpses began to appear on a large scale in the mainland. After a strict investigation by the government, it was revealed that the miracle medicine was actually poison, and all the higher-ups and research labs of this company disappeared overnight. When the Eternal Spring Pill reappeared, it was already called the 7-year spring. Its effects were even better and more obvious than before. Because there were many more things added to it, it was also effective on high-level martial artists. However, its effects were two-sided. There were both benefits and harm. At the end of the 7 years, the harm would erupt and there would be no cure. Within 7 days, the body would rot and die without a doubt. This new Eternal Spring Pill was named the 7-year spring, also known as the 7-day ghost. It was actually very simple to not become a 7-day ghost. At the end of the 7 years, one just had to take another 7-year spring and it would last for another 7 years. However, this also meant that after taking the first pill, one could only continue to take it. They could not leave it for life. However, the number of years one could take this medicine for was still a secret. The originally developed health product became a miracle medicine that could control people. This matter was also full of irony. However, they don't know who the person who gave them the 7-year spring was. The other party has never shown his true face. At the end of the day, this Dao-seeking alliance is just a puppet they control from below. It's dispensable, and they can give it up at any time. It won't hurt them at all. They can even use the existence of this puppet to gain insight into how much information we currently have. Yi Changqing frowned when Xing Tian said lightly, "However, there's still one thing that we can be sure of. The person back then must have come from Shangjing. As for the Eternal Spring Pill back then, it caused a huge uproar in the world and disappeared overnight. It must have been controlled by someone. However, there are not many clans that can do this. If we start the investigation from this direction, it should be much easier to find out, right?" Xiang Kuangren added on. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing both rolled their eyes. Easy to find out. You sound like you have a brain, but who wouldn't have thought of this? The Eternal Spring Pill back then was much more important than the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts incident. However, after so many years of investigation, have they found anything? Easy to find should be followed by 2 words: bullshit. Now, we can only hope. To interrogate the higher-ups of the Tao League, we'll see if it has anything to do with the brother-in-law of the king of Zhongyuan, Qiu Shaoqian. If Qiu Shaoqian also knows about it, then we can still dig deeper into this matter. If Qiu Shaoqian doesn't know about it, then this clue is as good as dead. That might not be the case. I can still check the emails that are sent to and fro. It won't be of any use. I've checked just now. These email addresses are all useless. They'll be discarded after they're used. The only useful piece of information is that the person who instructed them to deal with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing recently sent us an email. In the end, we were able to find out that the address was actually from the Tao Alliance. When Xingtian sighed, the Tao League mainland, Xiang Quangren became more and more confused. He said, "Is there a need to make it so complicated a deal with Zhao's Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts?" Zhao's Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts? Yi Changqing, and when Xingtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. These words were really awesome. However, compared to the Umno Alliance mainland and the Tao League mainland, Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts was indeed nothing. Continue the interrogation. See if we can dig out any more useful information. As they were talking, Yi Changqing's phone suddenly rang. Chief Nan's voice sounded from the phone. Guangjin and Feng He have been controlled immediately. All their personnel have also been arrested immediately. However, there was still a problem in the process. When they were arrested and interrogated, the higher-ups of these 2 companies, including a few financial personnel, died together. After confirmation, it was caused by the soul guider poison. Now, this matter is no longer just about Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. Although all the clues in this matter were cut off immediately, more clues have been exposed. Because of this, many of the email addresses are from the Tao League mainland. There's something fishy about this. Chief Nan said, "You guys focus on your side first. I'll personally keep an eye on this side." Chief Nan's voice was overflowing with uncontrollable anger. He probably didn't expect that under the circumstances where he had personally taken action, the people who had already been captured alive would be killed in such a way. Chief Nan was really angry this time. "Just you wait. I'll tear this huge net apart." "I don't believe it." Chief Nan hung up the phone. Soul Guider. Yi Changqing sighed softly. As the name suggested, this was also a slow-acting poison that existed in a person's body. However, it was controlled by a person. As long as the person was found to be uncontrollable or captured, the poison in the target's body would immediately activate with a thought, and the target would die suddenly. However, this drug, Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. It was definitely not something that a small gang or family could control or use. Continue the interrogation. As for the interrogation of the higher-ups of the Tao League, it was as expected. It was just that someone remotely commanded and sent the mission over. The only 2 email addresses that could be checked were from the Tao League mainland. They were also disguised by many springboards. Moreover, they were 2 personal email addresses. As for the registered identities of these 2 people, they had actually been dead for many years. The meticulousness of the plan was simply outrageous. Chapter 445. As for the Prince of Zhongyuan's brother-in-law, Qiu Shaoqian, he could only ask the Tao League's leader and say something ambiguous. Young Master Qiu probably doesn't know about it. We rarely talk about it when we're together. Young Master Qiu also rarely asks about the Tao League. Young Master Qiu doesn't care about how we earn money. He only collects money. When there's trouble that we can't handle, he'll come out and solve it. It's always been like this. In the end, most of the people who asked about the Tao League were released, but the 130 people who were identified as the core members were still detained. They were handed over to Grandma Shi, Vice Principal Liu, and a few other families to deal with. These people were guilty of heinous crimes and deserved to die. It meant that so many things had happened in the Hidden Dragon High School these years, but they couldn't find the real culprit. Although these people weren't the real culprit, they didn't have much to do with what happened in the past. However, They couldn't be separated from the recent events. If the Hidden Dragon High School wanted to vent their anger, they could do whatever they wanted. After that, Starshield would be in charge of cleaning up. However, Granny Sure only laughed mockingly at this punishment before flying away. Kill. If you, Jiren, wanted to kill, would I have to wait until now? If I wanted to kill a few people to vent my anger, would I have to wait until now? In the end, it was Vice Principal Cheng's youngest son, the head teacher of the 3rd grade class, Cheng Xiaosong, who personally killed these 130 people on the spot. However, the Dao League's leader, 2 vice leaders for elders, and 4 hall masters were held back by Wen Xingtian and Xiang Quangren. Let's interrogate them for a while more. At least a week. Squeeze as much information out of them as possible. As for the few survivors who carried out the mission against Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing, they were directly smashed into minced meat by Xiang Quangren. Xiang Quangren turned around and glanced at the faces of the people behind him. He suddenly laughed strangely and said gloomily, "Vice Principal Gao, why is your face so ugly? You must be in a high position and have lived like a prince in the Gao family. You rarely see such a bloody scene, right?" When Xingtian only felt a rush of anger. He angrily rebuked, "Vice Principal Xiang, why do you always cause trouble in this school? What does Vice Principal Gao's expression have to do with you? Can't you fucking shut your shitty mouth?" When Xingtian really wanted to vomit blood. Although Vice Principal Gao had been trying his best to control himself, his face was still slightly pale. But who couldn't see this? Is Xiang Quangren the only one with sharp eyes? What kind of problem can your words solve? It will only alert the enemy, that's all. This idiot is simply incapable of accomplishing anything but good at spoiling everything. When Xingtian wished he could stuff Xiang Quangren's mouth with feces, Enchanting transmitted his voice, "Calm down." The current plan was simply too complicated and confusing. There wasn't a single good way to solve it. Let Xiang Quangren do as he pleases. It may not be a bad thing to alert the enemy. When Xingtian angrily tilted his head, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered something. He transmitted his voice, "Vice Principal, I want to let 2 of my students try to interrogate them." Yi Changqing frowned. "Zhou Xiaoduo? Li Chenglong?" When Xingtian said, "Yes," Yi Changqing frowned tightly and said worriedly, "These 2 children each have their own mysteries. They could be the best choice for now. Maybe they can get out of this deadlock. But I'm afraid that if we drag them into this big whirlpool too early, they will attract the attention of others. They can't resist such a huge wave at all. Act in secret. Only you and I know about this," when Xingtian said. Yi Changqing pondered for a moment and said, "When you go over tonight, tell them about the risks involved. Ask them if they are willing. If they're not, don't force them. This is a very dangerous matter. If you can avoid involving these 2 children, it's better not to. If only we had the Umno Alliance's mental cultivation method and the Heavenly Wizard Soul Search." When Xingtian expressed his deep regret, Yi Changqing grinned and said, "That's the Umno Alliance's secret method. Even in the Umno Alliance, only a few important people in the Stargate sect are qualified to cultivate it. Once it appears in the astral souls, they will immediately become targets to be killed. How can anyone on our side be able to master it? Even if they do, who would dare to expose it?" When Xingtian's thoughts were purely whimsical. Let's just say it and be done with it. "Old Cheng, what do you think?" Yi Changqing looked behind him at Vice Principal Cheng, who was still standing there quietly with his face covered. He was just standing there, but no one could feel him. It was as if he no longer had any sense of existence. There was no vitality, no aura, and no anger or sorrow. No one would notice if he came, and no one would notice if he left. After years of living in hiding, he was used to this state, and so were others. "I have nothing to say. Keep looking." Vice Principal Cheng's voice was light as he said, "I'll go find Snake King." The Dao League was related to Vice Principal Cheng's family, but it was only a plan. The specific matters were handled by someone else. And the person who was related to this specific matter was a person with the nickname Snake King. This Snake King was his new target. When Xingtian suddenly had an idea and said, "Old Cheng, don't be impatient. I'll find someone to read your fortune and ask about your future. Vice Principal Chung looked at Wen Xingtian with eyes full of surprise. Xingtian, when did you start to believe in swindlers? I'm not a swindler. Wen Xingtian said angrily. What can you do if you wait for an entire night? Vice Principal Chung snorted and still didn't think much of it. Old Chung, just wait for one night. Hidden Dragon High can't afford to lose, and neither can we. Yi Chongqing pressed on Vice Principal Cheng's shoulder with his hand. Vice Principal Chung was stunned and said calmly, Okay, I've waited for more than 10 years. One night won't make a difference. Grandma Sure went home. Although she was investigating what had happened in the past, Grandma Sure's heart was as calm as an ancient well. She had only gone over this time because she was holding on to the slightest bit of hope. Now that it was over, she could go home. The old man was still waiting for her to have lunch. Nothing else was more important than accompanying the old man. Just as she reached the door, she saw a piece of white paper stuck in the crack of the door. Grandma Sure was startled. Was this a messenger? She opened it and saw a line of words written on it. Grandma Sure, I'm here again. Huh, I got first place in the trial this time. Well, ha ha ha. I want to have lunch with you, but you weren't here. I put the food at the door for you. I'm leaving. I still have classes in the afternoon. There was a big smiley face drawn below. It was a smiley face with a crooked mouth. Then there was the signature, Xiao Duo. Grandma Sure looked at this piece of paper for a long time. She couldn't help but smile. There was a trace of warmth in her eyes. She muttered, This little monkey. For a moment, her eyes curved. Her heart, which had been calm for a long time, seemed to ripple slightly. She opened the door and went in. There was a big food box at the door. It was placed neatly, and there were 2 bottles of wine beside it. Grandma Sure opened the door and took the food box in. She also took the 2 bottles of wine in. She took out the dishes and placed them neatly on the table. She opened the wine and poured 2 cups. She smiled gently. Old man, you saw it, right? Do you like this little monkey? She picked up the wine cup and drank it. She smiled faintly. I want to take care of this child for a few years. While waiting for our matter to come to an end, I want to see this child more. What do you think? Don't worry. The fetters of the world can no longer hold me back. It's just that these few years, it's good to have something to do. Grandma Sure rambled on and on. She drank 1 cup and 1 cup, and the 2 bottles of wine were drunk just like that. Her skinny body sighed softly and muttered, Old man, looking at this, it involved a lot. I'm so tired. Old man, I'm so tired. If it goes according to the current situation, I might not be able to wait until that day. Grandma Sure sighed softly and was in a daze. After a long time, she slowly leaned on the table and fell asleep quietly. The wind came in from the door. The portrait fluttered gently. A corner of it floated and rested on Grandma Sure's shoulder. It was as if the Principal Sure in the portrait was reaching out a hand and patting his beloved wife's shoulder, comforting her silently. Zhou Xiaoduo had already returned to the villa. Li Chenglong had also returned. The school was in a mess. It was better to cultivate at home. The commotion today was really big. If not for the fact that the martial arts Hidden Dragon School is one of the top 3 martial arts masters in the continent, this person's combat power is shocking. Li Chenglong said, Zhou, why do you think Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing haven't appeared yet? I think it's almost done by tomorrow. The 2 of them can be considered as the key figures in this incident. If they appeared earlier, some things would be hard to say. Zhou Xiaoduo was also very nervous this time. My Tower of Annihilation. Sai, why isn't it back yet? Sai, it can't really be swallowed by me, right? Li Chenglong was operating in front of the computer. Suddenly, he was stunned and said, We're very popular now. Zhou Xiaoduo never paid attention to the news on the internet. Basically, he did not go online. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Li Chenglong's expression was very strange. I should say that both of us are very popular. Leader's high martial arts career. Damn, this is... Zhou Xiaoduo came over to take a look. It was a high-definition photo of Li Chenglong holding down Xiang Bing and beating her up. Next to it was a photo of Xiang Bing's beautiful life, followed by a photo of her beautiful face being punched by Li Chenglong. Blood splattered everywhere, and her facial features were distorted. Damn, Zhuo Xiaoduo grimaced. Teacher, Wen doesn't allow us to watch our classes, right? Where did these come from? Li Chenglong coughed. This is not class. You two are secretly doing it? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of gossip. What do you mean by secretly doing it? Li Chenglong was a little dissatisfied. Looking at the leader's high martial arts career, one photo after another, in the cafeteria, on the road, and many of them were photos of Zhuo Xiaoduo's upper body or half of his face. Therefore, a group of people below posted, King of Swords is here too. King of Swords? I think I saw King of Swords. What do you mean by think? Be bold. Remove these two words. Then there was a photo of Zhuo Xiaoduo fighting in the cafeteria. Beside him, Wu Yunhai looked anxious. Chapter 446. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Wu Yunhai were talking. It was actually a video. Although it was not high definition, it was the kind that could be heard. Below, a group of people commented, I thought that when the Sword King went to Fenghai, he would definitely fight with the Wu family. After all, he killed their genius clansman. Someone below snorted, Child, you are still too naive. How many years has the Wu family been a big family? Can't you understand this kind of powerful relationship? If something happens to the Sword King now, can they get away with it? What's more, how do you know that the Sword King has no one to support him? You are really too stupid and naive. Are we just going to let bygones be bygones? Tisk, to be on good terms with a genius like the Sword King, there will only be benefits in the future, okay? The person above is a genius. +1, +2. Then there were scenes after scenes. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Wu Yunhai, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Wu Qing, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Gao Qingxiang, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Gao Qingyun. But they were all chatting happily with sincere expressions and a few pairs of eyes. One could even see the changes in the eyes of the people in this photo. Below, there were also countless people interpreting. Li Chenglong was full of confusion. Is this the life of the sect leader or the life of the Sword King? How is it that you have more content than me in this high martial arts student post? This is like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. Zhangguan Lilino, Liguan Zhuazhua. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly and flipped down page by page. Until that night, the photo of the two of them meeting Gao Chengxiang and his sister. Gao Xiao looked at him with a charming smile. Her beautiful face, pure temperament, and beautiful figure were vividly set off under the neon lights, like a dream. In the comment section below, there was a wolf howl. I love it. So beautiful. Already. Sword King, you are so lucky. This is a delicate flower of the Gao family, one of the 4 great beauties of Fenghai City. Obviously, Miss Chiao has taken a fancy to the Sword King. Well, Miss Chiao look at me. Sigh, the Wu clan is still not good enough. Look at the Gao clan. They're even using the beauty trap. It seems like they're really going to be a family with the Sword King. But why do I still feel that it's very strange? Do these big families and big corporations all do things like this? Brother, let me tell you, what is a human life worth? Benefits were paramount. As long as there were long-term benefits, what was a momentary grudge? Haggling over a dead person to the end? The people in charge of big clans always know how to choose. You're right. The Sword King is truly blessed. A group of geniuses making friends and great beauties using honey traps left and right. Sigh, I'm so jealous. That's right. The life of a genius like the Sword King is so dull and dull. Fuck off. I also want such an ordinary life. +1, +2. Looking at the comments, there were already tens of thousands of comments. Basically, there were tens of thousands of comments under every post and countless reposts and reposts. There were also some busybodies who simply created a post titled, The Sword King's High Martial Arts Life is so dull and boring. It actually became very popular. So Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong huddled in front of the computer, and both of them had a curious look on their faces. TSK. How did he become popular? They casually searched for the Sword King, and instantly, more than 70 million search results were displayed. The first few thousand pages were all about Zhuo Xiaoduo. This isn't normal. Zhuo Xiaoduo was perplexed and scratched his head. Li Qinglong also scratched his head. Even if the entire Central Plains tournament was broadcasted live, it might not be able to get so many views and searches. There are simply too many. There are traces of manipulation and space in this. What's the purpose? What's the point of doing this? Maybe it's to make money? With such a large number of views, the profits must be considerable. Li Qinglong said, but it's also possible that it's the Gao family and the Wu family. Currently, we don't have much contact with the Gao family and the Wu family, but we already have so much relevant information. More importantly, there are quite a number of people who are faintly leading the charge in the comments. Li Qinglong pointed and said, this. If we analyze it in detail, we can see it. It's just that it's not so obvious. Of course, as long as it's not continuously leading the charge, then there's no problem. In other words, this is a type of very clever tactic. As what Xiaoduo said, even if that's the case, what benefits can leading the charge bring? By controlling the direction of public opinion, we can turn it in a way that benefits us. Then, who benefits from leading the charge now? Li Qinglong sighed and said, as far as I'm concerned, these current tactics are still somewhat low level. But this is just the beginning. With the abilities, wisdom, and tactics of the big families, there should still be a reversal. But if everything goes smoothly, it won't be credible. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to speak when the phone rang. Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at the caller and instantly dashed to his room on the second floor. He slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. Then he pressed the call button. Hee, Miss Nian Mao, you miss me. Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice came from the phone. She sounded a little coquettish. Dog, if I don't call you, don't you know how to call me? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, feeling wronged. In all honesty, how would I dare to call you? What if you were on a mission and my phone rang? Wouldn't I be harming you? Hee, Miss Nian Mao. Call me Big Sister. Okay, Miss Nian Mao. Zhuo Xiaoduo lay on the bed with the phone in her hand. She felt exceptionally good, infinitely good. She said, why did you suddenly call me? What's the matter? Just by hearing this snort, Zhuo Xiaoduo could guess that Zhuo Xiaoyan must be pouting. I see that you're very popular now. Your serial is everywhere on the internet. King of Swords, is that Gao Qiao, or very beautiful? The head of the four beauties in Fenghai? Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice was full of displeasure. The head of the four beauties, bah, that girl you don't know. She's really unsightly. Sigh, Miss Nian Yin, you don't know my difficulties. That girl's perfume almost made me fall when we met. I used all my strength to control myself and barely didn't run away. Ayaya, I'm so pitiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly expressed her loyalty. I saw the two of you looking at each other. It was really beautiful. Say, I didn't see your difficulties. Zhuo Xiaoyan was obviously jealous because of the pictures on the internet. That was why she called to criticize him. How could she be fooled by Zhuo Xiaoduo with just a few words? Miss Nian Yin, you don't know. That Gao family obviously saw my talent and made a decision on the spur of the moment. They clearly want to harm me. I'm in the middle of a situation now and have to deal with them. The most important thing is that Gao Qiao most likely has body odor. That smell is really unpleasant. It's hard to stand up to. Zhuo Xiaoduo's tongue was glib. After degrading Gao Qiao, he began to degrade the girls in the class. In short, in the entire Hidden Dragon High School, and even the entire Fenghai, there wasn't a single beauty. They were all ugly melons and cracked dates. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly used Xiang Bing and the other's disfigurement as an excuse. The implication was self-evident. Yin Yin Cat, don't worry. I'm full of ugly girls. They're all useless. They're not a threat to you at all. Even though Zhuo Xiaoyan had already seen the pictures of many of Fenghai's enemies, she didn't really believe such nonsense. She felt comfortable listening to it. She didn't harp on this topic anymore. Instead, she began to talk about what she had seen and heard. She talked about how her work was going smoothly, how easy the tasks were, how fast she progressed, and how all the members treated her as Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't believe a single word of this nonsense. However, he said that he believed it without a doubt. After a full 20 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoyan reluctantly hung up. Her last sentence was, I'm telling you, dog, you better be honest. Otherwise, Oomph, oomph, oomph. Finally, the phone was hung up amidst a series of hums. So Xiaoduo held the phone and laughed foolishly for a while. Although he didn't believe it, he could hear that Nian Yin Cat was living a happy life. However, this was enough. He could do it. During this period of time, they had been contacting each other via text messages. It felt good to suddenly receive a phone call and hear a real voice. When I break through, I'll rush straight to Shangjing and give Nian Yin Cat a big surprise. Yes, give her a big gift. I'll give her a living person like me. Nian Yin Cat will definitely be very happy and excited to accept it. Ha! On the other side, Shangjing, Zhua Xiaoyan hung up the phone and walked out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Her face was cold again. As she walked out, it was as if a 10,000-year-old ice and snow had appeared. The temperature of the entire hall dropped instantly. Captain, there were 7 people outside. All of them stood straight and looked at Zhua Xiaoyan. So Xiaoyan nodded slightly and said coldly, "Let's go." She flew out in a cloud of frost. The 7 people didn't dare to delay and followed her with all their might. They wanted to carry out their mission. Along the way, everyone felt that winter was coming. The 7 of them were speechless. Their captain was beautiful and fairy-like, but her personality was really too cold. It was as if she didn't know how to smile. A few young experts from the Nine Heavens Pavilion were originally interested in Zhua Xiaoyan. However, within a few days, they all turned into popsicles and almost froze to death. With such a captain, it was easy to complete the mission. As long as the informant reported it, the mission would be assigned. The captain would go out and scatter a cloud of frost. The mission would be completed. However, the captain's strength was too strong. The team members didn't have a chance to perform at all. Although the 7 of them were team members, what they actually did was to follow Zhua Xiaoyan and do odd jobs. After she finished, everyone would go to clean up the mess, collect the heads, identification, wealth, and other information. There was nothing else to do. Take action? You're thinking too much. It won't be your turn no matter what. Monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Give me some. Chapter 447. This Lord Civet was extremely fast. Even if they tried their best, they could not catch up with him. This time it was the same. The 7 of them ran as fast as they could, trying their best to keep up with the white shadow in front of them. Finally, they reached their destination. The team leader used his divine sense to explore the area. Then, he dashed out like a bolt of lightning. A wave of extreme coldness rose from the other side in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. After a few sounds of weapons colliding, there was a sudden silence. A chill quietly spread out. Everyone looked at each other. It was over again. Why was there a need to say again? It was like this every time. Everyone was used to it. This courtyard house built on the outskirts of the city had almost turned into an ice sculpture. Then a white shadow flashed. Zhua Xiaoyan's figure appeared on the roof calmly. As she stepped on the roof, white frost spread. In an instant, it became a world of ice and snow. At this time, the 7 team members had just calmed down the instability of their vital energy caused by running with all their might. "Clean up," Zhua Xiaoyan said lightly. Then, the white shadow flashed and flew away. She did not stay any longer. The 7 of them said in unison. It was this job again. They ran so fast that they were out of breath. However, they still could not make it in time to take action. They could only clean up the mess. When they wanted to take a look, yes, it was really to clean up the mess. There were only ice sculptures everywhere. 2 of them were holding broken swords in their hands. They were already decapitated. However, their wounds were in a completely frozen state. Not even a drop of blood could be seen. The whole scene was clean. There was no smell of blood. Let's get to work. One of the team members sighed. He began to verify the identity of the target. After confirming that there was no mistake, he called back to the headquarters. Then he began to clean up all the valuable things in this ice sculpture world. Following this team leader, the contribution points for completing missions every day are like falling from the sky. As long as we follow behind and run, we will have everything. One of the team members was speechless. It's easy, but it's so easy that it makes me feel uneasy. Another team member said as he worked, "Be content with what you have. It's better than those few teams who are riddled with injuries every day. But there has to be a chance to show off." Sigh. I haven't used my sword in the past month except for the daily sparring. Back in the day, I was also a genius. You think you're a genius. Now do you know what it means to be thrown away when you compare goods and die when you compare people? It's true that I can't compete. Once I do, I'll lose all my confidence. But if I can't compete, do you think you can? Or perhaps, who dares to say that they can compete? It's fine if you get used to it. My self-esteem is being trampled on every day. If it weren't for the fact that I'm used to it, my mentality would have collapsed long ago. I've already accepted the fact that I'm a good-for-nothing. Me too, but this is pretty good too. Contribution points fall from the sky every day, and most importantly, there's no risk at all. Not to mention, the captain is a peerless beauty. Looking at a beauty every day, at least it's pleasing to the eye. Looking at beautiful women? Eye candy? That's a nice way to put it, but let me ask you, did you really watch it? Do you dare to look? Cough, cough. I really don't dare. That face is as beautiful as the sky. But this coldness really froze my heart. On such a hot day, when I look at her, my heart feels like it's frozen. Eye candy or something, it's a slip of the tongue. Me too. Our captain is no longer an iceberg. She's directly a glacier. I'm not afraid to be laughed at. After so long, I only know that the captain is very beautiful, but I really can't tell what she looks like. I don't dare to look. Once I look, my whole body shivers. That's right. It's said that the day before yesterday, a senior of the nascent soul realm was also frozen. He almost died. Who asked him to be a toad who wants to eat swan meat? He deserves it. But speaking of which, Civet seems to be about to advance, right? Once she advances, she can no longer be our captain. During this period of time, it's better for everyone to work hard. If we can advance together with Civet and be in the same group, it'll be really cool. I think it'll take a while. With her cultivation, she could have advanced long ago. It's just that she has been suppressing it. Now, no one knows how many times she has suppressed it. Anyway, it's definitely not just once or twice. She actually has to suppress it when advancing from the inner core realm to the nascent soul realm, and she can even suppress it multiple times. One of them was shocked when he heard this. Of course, if you want to go far in the future, you have to use suppressive means in every realm. However, the suffering is really more and more difficult with each realm. It's not something that anyone can endure. Captain's expression hasn't changed at all. Sigh, this kind of tenacity is already something that we can't compare to. That's true. The thorny road back then was really painful for me. I don't want to experience it again in this life. Good luck. Are you done cleaning up? Be more careful. If we complete the task without putting in any effort, if we miss anything when cleaning up the mess, we'll really be useless. Okay. Hey, did you guys notice? Someone suddenly stopped cleaning up and said thoughtfully, "Our civet. Did you guys notice that her luck is especially good?" When he said that, everyone began to ponder. That's right. Civet's luck can't be cured. A few days ago, the four of us went on a mission together. We were the last to arrive. Logically speaking, we shouldn't have had a chance. In the end, that guy risked his life to break out of the encirclement. He was so lucky that he ran in a civet and became an ice sculpture. That's nothing. Another person said disdainfully, 10 days ago, we went on a mission outside the city together. On that small mountain, Civet was walking by the side of the road. She used her hand to support a rock beside her. As a result, a rock fell down. Behind the rock was a blood spirit flower. Can you believe this? I remember now. That place was not remote at all. It was almost in the village. However, such a thin piece of rock had not been touched for so many years. When Civet arrived, she just casually supported it. It was actually the blood spirit flower, which is extremely rare in the whole continent. That's nothing. The most amazing thing is that the blood spirit flower is actually 7,000 years old. That's rare and priceless. That blood spirit flower can expand the meridians and eliminate all hidden dangers in the body. Moreover, it can increase one's understanding of the heavenly way. She rushed into the cave to catch the criminal and turned him into an ice sculpture during the battle. However, The rock wall froze and cracked, and a few boxes of hidden treasures appeared. Have you forgotten? That's amazing. Such luck. This kind of thing is so common. But how many days has Civet been here? Before she came, this kind of thing didn't happen a few times. It should be said, did it happen before? Is she the legendary person favored by the heavens? This sentence made everyone ponder for a while. Then, all of them seemed to be deep in thought. However, he continued to work even more diligently and diligently. At this moment, Zhuoxianyan was already in her own independent residence in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. It looked like a small room, but as soon as one entered, they would discover that it was a huge space that was a few thousand square meters in size. Not only was there a bedroom, washroom, toilet, training room, office, living room, tea room, and all sorts of other facilities, there was also a small isolated warehouse. It only took Zhuoxianyan a month to go from a small bedroom of 30 square meters to such a top-notch living condition. The door slammed shut. Bone-chilling frost immediately overflowed from the crack of the door. Gusts of cold air flowed out through the crack of the door, clearly showing an attitude. Don't disturb me. Outside, there were people coming and going from time to time. However, when they passed by this door, they would feel the bone-piercing coldness and couldn't help but soften their movements and tiptoe past the door. Sigh, I really gave this lady the wrong code name. What's Civet? I think it's better to call her world of ice and snow. Shut up. Aren't you afraid of becoming a popsicle? Oh. When Zhuoxianyan first came to the Nine Heavens Pavilion, she shocked everyone on the first day. On the second day, everyone knew that a peerless beauty had come to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Moreover, it was the kind of beauty that was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. On the third day, she directly froze all the covetous gazes. Zhuoxianyan even left behind a legend, catch a cold at first sight. A son of a high-ranking official heard about Zhuoxianyan's beauty, so he waited outside the Nine Heavens Pavilion. In the end, he only saw her once, and it was directly in front of him. The moment he saw her, he froze and was diagnosed with a cold. Others asked him how he felt. Beautiful, so beautiful, but I don't dare to look anymore. I'm a living person. I'm afraid of the cold. So Xiaoduo hung up the phone, but didn't go down. She stayed in the room and concentrated on cultivating. It wasn't that she deliberately didn't want to bring Li Chenglong along. On the one hand, Li Chenglong was studying the things on the internet. On the other hand, in this round of cultivation, Xiaoduo decided to use the dragon blood flying dagger as the main auxiliary force. The dagger's energy storage was full, so naturally it should be used. After all, Fang Yanhua had also started to prepare for the manner. He believed that there would be a place to store energy for the dragon blood flying dagger soon, so there was no need to save it. After all, this thing was still a little strange. It was better not to let Li Chenglong know about it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Xiaoduo absorbed the spiritual energy to the point of bursting at a faster speed than before. Just as she was about to start suppressing it, when Xingtian came. Come with me. Xiaoduo grinned. My energy storage is full, so I can't leave. Suppress it a little first. When I come back, I'll officially compress the vital energy. When Xingtian said, it's very important. Okay, Xiaoduo tidied up and stood up. It was not difficult for the current Xiaoduo to suppress it a little. After calling Li Chenglong, when Xingtian led the two of them out slowly. Teacher, why did I hear that the principal needs the best quality jade of astral souls to treat his injuries? Can you tell me the details? Xiaoduo asked curiously. Chapter 448. The Headmaster's Injuries. When Xingtian sighed softly and said, during a battle many years ago, the headmaster's heart was injured by his opponent. His opponent's heavenly pulse palm was very powerful, and the damage it caused was also very different from ordinary injuries. Ordinary healing methods were completely ineffective. After repeated attempts, we discovered that only the supreme gray jade of astral souls could temporarily suppress the injury. However, it could only temporarily suppress it and could not completely heal it. Then what is needed to cure the root of the problem? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. Jade of astral souls from the geocentric core. Jade of astral souls from the geocentric core. Zhua Xiaoduo asked in confusion. When Xing Tian said, let's put it this way. Although the jade of astral souls is a special energy crystal that fell from the sky, there are actually jade of astral souls veins in our continent of astral souls. Ordinary veins can only produce low-grade and middle-grade jade. However, there's a chance that high-grade jade of astral souls can be found in the core of the veins. On the other hand, in the core of a middle-grade vein, there's a chance that 1 or 2 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls can be found. Does that mean that the core of a large-scale vein is likely to produce jade of astral souls from the geocentric core? Zhua Xiaoduo blurted out. When Xing Tian shook his head and said, it's not that easy. You may be able to find a considerable amount of supreme grade jade of astral souls in the core of a large-scale vein, but it is still very rare for a jade of astral souls from the geocentric core to appear. According to the ancient records, only in the legendary super large-scale veins where there are more than 10,000 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls can there be a qualitative change. Under special circumstances, the mutated product of the supreme grade jade of astral souls can only be found in the core of the vein. That is, the higher grade jade of astral souls, or the geocentric astral souls. The geocentric astral souls are truly legendary items. Sigh, but only that can cure the headmaster's heart disease. It can even completely dissolve the power of the heavenly pulse palm and transform it into the headmaster's own strength, allowing his cultivation to improve greatly. But where can we find such a peerless treasure? Not to mention the geocentric star soul, even the peak grade star soul jade has become increasingly difficult to obtain these few years. The headmaster's illness is not a secret. Many people don't even dare to come to Fenghai City because they want to curb the power of the hidden dragon martial school. Even if 1 or 2 pieces appear, they will immediately be sold at a sky-high price. The abnormal fluctuations in the price of the supreme grade jade of astral souls in Fenghai City these years are all due to the hidden dragon martial school. But they don't know that there is someone else behind the scenes. And it's someone who is specifically targeting the hidden dragon martial school. In the past, I didn't believe that wealth can do anything. But now I have no choice but to believe it. When Xing Tian sneered and said, if the price of a supreme grade jade of astral souls is calculated in star dollars, the market price would be between 100 million and 300 million. Of course, there is a price, but no supply. But last year, a supreme grade jade of astral souls appeared in the Fenghai auction house, and it was sold at a sky-high price of 2 billion. The hidden dragon martial school had already offered a high price of 800 million, but the other party directly threw out 2 billion, causing us to suffer a crushing defeat. When Xing Tian sneered and said, the ambition of the wolf is as clear as day. Zhua Xiaoduo sighed. It seemed that he really had a bleed. He couldn't save it. The principal should still have a lot of supreme grade jade of astral souls in reserve, right? So Xiaoduo asked, holding on to a sliver of hope. A lot. When Xing Tian snorted and said, if he still has a lot, why would he need to worry? The principal should not have more than 10 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls in his possession now. If he doesn't receive any more, there might be a break. And when the suppression of the supreme grade jade of astral souls is broken, the dormant heavenly pulse hand will immediately counterattack. Once that happens, the principal can only hold on for another 3 years at most. 3 years. Zhua Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. What about after 3 years? Seeing Zhua Xiaoduo's heartache, when Xing Tian couldn't help but feel a little comforted. This kid actually knows how to feel for the principal. Sigh. The principal's painstaking efforts were not in vain. After 3 years, the principal's heart meridian will be completely broken. Even the gods can't save him. When Xing Tian said lightly, now, even if the hidden dragon martial school makes a move, the principal will try his best not to do anything. Once he does, it will consume too much of his vitality, and he will be unable to suppress the counterattack of the heavenly pulse hand. So Xiaoduo sighed and said, I'm so pitiful. When Xingtian almost doubted his ears. He was talking about the principal. What was he pitiful for? Is it difficult to find supreme gray jade of astral souls in the entire continent? So Xiaoduo's face was filled with heartache. He said, if you want supreme gray jade of astral souls to suppress the injury, how much is the best price? When Xingtian smiled bitterly and said, how much? Even one piece of supreme gray jade of astral souls is hard to find. If we have 1,000 pieces now, we can stabilize the principal's condition for 20 years. After 20 years, we can think of a way. But now, I'm afraid that even if we search the entire continent, we won't be able to find so many jade of astral souls. This kind of supreme gray jade of astral souls, this kind of super large mineral vein, is basically located in the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. In the astral souls area, it has been a long time since we found one. When Xingtian sighed, Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head again, scratched his head again. He deeply felt that the speed at which he made money was far slower than the speed at which he spent it. If that was the case, if one piece was worth 2 billion, then 1,000 pieces would be equivalent to 2 billion. 2 billion. As soon as this number appeared in his mind, Zhou Xiaoduo's head tilted to one side, and he fainted with a painful expression. What's wrong with you? Did your primordial qi go astray? Or was there a mistake in the temporary suppression just now? When Xingtian was shocked and hurriedly supported him. Why did he faint while talking? Was he not too concerned about the principal? He did not expect this mischievous child to have such a pure heart. I'm fine. So Xiaoduo was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He muttered, I just feel that the principal is too pitiful. Good child. When Xingtian sighed and was deeply gratified. The principal will be very happy that you have such a heart. So Xiaoduo was grief-stricken. Li Chenglong stood beside him, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. However, when he heard Teacher Wen speak and how gratified he was, Li Chenglong had an indescribable urge to laugh. He really wanted to say, Teacher Wen, you misunderstood. Zhou was not heartbroken for the principal at all. He was heartbroken for his own jade of astral souls. However, if he said this, he felt that he would be beaten to death by Zhou Xiaoduo on the spot. The most important thing was that he also had a piece of jade of astral souls. If he spoke rashly with Zhou Xiaoduo's personality, he would definitely ask him to contribute as well. As far as Li Chenglong was concerned, although he would not be reluctant to part with it, with Zhou around, there was no need for him to stand out. Hidden Dragon's secret room. Zhou Xiaoduo had just entered and was immediately shocked. Yi Chongqing, Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Liu in a wheelchair, and Vice Principal Cheng wearing a mask. The most powerful people of Hidden Dragon High School were gathered together. Lastly, his homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian, was also present. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt that. Teacher Wen's status was very low. He could not help but give him a sideways glance. When Xingtian immediately understood the meaning behind his gaze. He was so angry that he slapped the brat and scolded, Brat, what's wrong with your eyes? Zhou Xiaoduo was slapped on the back of his head with a crisp sound. He grimaced in pain as he was slapped to the middle of the secret room. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, followed him in quietly. He did not dare to fool around. He was well-behaved and meticulous. I only need to watch Zhou continue to court death and get beaten up. I'm very happy. Yi Chongqing could not help but laugh. This slap is really crisp. Xiang Quangren grinned. It's like eating a cucumber. Crunchy. Vice Principal Liu and Vice Principal Cheng also smiled. The four of them were all experienced people. How could they not see that this kid was a little monkey? He was the kind of kid who would tear down the roof if he was not beaten for 3 days. Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, sit down. Yi Chongqing's expression was very gentle. Zhou Xiaoduo touched the back of his head and smiled bitterly. I'll just stand. I'll be prepared if I stand. I won't hit you anymore. I called you here for serious business. When Xingtian snorted. Sit down. Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped in fright and sat down. Li Chenglong could only sit down. Ahem, ahem. Yi Changqing coughed and said, I called you here today because I might need your help with a few things. Please tell us, Principal. We'll do our best and go through fire and water. Zhuo Xiaoduo said respectfully. When Xingtian raised his hand again, Ahem, don't hit him first. Hit him later. Yi Changqing dissuaded when Xingtian. Zhuo Xiaoduo was speechless. Two pairs of eyes rolled up at once. What do you mean? Are you waiting for me to finish my work before you hit me? Isn't this a typical case of not wanting to be a monk after you're done with your vegetarian diet? You're too arrogant to advise me like this. Aren't you afraid that I won't do my best? You're too magnanimous. Humph. Do you know that if I'm just a little more ruthless, your old life might end in 3 years? Sigh, I'm still too soft-hearted. Just give me your orders, Principal. I'll do my best. Zhuo Xiaoduo cursed in his heart, but his face was full of loyalty. He had an expression that said, I sincerely respect you and love you very much. Even his voice sounded so sincere. The first thing is about your manifestation technique. I need to understand it on a deeper level. Yi Changqing said, I have 2 people here that I can show you. You can tell them according to their appearances and give them pointers. This is Vice Principal Liu and Vice Principal Cheng. Yi Changqing introduced, Of course, I'll also look at Vice Principal Xiang and your teacher Wen. You can look at them all you want. Zhuo Xiaoduo said cautiously, Principal, please tell me more about my future. What's the specific direction? Yi Changqing said, First, you can check Vice Principal Liu's recovery progress. Can you confirm when he'll recover fully? Also, you need to know the direction of his enemy. Vice Principal Cheng wants to find Snake King. Which direction should we start looking for him? And Vice Principal Xiang's enemy. Yi Changqing coughed and couldn't continue. So Xiaoduo stared at him with his eyes wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 449. These things? Everything that you want to tell just by looking at his face? So Xiaoduo swallowed his saliva and was a little speechless. This seemed to be a bit too much. Although theoretically, I can tell all these, but who are you all? What cultivation level are you all at? Don't you have any self-awareness in your hearts? I'll do my best, but there's one thing I have to say. Principal, your cultivation level is too high. I may not be able to tell anything. Facing this group of big shots in front of him, so Xiaoduo did not dare to make any guarantees. He could only make it clear in advance and leave himself a way out. Just do your best. Yi Changqing said gently. Take a look at Vice Principal Liu first and see if there's any hope for him to recover. If there is, what's the key to recovery? Vice Principal Liu's hair and beard were already white. He sat peacefully in his wheelchair and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a warm face. This old man who used to be all-powerful now exuded a feeling that he had seen through the world and was at ease. There was no trace of the domineering aura he used to have. He only had a kind face. As Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him with a frown, he threw out a luck point to boost his manifestation technique. Among all of them, Vice Principal Liu was the one Zhuo Xiaoduo had the most confidence in. After all, Vice Principal Liu had lost all of his cultivation. Even though he still had his foundation, he wouldn't be able to suppress them with absolute strength. With the help of luck points, Zhuo Xiaoduo could still see a lot of things. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at him for a while. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, There's no hope for him to recover in a short time. As for a long time, there's a faint purple light above Vice Principal Liu's head. There's great hope for him to recover. However, we still have to see when the light comes. Oh, Yi Changqing's spirit was lifted. He said, Can you give an approximate time? Zhuo Xiaoduo's answer was already a surprise. Vice Principal Liu had been crippled for so many years. Was there still hope for him to recover? Just now, he included him in the list of questions because he had a slim chance. He did not expect there to be hope. Yes, Vice Principal Liu, please write something. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. All right. Vice Principal Liu smiled faintly and casually wrote the word yun. Clouds. Vice Principal Lu's magnanimity and magnanimity is something this student admires from the bottom of my heart. This character is written in a light and carefree manner, as if nothing will affect it. It truly shows that it has seen through the world of mortals and has no complaints or grievances. So what Xiaoduo said, this kind of peaceful state of mind is the most beneficial for longevity. Yin Tong Yun, it's true that the sky is now covered by dark rain. There's no sun in the dark sky. However, once the heavenly wind blew and the dark rain dissipated, it would be time to recover. Or perhaps there will be times when the winds and clouds meet. Master, a great opportunity will arrive unexpectedly, and good fortune will follow. The wind and rain will not always exist. There will be a time when it will dissipate. The only hindrance is the 4 points before the word yun. Vice Principal Lu, there are 4 great enemies suppressing and watching you. When Xiaoduo mentioned the 4 words 4 great enemies, Vice Principal Chung, who had been non-committal, suddenly straightened his back. His eyes were shining as he looked at Xiaoduo. His aura suddenly increased, and he felt like a completely different person from before. For great enemies, Vice Principal Lu glanced at Vice Principal Chung and said with a smile, "Where do they come from?" The rain is above the clouds, above the head. They come from above. If it's a specific location, their location is higher than yours, and their place is bigger than ours. There's only one place that can completely suppress us, and that's Shangjing. Xiaoduo said cautiously, so, yes. Vice Principal Lu smiled. That's right. He actually interrupted Xiaoduo's words. How long will the recovery process take? Yi Changqing asked expectantly. Vice Principal, the clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. When the hidden dragon soars to the 9th heaven, this cloud can overturn the rain above and soar with it. Vice Principal Lu's injury can be easily solved, and it's not impossible for him to recover in 1 day. Xiaoduo said it very confidently, as if it would definitely come true. Now the wind and clouds are rising. Vice Principal Lu, if you want to recover, you can start to prepare the conditions you need. Otherwise, when the wind and clouds meet, we will not be prepared. That will be a pity, and it will be too late to regret. The opportunity will not come again. Xiaoduo reminded him. Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said, okay. Then he turned his head and said, Old Lu, you heard it. Whatever you need, you must tell me and your family. You have to start preparing now. Vice Principal Lu smiled and returned to his previous state. He said indifferently, okay, look at you. You don't seem to care. I can't count on you. Yi Changqing said unhappily, I will tell my sister-in-law in person tomorrow. She will be more concerned than you. Xiang Quangren said, when will Vice Principal Yi recover from his injury? So Xiaoduo coughed and said, he will recover very soon. When is very soon? Xiang Quangren suddenly became spirited. It depends on the situation. Cough, cough. So Xiaoduo said vaguely. Xiang Quangren and the others frowned. So Xiaoduo seemed to be unwilling to say. What was going on? What was going on? Was this also a manifestation technique? Yi Changqing looked at Xiaoduo thoughtfully and said, let's take a look at Vice Principal Lu. Vice Principal Chung had been sitting quietly at the side. At this moment, he seemed to hesitate. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yi Changqing with cold eyes. Yi Changqing nodded slowly. His eyes were full of seriousness and certainty. Vice Principal Chung sighed softly and slowly took off his mask. The moment the veil was taken off, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Wen Xingtian, Vice Principal Lu, and the others all gasped at the sight. Wen Xingtian and Yi Changqing turned their heads. Obviously, they could not bear to look. There was a hideous scar on Vice Principal Cheng's face. It went from the outside of his left eyebrow to his neck, under his right chin. It went straight down, and his flesh was torn. This scar directly divided his nose into 2 halves. In addition, from the middle of his nose, there was another scar that went straight down, separating his upper and lower lips. It went all the way to his throat. These two wounds were strangely grayish-white. There was also a faint, strange yellow light that was faintly flickering. This yellow light gave off a grand and majestic feeling. Such a hideous and cruel wound was grand and majestic. His originally elegant face was cut into a hideous and terrifying appearance by these two wounds. Even his facial features were distorted. The sword of King Path. Xiang Kuangren's lips trembled. He murmured, "This is the sword of King Path." Vice Principal Chung smiled faintly and said self-mockingly, "Zhuo, even if your physiognomy is heaven-defying, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to see anything from my face, right?" Zhuo smiled bitterly and said, "Having a missing face is indeed a taboo for the physiognomy art. But Vice Principal Chung, the sword wound on your face is too obvious. It's impossible for people not to notice it." Vice Principal Chung said faintly, "That's why I cover my face all year round." Xiang Kuangren took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It has something to do with the prince's mansion of the Central Plains?" Vice Principal Chung pondered for a moment and said, "It does have something to do with it, but it's not necessarily the fault of the other party. At the beginning of the incident, I almost caught a suspect. At that time, I don't know whether that person was panicking or not, but he just rushed into the mansion. Naturally, I was reluctant to let him go and followed him in. The people in the mansion suspected that I was an assassin. At that time, I was too anxious to catch the suspect and wanted to explain after I caught him. Unexpectedly, the Prince of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and attacked me with 2 consecutive swords." He smiled bitterly. "It was those 2 swords that almost killed me on the spot." He pointed at the wound on his face and said, "After those 2 swords, I knew I couldn't do anything, so I turned and ran. The Prince of the Central Plains didn't chase after me. I don't know if he recognized me or for some other reason, but he just stayed where he was and didn't move." Yi Chongqing sighed softly. "The Prince of the Central Plains' sword of King Path is fierce and domineering, grand and majestic. Once the sword is out, it dominates the 4 seas. Those who are hit by the sword will feel like they have been hit by the killing intent of the heavens. They will never be pardoned and will be a fugitive forever. It's already commendable that you can eliminate half of the killing intent." When Xing Tian also said, "It's hard to hold anyone responsible for this. Of course, we believe in Vice Principal Chung, but no matter how we look at it, we can't blame the Prince of the Central Plains for interfering. His actions are reasonable and irreproachable. After all, we barged into the mansion without permission first." Vice Principal Chung was silent for a moment and said, "I should pay for my reckless actions. However, the Prince of the Central Plains, sort of King Path, is really sharp. His cultivation is also very high. Even Boss Yi." He hesitated for a moment and said, "Even if it's Boss Yi, it's best not to go against him. When I faced those 2 swords, it was like an ordinary person suddenly facing an emperor who ruled the world. I couldn't even find the heart to fight back. In a moment of mental imbalance, I was defeated and devastated." Xiang Kuangren and when Xing Tian's expressions changed at the same time. They were all sensible people and, even more so, high-level cultivators. There were some meanings that didn't need to be said too clearly. Zhuo had been studying Vice Principal Cheng's face. His aura. The only thing that could be seen was a trace of resentment. It was a resentment that rose to the sky and couldn't be erased in 3 lifetimes. Zhuo could imagine how deep the hatred in Vice Principal Cheng's heart was. It was a kind of revenge that he wouldn't regret even if he died 9 times. Or an obsession. Vice Principal Cheng's hatred soars to the sky. Zhuo looked at Vice Principal Cheng's face and sighed. He said, "Vice Principal Cheng, write a word for me to see." It was almost impossible to shake the enemy just by looking at his face. The only thing that could be done now was to take one step at a time and see if the accumulation of momentum and karma could be reversed under the general trend. Vice Principal Chung thought about it seriously and wrote a word, hatred. Chapter 450. Enmity. So Xiaoduo grinned. All right, each and every one of you either have enmity, hatred, killing, or grievance. This word. So Xiaoduo wrote the word enmity himself, but he could write it clearly. It was a person and a 9. 9 is the extreme number. The enmity of one person will last for 3 lifetimes. So Xiaoduo looked at it carefully, and suddenly his expression changed. What's wrong? Yi Changqing sensitively noticed the change in Zhua Xiaoduo's expression. So Xiaoduo looked at the words seriously and sighed softly. Vice President Cheng, your family's enmity involves too much. Vice President Cheng frowned. Why? So Xiaoduo frowned and looked at the word again. He looked at Vice President Cheng's face again and hesitated for a long time. Yi Changqing said, just say it boldly. Today's conversation can only exist in this room. When Xing Tian also nodded heavily. Xiaoduo, don't have any scruples. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, I do have some scruples because Vice President Cheng's family's enmity. I'm afraid that the royal family will be involved. If I may ask, is it convenient for you to reveal the marriage contract of the girl in your family? As soon as he said this, Vice President Cheng suddenly trembled and was dumbfounded. When Xing Tian's expression changed, he said, Xiaoduo, be careful with your words. Yi Changqing also looked at him curiously. Xiaoduo, how did you come up with the word royal? 9 is the extreme number, and the extreme number is also the most noble. It is related to people, and it is the world. And the most honorable person in the world is the 9 and 5. 9 is only half of the 9 and 5. In other words, it hasn't reached the position of the 9 and 5. So, although the person involved can't be the emperor, it must be related to the imperial family, or related to the imperial family's affairs. Zhua Xiaoduo said faintly, this is not nonsense. 1 against 9. It may mean that he has many enemies, but it could also be because of one person. He went up against a big shot, which led to this disaster. I have always believed that there must be a cause and effect. There must be a reason for what happened back then. That's why I asked, is the boy in your family related to the royal family? Or is it a girl in the family who is related to the descendants of the royal family? This is an inevitable direction. In addition, the sword of King Path on Vice Principal Cheng's face contains the majestic aura of an emperor. At the same time, it also gathers the resentment of the heavens. This is also a type of declaration. Zhua Xiaoduo's face was cold as he said, I call myself number 1 in Aspect Dharma. Aspect Dharma is the foundation of my life. I will never underestimate it, nor will I speak nonsense. Alas, there was a long sigh. Yi Changqing turned his head and saw an indescribable bitterness on Vice President Cheng's ferocious face, as if Yi Changqing had hit the nail on the head. So, is it really like this? Xiang Kuangren said in surprise. Old Changyu? Vice Principal Cheng slowly sat down, his face completely ashen. He murmured, when Xiao was born, she was beautiful and had the best aptitude in the world. At that time, I named her Cheng Fengxiao. I still remember that at that time, Chief Nan also came to drink a cup of wine because he happened to be there. And when Chief Nan was drinking, he happened to have a phone call with Commander Dongfang. He accidentally mentioned this matter, so Commander Dongfang sent Chief Nan a gift. After that, when Commander Dongfang knew Xiao Er's name, he told me through Chief Nan that the name Cheng Fengxiao was too big. He was afraid that the little girl couldn't bear it, so he suggested that she change her name. I can only blame myself for being overjoyed at that time. I didn't take Commander Dongfang's golden words to heart at all. In my opinion, it's too normal for a girl to be named Xiao Feng Binger and so on. There's no such thing as whether she could bear it or not. The child grew up year by year. I had already forgotten all the advice I gave when I was drunk. Until today, if it weren't for Zhua Xiaoduo, I wouldn't have remembered it at all. Alas, until Xiao was 18 years old, she was successfully promoted to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. She was outstanding among all the students and was known as the #1 genius. Then, she went to the capital with a sword and challenged the 2 high martial arts school. She suppressed the students of the same level with just a sword. She suppressed the two high martial arts school students of the same level and made them unable to breathe. It was also at that time that she caught the eye of the crown prince. Speaking of which, Xiao didn't know that the other party was the crown prince. After some contact, they both fell in love with each other and exchanged tokens. It was already 7 months later when Xiao found out that the person she liked was the crown prince. After that, the crown prince came to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School and brought His Majesty's verbal order. At that time, everyone in my family only felt that great joy had arrived and that your presence brought light to our humble dwelling. Vice Principal Cheng's face was haggard and his heart was dead. He said, "But we didn't expect that." A month later, there would be a drastic change and a series of tragedies. The 5 children of the Cheng family all turned into vengeful spirits with grievances overnight. Xiao and her sisters were even more. Vice Principal Cheng's eyes were wide open. For so many years, I always knew that some forces at that time were messing with my brothers, but I never thought that. The root of it was this. Until today. Vice Principal Cheng looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and asked in a low voice, "May I ask, Master Zhou, why can't our Cheng family and Xiao accept this name?" Zhou Xiaoduo sighed, but without any hesitation, he wrote the words Cheng Fengxiu on the ground. He paused and said, "Vice Principal Cheng, these 3 words are indeed unbearable for ordinary girls. If it's a top family, it's fine. If it's an ordinary family at the bottom of the social ladder, it's still acceptable. But your Cheng family, can't accept it. Cheng, it's a product of the same sound. Xiao is the best in the world, but it doesn't mean that it can't be. The Emperor's selection." Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, "Rising with the wind, showing off in the 9 heavens. How far can one show off depends on how strong the wind is. If the wind isn't strong, one can show off one's journey, one's city, or even one's Cheng." Zhou Xiaoduo wrote one after another on the ground. One's Cheng, one's city, one's journey. It was clear at a glance. However, if the wind is strong enough, it can directly rise to the 9 heavens and become the emperor. However, if one wants to reach that level, how many difficulties and obstacles will there be? Vice Principal Cheng, do you think your family can handle it? Is the Crown Prince's east wind strong? It can even be said that this wind is even stronger than His Majesty's selection, because this is the east wind that could become the mother of the country. On the contrary, His Majesty's selection is weaker, because His Majesty's favorite concubines have reached the peak. It's difficult to go any further than that. With Vice Principal Cheng's family background, how can he withstand the suppression of the top forces? How many people are coveting this position? Many old families in Shangjing have been in business for generations, but they don't dare to try. Once they make a move, they must have full confidence. Otherwise, they'd rather not make a move. You're a hidden Dragon Clan genius who came out of nowhere and suppressed the geniuses of the present age. That's fine, because you're just a brave man. But now, you want to soar to the 9 heavens and become the Emperor's side? If you're not unlucky, who will be? If you're a top family or have the strength to contend with them, there's no problem, because you have the qualifications and confidence to form a marriage alliance with the royal family. On the other hand, if you're just a bottom family, even if you have this layer of fortune, you'll at most be a concubine of the Crown Prince. It'll be difficult for you to become the Crown Prince's side, but it won't be too much of an eyesore. Instead, there will be people who will work hard to raise your family and use this to gain the favor of the Crown Prince. Anyway, you're from the grassroots and won't be able to stir up any waves. It's not a big deal. However, you're not a top family, nor are you a bottom family. Your position just happens to be in the middle class, which is not awkward at all. This isn't the worst. The worst is that you have another identity, the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School. One of the 3 high schools, the daughter of the vice principal of one of the 3 cradles of talents of the empire. From this position, you can almost see the empire's attitude towards the talents of the world. If you obstruct and use various methods to make Miss Cheng become the Crown Prince's concubine, you may be able to avoid trouble for a while, but there will be public opinion. That's inevitable. Because The daughter of the vice principals of the three famous schools is a peerless talent who can suppress the talents of the same level in the world. In the future, she will be an expert who can hold her own. Why is it that she can only occupy the status of a concubine in the imperial family, which is equivalent to a plaything? Even if the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, she'll still be an ordinary concubine, right? What does the imperial family think of the heroes of the world? But if you promote your daughter to the crown prince, which of the old families in the empire will be convinced? Which one of them will be willing? Under such circumstances, once this news spreads, what else can you do? How can those families who already have plans just stand by and watch? That definitely won't allow your daughter to have any chance of survival. Even if she's disfigured, it's still hard to be at ease. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were very cold and direct, but they were also very unpleasant to hear. However, Vice Principal Chung lost all his energy in an instant. His entire person seemed to have aged 100 years in an instant. Originally, his heart was filled with hatred and he vowed to take revenge. But now, he was told that he was involved in such a heaven-reaching matter. He actually hesitated all of a sudden. The storm inside was so big that even if the entire Hidden Dragon High School was involved, the splashing waves would be insignificant, and the waves would be difficult to stir up. The grudges of the imperial family have always been difficult to be clear. This time is most likely no exception. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I even suspect that this matter. Vice Principal Chung, although you've been working hard to track down the culprit, I guess. The higher-ups have already settled many people's affairs in secret. Vice Principal Chung, this revenge is difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly. Seeking monthly votes, recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 451. After hearing that, Vice President Cheng's face was full of disappointment, and he looked even older. Looking at enchanting, his lips and body trembled. 2 lines of tears flowed out of his eyes, but he did not say anything for a long time. Beside him, Xiang Quangren asked suspiciously, Why does it sound so mysterious to me? It's just a name, and so many things have happened. Does that mean that if she was born with a different name, she could avoid all of this? So Xiaoduo said lightly, If I'm not wrong, Commander Dongfang should have given some suggestions at that time, right? Vice President Cheng nodded gently, tears flowing down his face. If I'm not wrong, it should be solo beauty or no beauty. Dance with the same voice or dance beauty is also possible. I wonder which one Commander Dongfang suggested. Vice Principal Chung closed his eyes and felt endless regret rising in his heart. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Solo beauty. Solo beauty. There's no need for wind to come, no need for clouds to hold her up. She'll be a lone flower, admiring herself. Maybe she'll be lonely for the rest of her life. But the Chung family can avoid this disaster. Well, solo beauty in this world. Miss Xiao may have the hope of reaching the top of this world. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly. Commander Dongfang is really an extraordinary person. I'm sorry that I didn't meet him in person. In the room, the 6 people nodded at the same time. But then, when Xingtian glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo. This time, with the help of the 3 capture alive, we've followed the clues to the Dao League. After interrogation, we've confirmed that the clues are basically on the surface, but they're getting more and more obscure. Although the Southern Chief has said that he'll take over the follow-up. Yi Changqing said, but what can we do here? In our opinion, it's like a mouse pulling a turtle. We have no clue, and we have no target at all. The Southern Chief said he'll take over the follow-up? Who's this person? Is he trustworthy? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously. Nan Zhengxian, the Southern Chief of the Ministry of Finance, will personally take over this matter. There's no doubt that he's trustworthy. Yi Changqing's face was full of respect. Difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and said, Just by looking at the surname, I'm afraid it's useless to take over. Although Nan Zhengxian's name is unique and grand, it's too straightforward. Once he encounters indirect attacks and twists and turns, he's unable to do as he wishes. He's already having a hard time. It's hard for him to make a living, and he actually became the Minister of Finance. I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. If it's so difficult for a Minister of Finance to make money, wouldn't it be? Shut up, when Xing Tian shouted angrily. You think you can comment on this? How could this brat be so careless with his mouth? He actually dared to speak such nonsense without restraint, judging the name of Southern Chief. He really didn't know what was good for him. Even though the name Chief Nan of the South had become a meme that everyone in the world knew, you still couldn't say it out loud like that. Department head, Nan has already given you the flaming sun scripture, and you still say that. When Xing Tian scolded angrily, what he meant was that's where Xiaoduo had the right to say that. He had connections. That was because he had a close relationship with Chief Nan of the South. Of course, this was said for Vice Principal Cheng and Vice Principal Liu. As for Xiang Quangren and Yi Changqing, when Xing Tian was absolutely assured, Vice Principal Liu smiled faintly. Vice Principal Cheng didn't think about this at all. He was just lost in his own thoughts. How could he take revenge in such a huge maelstrom? So Xiaoduo was stunned. Department head, Nan, is Uncle Nan? But then he immediately changed the topic. This topic seemed to be very unfavorable for him. Vice Principal Cheng, it's not necessarily impossible for you to take revenge. So Xiaoduo said, the word enmity you wrote. You're not the only one who will remember this enmity. There are many people who are also thinking about it, and are also waiting for the moment of revenge. This sentence really couldn't be said more deeply. If it was said more, it would really be too deep, and the matter would be too big. Vice Principal Cheng sighed deeply. Sigh. With our current strength, we can't touch or capture the real mastermind behind the scenes. We can't completely destroy them, but it's not impossible to wound them. As long as we gradually cut off their wings and disintegrate them inch by inch, it's not impossible for us to move a mountain. It won't hinder us. We'll start the investigation now and look for evidence. When the time comes, we'll settle the score. As what Xiaoduo said, at the very least, we can still find the executors and the people who did it back then and kill them first. Everything won't hinder us. Our communication today has at least pointed out the final direction. As long as there's a target, the rest is just a process. It all depends on human effort. Vice Principal Cheng's lifeless eyes slowly brightened up. Yi Changqing and the others were also refreshed. Yes, when it came to the extreme, there would be big shots coming out to clean up the mess. What they needed to do now, and what they could do, was to do their best to find evidence. Otherwise, they would be empty-handed when they needed it in the future. Vice Principal Cheng put on his mask again, trembling as he bowed to Yi Changqing and the others. I'm sorry, big brother. The matter between Xiao Heir and the Crown Prince. I've been keeping it a secret. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's really too big. But I kept it a secret in the end. Vice Principal Cheng said each word with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, brothers. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. That's what you should do. Old Six, if it were me, I would also keep it a secret. This is a great honor, but it's also a crisis. There's nothing to apologize for. You're too serious. Vice Principal Cheng sighed, feeling his heart getting heavier and heavier. For a moment, the atmosphere became unusually heavy and oppressive. Principal, you said you wanted us to help you with a few things. I wonder what else? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. The atmosphere was too oppressive, so oppressive that Zhou Xiaoduo's heart felt heavy. He had to break the deadlock. What's left is to interrogate the higher-ups of the Tao League. At the end of the day, these people are just executors. They're far from the core. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. We've defeated the Tao League. However, among the malicious forces targeting the hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, they're only the outermost organization. There's nothing worth paying attention to in all the confessions they gave. We don't have any clue about the next step for the time being. At this time, your teacher once suggested that you two interrogate them, or look at their confessions to see if you can find anything. Originally, Yi Changqing and the others didn't agree with Wen Xingtian's suggestion. However, after experiencing Zhou Xiaoduo's divination, they were suddenly filled with hope. Perhaps this strange young man would really be able to see something. About this, I think Li Qinglong can do it himself. So Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. As for the interrogation, I won't be involved. At least, I'm very ordinary in terms of torture. If you can't get anything out of the interrogation, we won't be able to do anything either. Yi Changqing and the others also nodded helplessly. They carried a monstrous hatred with them. It could be said that they had exhausted all means to interrogate them. If these people could still hide something, it would be impossible for them to be interrogated by anyone again. To put it bluntly, this group of people even confessed to their mother's adultery when they were young. If Xiaoduo could interrogate them and find something new, it would be purely wishful thinking. Xiaoduo said, I think it's enough to let Li Qinglong look at their confessions and summarize the information. Let Li Qinglong take a look? Is that necessary? Yi Changqing had some doubts. Li Qinglong is knowledgeable and has a photographic memory. He can summarize and restore all the files he has read in a short time. He can be called a genius in intelligence. So Xiaoduo said, and after summarizing all the interrogation records, we can find the suspicious points that you didn't notice. That's the right way to do it. I see. Everyone finally understood why when Xingtian and Yi Changqing insisted on letting Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong take a look. It turned out that these two little guys really did have extraordinary abilities that ordinary people did not have. Where are the files? I'll go get them. So Xiaoduo coughed and said, Swollen, your job is here. Then he quickly hid to the side. Don't make me do it. This kind of job gives me a headache just by looking at it. Everyone could see that Xiaoduo was avoiding them like they were snakes and scorpions. However, when they looked at Li Qinglong, it was a completely different reaction. Li Qinglong's face was filled with eagerness and impatience. It was as if he was a glutton who had been waiting for a long time and finally had a sumptuous meal. When Xingtian carried the 1-foot-thick 5 stacks of testimonies into the room, Li Qinglong excused himself and sat down cross-legged naturally. He took 10 stacks of testimonies and arranged them in a semicircle around himself. He opened them all. He read very quickly, as if he was reading 10 lines at a glance. After he finished reading, he immediately threw them out and replaced them with new ones. When Xingtian wanted to help, but was rejected. I'll do it myself. When Xingtian stopped, he had wanted to help Zhang Xian flip through the books, but to think that Zhang Xian wouldn't allow it. Seeing that Li Qinglong still had to wait for a while, when Xingtian simply took out a tea set from his ring. He even moved a tea table to another corner and began to make tea. The few of them drank tea while waiting. Yi Changqing was still able to keep his cool. Vice Principal Liu was also very calm and drank tea peacefully. Xiang Quangren, on the other hand, kept looking back as if he was supervising Li Qinglong's progress. Vice Principal Cheng, on the other hand, looked like he could not eat to his heart's content. He poured cup after cup of tea into his mouth and probably did not even taste it. At this moment, his mind was filled with what Xiaoduo had deduced. The emperor, the royal family. After pouring a cup of hot tea into his mouth, he lowered his head and 2 streams of tears streamed down his face. It was just as Xiaoduo said. What kind of family did he have? How could his family have an empress? Although Xiaoduo didn't say it clearly, the meaning behind his words was no more than this. At this moment, when he thought about it, Vice President Cheng almost wanted to slap himself to death. That's right. How could his family have an empress and rise to the top in a single bound? You must be crazy. You killed all the children. After investigating for so many years, you still did not find anything. You did not even know who did this to your family, until today. If it were not for Xiaoduo's reminder, he would still be in a dream. With your IQ, how could your family have an empress? As he drank cup after cup of hot tea, lines of tears dripped down his face. Back then, Marshal Dongfang had clearly reminded him that such an inside story of the royal family, not to mention himself, even the marshals would never dare to get involved. As for himself, in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Li Qinglong, who was reading the file attentively, suddenly raised his head and asked, was there a Golden Snake Gang in Fenghai City back then? Golden Snake Gang? This sudden question made them all stunned for a moment. Li Qinglong hurriedly added, about 20 years ago? It's about that time, not a few years apart. Chapter 452. Xiang Kuangren nodded and said, You're talking about 20 years ago? At that time, there was indeed a golden snake gang. Li Qinglong asked, What was the name of their leader? The leader seemed to be called. Xiang Kuangren pondered for a moment and said, Sky-turning python Shiyu. Shiyu. Hearing these two words, Vice Principal Cheng raised his head at once. An elder of the Dao League and Hall Master Zhu were both from the Golden Snake Gang. Vice Principal Xiang, do you remember how big the Golden Snake Gang was back then? How was its foundation? Li Qinglong asked. The Golden Snake Gang back then had about 10,000 people. It was the second to none underground force in Fenghai City. The leader of the gang, Sky-turning python Shiyu, was also an extraordinary master. The five-colored snake army under his command controlled the entire underground world of Fenghai City. Of course, it was only relative to the underground world of ordinary people. When Xingtian said word by word, his enunciation was clear. He knew that since Li Qinglong asked this question, he must have his reasons. 20 years ago, Li Qinglong didn't seem to exist, right? Since the Golden Snake Gang was the second to none underground force at that time, why did it disappear? Li Qinglong asked. It was said that they offended a big shot. They were uprooted overnight. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. More than 3,000 people died in one night. The higher-ups were all killed and scattered. The other low-level sect members either fled in all directions or were recruited by other sections. Their territories were also divided up in a very short period of time. The elder of the Dao League and Hall Master Zhu that Li Qinglong mentioned just now joined the Dao League at that time. First, they joined the League, and second, they sought refuge. When Xingtian said, Oh, then where did the leader, Snake King, and the 5 snake venerables under him go? It is said that they were killed on the spot, but we don't know the details. Because of that operation, our hidden Dragonheim Martial School only knew about it the next day. When Xingtian said, How long has it been since the destruction of the Golden Snake Gang and the incident at Vice Principal Cheng's house? Li Qinglong asked. Vice Principal Cheng said, The tragedy happened on the 13th of July. Yes, Golden Snake Gang was destroyed on June 19th. Li Qinglong waved the file in his hand. May I ask, Vice President Cheng, did you have a distinguished guest before June 19th? Li Qinglong asked. Vice Principal Cheng closed his eyes in pain. The guest came in May. Then, basically, all of them are connected. Li Qinglong put away all the files, closed his eyes, and quietly thought for 10 minutes. It should be in this order. At that time, Principal Yi, Principal Xiang, Principal Shi, and Principal Lu's family matters had already changed. Yes, something has already happened. As for the misfortune in Vice President Cheng's family, it could be said that there was a long time between the misfortune of the previous presidents. Yes, Li Qinglong said. If that's the case, I'll make a bold assumption. That is, the people who went against Principal Yi, Principal Xiang, Principal Shi, and Principal Lu are not in the same gang as those who went against Vice President Cheng's family. They don't belong to the same force. If they were in the same group before, then they were in another group after that. These are two different things, and they can't be compared. They should be mixed together. However, after the previous people dealt with the principals, the group who went against Vice President Cheng shifted the blame of them targeting the Cheng family to the previous people because of the series of misfortune. It made you think that this was a coherent operation aimed at shaking the hidden dragon martial arts. But it wasn't. Li Qinglong said firmly, Absolutely not. Although the group of people in front of us deserved to die, they were the scapegoats of the vice principal's family. Duh. The Hall Master Zhu, I noticed, was only the leader of the Golden Snake Gang at that time. In his confession, there's a sentence that I'm particularly concerned about. That year, the gang leader and the venerables went missing overnight. When they went missing, everyone subconsciously thought that they were dead. Because the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed overnight, how could they, as the highest level, be spared? This was a matter of course, a matter of course. Even Hall Master Zhu himself knew this. But in my opinion, this sentence could also mean that they escaped, or they didn't see the corpses and were captured, or they were done something else. Li Qinglong said, "The reason why I have a different opinion. Let's take a look at the time and ask about the Dao League being controlled. It happened a year before the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed. At that time, the gang leader and the vice gang leader had already taken the spring of 7 years. A year before the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed, Miss Ching hadn't gone to the capital yet. It wasn't to the extent that she attracted the attention of various forces. So at this point in time, the reason to deal with the Chung family wasn't valid. A year ago, someone else was setting up the Dao League. At that time, the real strength of the Dao League was far from enough. They could only control it and wait for an opportunity. After that, the Dao League was still not qualified to take part in the affairs of the other principals. Naturally, they didn't participate in it. At least, that's what it seemed like. And the clues were cut off here. Li Qinglong said confidently, in summary, before this, although the Dao League was controlled, it didn't do anything in the incident that year. If we investigate from this direction, of course, we won't be able to find anything. After the Dao League took in new blood, it didn't pull them down during the spring of 7 years. This shows that the person behind the scenes attached great importance to the control of the Dao League. He should be keeping it for future use. Then, we could put the Dao League aside for the time being. That's because this organization was taken down before it could be used. Li Qinglong pointed to the other side and said, "What we should be concerned about now is the Golden Snake Gang. The biggest problem with the Golden Snake Gang is what kind of grudge caused it to collapse overnight." I really don't know. Everyone shook their heads. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors at that time. But this matter has nothing to do with us. We only heard rumors. Let's forget about it. Sigh. Li Qinglong sighed and said, "It was less than a month after the Golden Snake Gang was destroyed. The Chung family was attacked by 2 groups of people. Judging from various clues, it should be between 4 to 6 people." Li Qinglong was very reserved, but everyone understood the tragedy at that time. This number is basically consistent with the 6 high-ranking members of the Golden Snake Gang who went missing. Li Qinglong said this after careful consideration. Also, in the confession, Hall Chief Zhu said something that I'm quite concerned about. The Chung family tragedy at that time seems to be the work of Snake King, right? If I'm not wrong, Vice Principal Chung is in a hurry to leave because he wants to find Snake King, right? Vice Principal Chung said, "That's right. Then, are you sure it's Snake King? Or Shiyu?" Li Qinglong blurted out. Vice Principal Chung was stunned. He did not speak for a long time. Snake King? Shiyu? Now that we've peeled off layer by layer, I think I can make a bold assertion. Li Qinglong pondered for a moment and carefully went through his thoughts again. He thought carefully and confirmed that he did not miss anything. Moreover, his argument was valid. He said, the destruction of the Golden Snake Gang at that time should be just a cover. Overall, the Golden Snake Gang might have been really messed up, scattered, and destroyed. However, the important people in the upper echelons did not die. This is especially true for the few people below the gang leader. They simply used this opportunity to disappear and become some people's black gloves and murderous knives. They specialize in dealing with some dirty matters that they would not be able to deal with under normal circumstances. From the fact that this Hall Master Zhu went to the Dao-Seeking Alliance and then controlled the Dao-Seeking Alliance, I even suspect that the important members of the Golden Snake Gang actually didn't die. They merely used their deaths as an excuse to change their names and enter other gangs. As long as we investigate these gangs carefully, we should be able to find traces of them. Of course, this is another aspect of the matter. Right now, the main topic is to discuss the whole story of the tragedy at Vice Principal Cheng's house. I'm certain that this Shiyu and the 5 snake venerables under her are related. If Vice Principal Cheng wants to vent his anger, you can start from this direction. You should be able to gain something. Li Qinglong said, but this Shiyu, the former gang leader of the Golden Snake Gang, although he is no longer a gang leader, there is no doubt that he has sought refuge with the nobles. Therefore, in these years, the progress of his cultivation must be calculated by leaps and bounds. It cannot be judged by normal standards. If he is still alive, he must be a master of his generation. After all, he was already a gang leader more than 20 years ago. Moreover, his cultivation is at least above the cloud transformation realm. Li Chenglong said, with Vice Principal Cheng's strength alone, even if we find the murderer, the situation may not be optimistic. Li Chenglong's analysis really gave everyone a fright. No one expected that a gang that was confirmed to be destroyed more than 20 years ago, which no one had paid attention to, will be found out by Li Chenglong just by appearing in the dossier. He even used this as a dividing point to draw two lines. However, the Dao League's methods this time are exactly the same as what happened back then. What do you say? Xiang Kuang said. Vice Principal Xiang, you are wrong. Moreover, you are wrong about two key points. First, this matter is not about the mastermind of the Dao League. It is about the people behind it. However, the other party is too cunning. It is difficult to find clues. Second, the people sent this time are only in the inner core realm. They are far less powerful than the people sent last time. Last time, they were thunderous. This time, at most, they are just trying to get lucky. Furthermore, there is a third reason. The operation this time was arranged on the spur of the moment, so it could not be considered very strict. Furthermore, they were thinking that if they succeeded, they would let the other party, that is, the power behind Shi Yu and her gang, and let them take the blame for them. I'm not bragging about this chapter, but those who haven't read the recent updates carefully won't be able to understand this chapter. I need to go back and take a look. Cough, there are more updates. This is not the end of today. Chapter 453. So, let's assume that these two groups, or a few groups of people, are fighting for personal vendettas. Li Chenglong said, then they know who each other is. But if there's no personal vendettas and they're just making use of each other, it's still acceptable. Imitating others may not be useless. So, this game is really complicated. We've caught so many people, but we still can't find the big fish. The other party's cautiousness has reached an outrageous level. Li Chenglong said, that's why I agree with Baswa. Although the Southern Patriarch of the South is taking action in Shangjing and directly intervening in this matter, I'm afraid this matter will end without any result. Xiang Kuangren was a little impatient. He said, if so, what should we do? This won't work, that won't work? Do we have to just let it go? Forgive me for being blunt. Li Chenglong was now fully immersed in his role. He said principles, for now. It seems that it's just a few principles entanglement. At least on the surface, it can only be like this. But it's always involved in the game of position, interests, politics, and speaking rights. The matter of Principal Yi, Principal Shi, Vice Principal Xiang, and Vice Principal Liu of Hidden Dragon High School is very likely a game between the higher-ups, a process of competition and compromise. And the current situation is the result of the game. What is a game? Even if they use underhanded means to achieve their goals, it's still a game. Li Chenglong said calmly, politics doesn't care about the means. Everything is the process. It's not important. The only important thing is the result. But the tragedy of Vice Principal Cheng's family involved the royal family. It's different from before. Any change that involves the royal family will only be more complicated. Is it the big families who want the position of crown princess to consolidate their future faction? Or is it the other princes who are waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters? Or is it the abandoned pawn after His Majesty directly revealed it? Or is it the internal strife of the crown prince's faction? For now, it's better to put these aside. We can't investigate. We don't dare to investigate. The implications are too great. Once we find the right direction, it could lead to a disaster. If you go in the wrong direction and act rashly, you will be seeking your own death. Therefore, there are only a few things that we need to do right now. First of all, principal and vice principals, don't worry about these things for now. The most important thing was to nurse his body back to health. He didn't need to care about anything else. The most important thing is to recuperate your body and recover your cultivation, or even advance further. Otherwise, when the real target appears, it would be a joke if a hidden dragon martial artist was unable to fight against him. As for the second matter, Li Qinglong said confidently, you guys keep saying that you don't have a goal. In fact, how could he not have a goal? The target has been staying here all this time. Okay? Is the target obvious? Yi Changqing immediately stood up and looked at Li Qinglong with burning eyes. Li Qinglong also looked back and said strangely, the target, isn't it obvious? When Xingtian and Xiang Quangren were also a little confused. Is it obvious? Of course it's obvious. Li Qinglong said strangely. When Vice Principal Xiang and the others got into trouble, those newly appointed vice principals were all targets. Aren't these ready-made targets obvious enough? You're talking about these targets. Yi Changqing suddenly deflated and sighed. How can these people be so easily touched? Besides, there's no reason to touch them. Li Qinglong said strangely, what are you talking about, Principal Yi? What reason do you need to touch them? Do they need a reason to touch you? Do they have a good reason to kill you? Do they rely on a good reason to chase you away to make room for you? I've said it seriously just now. Whether it's a conspiracy or an overt scheme, it's also a process. It's not important. Only the result is important. Li Qinglong said, you should care about clearing your grievances and taking revenge. Why are you still so worried? The situation now is obvious. As long as you chase one away, the power behind this will show you who's behind this. If you don't get rid of the puppet on the surface, the mastermind behind this will never be exposed. You can only passively take a beating until you're killed, beaten to death. Li Qinglong said helplessly, this is such an obvious target. It's right in front of your eyes. Why are you still trying to reason with it? Sigh. Subconsciously, he and Xiaoduo looked at each other. Both of them felt a little speechless. They had already been bullied to this extent. Why were they still trying to reason with it? As long as they had doubts, it was enough. Worrying about this, and that would only make them passive. They would be passive to the end, and even passive to death. Well, I only asked you to chase them away, not to kill them. The Martial Hidden Dragon High School has been messed up by these people. Chase them away and let the Martial Hidden Dragon High School regain its clarity. Isn't this reason enough? Li Qinglong said until here. When he saw Wen Xingtian give him a look, he immediately stopped talking. Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Liu, Vice Principal Cheng, and the others were all frowning and deep in thought. Xiang Quangren was exultant and eager to try. However, Yi Changqing, Vice Principal Cheng, and Vice Principal Liu were all deep in thought. This matter, let's discuss it again. Yi Changqing sighed softly and said, it's not because you reminded us today that we thought of it. Such an obvious target, of course we know. But there are things that a gentleman should do and not do. Once these people are taken action, the internal strife in the school will never be peaceful for a long time. Then is it still a school? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It's a good thing and very refreshing. But if we do that, what's the difference between us and them? Yi Changqing sighed softly. But this is the Martial Hidden Dragon High School. This is a place to cultivate talents for the whole continent. It's not the martial world, nor is it a vanity fair. Maybe others can, but we can't. At least, we can't do too much. Even if we really want to deal with them, we can't use methods that are too dark. Yi Changqing waved his hand and stopped Xiang Quangren, who wanted to speak. He said, our core mission is to let the children become talents. We are not politicians who would resort to any means to get what they want. They can only look at the results and ignore the process, but we can't. The children are watching our every word and action. They are even imitating our words and actions. They are all learning from us. Our way of doing things, our character, our spirit, and our perseverance. Once we make a mistake, we may lead thousands of geniuses to make the same mistake. Once we are unscrupulous, we may bring out a group of unscrupulous students. Yi Changqing sighed softly. I'm not pedantic, and it's not that I can't see the enemy, but I really can't. Vice Principal Cheng sneered and said, Yi Changqing, let me ask you. Even if Yi Changqing dies because of this, and your family is destroyed because of this, you still can't? Yi Changqing closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then he said seriously and cautiously, yes, I can't. Because I'm a teacher, not a politician. What they think is unimportant, to me, is more important than a mountain. Yi Changqing said word by word. Vice Principal Chung looked at Yi Changqing with a complicated expression. He was sad for his misfortune, angry for his failure to fight, but also sincerely admired him. I'm a teacher, not a politician. These words made people tremble in fear, but they also felt endless bitterness. Ever since the Hidden Dragon High School came into existence, the students who graduated from the Hidden Dragon High School had always been on the battlefield and in various fields. Every year, countless people were killed on the battlefield. Every year, countless people achieved great things. However, it was extremely rare for a black sheep to appear. There are only Hidden Dragon students who die in battle. There are no Hidden Dragon graduates. Upright and upright, dignified and dignified, mighty and domineering, indomitable spirit. Perhaps it was this spirit that supported this school. It was also the reason why the Hidden Dragon High School could always be ranked among the 3 great high schools. It was the true soul of the Hidden Dragon High School. However, in today's materialistic world, in an environment where people were fighting for power and profit, this kind of perseverance was laughable and disadvantageous. But this was a spirit. It could not be loosened. Once this perseverance was lost, the Hidden Dragon High School might not be the Hidden Dragon High School anymore. But if this continued for a long time, they would gradually be pushed aside, dealt with, and suppressed. Would the Hidden Dragon High School still be the original Hidden Dragon High School, setting an example, lingering at death's door and delaying death? Was it really more important than an extreme counterattack and overturning the world? Vice Principal Chung could not figure this out. Big Brother Yi. Vice Principal Chung bowed respectfully, stood up straight, and said, "You have your perseverance, but I also have my hatred. I'll take my leave now. I admire your perseverance, and I respect it. But I can't forget my hatred, and I can't let it go." Vice Principal Chung chuckled goodbye. His body flashed and disappeared from the secret room like a ghost. He actually did not give Yi Changqing a chance to speak again. Old 6. Yi Changqing had just called out, but Vice Principal Chung had already disappeared without a trace. Xiang Quangren was stunned for a moment and murmured, "Big brother, your perseverance now. Is it still useful? That's lingering at death's door, a slow suicide, dragging everyone to commit suicide and be buried with you." Vice Principal Liu sat in a wheelchair and said calmly, "Brother Quangren, there are some things that must be done by someone. If we all go and take revenge, what about the students? What about the Hidden Dragon?" Vice Principal Liu's white hair fluttered, but he smiled calmly and said, "This perseverance is the foundation of the Hidden Dragon, and this is the soul of the Hidden Dragon. I've always believed that we won't do it in vain. Such underhanded means are destined to not last long. There will be a day when the sun rises. It's just that we need to wait. But this perseverance is necessary. We can teach unscrupulous students, and we can also teach upright students. But what we teach is not students, but the future of this continent. What we preserve is not our pedantry, but the righteousness of this world. It must be passed down." Xiang Quangren smiled bitterly. In today's society, does anyone still understand us? Does anyone still acknowledge us? If no one understands, then we'll do nothing? Vice Principal Liu said faintly, "If no one understands, then we must be like those people and abandon our principles? To seek personal gain, to scheme against others, to achieve their goals by any means necessary? If even we do that, then how much strength of character can be preserved in this world? How much righteousness can be left?" Vice Principal Liu smiled calmly. "I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. But I'll always support Big Brother Yi." Set a heart for the world. Set a life for the people. Inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints. And establish peace for all ages. These words may be a little exaggerated, but we're doing it. This is the only way. Big Brother Yi is right. We're teachers, not politicians. This is the profession of a teacher in my heart. Writing, The fourth update will be released soon. Chapter 454. Until Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong returned to the villa, they were still shocked to the core. From the bottom of their hearts, the two of them did not agree with Principal Ye's persistence. However, it did not affect their deep respect and respect for this kind of persistence. To put themselves in their shoes, the two of them were students. If they saw their own teachers scheming against each other, fighting for power and profit, doing whatever it took to achieve their goals, putting aside the question of whether they would imitate their actions as a student, would they respect such a teacher? Perhaps some teachers were very pedantic. They knew nothing other than teaching students. They had no other skills other than making their students successful. They would be bullied everywhere in life. However, would you despise such a teacher? In that case, what kind of teacher was the one who touched your soul and left behind a monument in your life? Perhaps, sometimes you would not agree. You might even feel that it was too stupid and not worth it. However, this would not affect the fact that he left a shining mark in your heart. It would not affect the fact that when you encountered something in your life in the future, when the word teacher was mentioned, you would say, I once had such a teacher. Whenever you mentioned him, even if you were saying that he was stupid, it would not affect the pride in your tone. It was pride. It was approval. The two of them did not speak for the whole night. They both felt that their hearts were touched, but they clearly did not agree. This kind of contradictory respect had always existed. I don't want to think about it anymore. So Xiaoduo sighed and said, Anyway, I am destined not to be such a righteous person in my life. Li Chenglong said leisurely, Me too. However, I still respect Principal Yi and the rest. Me too. However, this does not prevent me from scolding them for being pedantic and infuriating, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Me too. Li Chenglong sighed. However, what we said today may not be useless, since we put the target in front of them again and again, even if they disdain to scheme, but the invisible contempt is also a kind of rejection. Principal Yi only said that we can't use the same despicable methods, but he didn't say that we won't deal with them at all. Of course, a gentleman can be deceived, but even a Buddha can be enraged. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. I just hope it works. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he could intervene in some of the school's higher-ups' affairs, but he couldn't influence Principal Yi and the others too much. Moreover, with his current strength, intervening too much would only cost him his life. Zhuo Xiaoduo was aware of his own limitations. Even if they wanted to help out a little, they would have to make sure that it was safe again and again before they dared to do anything. It's swollen. What we need to do now is to grow slowly. Don't be too reckless. It's good that you're the sect leader. You're popular, but you won't attract the attention of those higher-ups. Zhuo Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder. You were a little reckless tonight. Those inferences, thousands of clues, you just made them. Reckless. It's really reckless. Li Chenglong chuckled. You said it as if you weren't reckless when you dragged the royal family into it. You were reckless. I was just following your words. How dare you criticize me? As they spoke, the two looked at each other and sighed in unison. There was a faint sense of regret in their hearts. The limelight was too great. We must be cautious in the future. Let's not be reckless. Let's remind each other. Let's stop each other. Of course, of course. Of course, of course. Determined, determined. Our lives are more important. Yes, yes, yes. The two of them high-fived and made an oath, setting a long-term strategic plan for development. Let's concentrate on training. In the future, there should be nothing for us to do, Li Chenglong said in a relaxed manner. Shut up. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared angrily. Don't say such things. This is a flag. Li Chenglong covered his mouth. Xiang Quangren, Principal Lu, and Vice Principal Cheng had all left. Only when Xing Tian remained in the secret chamber, leaning against the corner of the wall. Under the illumination of a light, his face was half lit and half dark. Principal, did you mean what you said just now? When Xing Tian finally spoke when he saw that everyone else had left. You're not even calling me boss anymore? Yi Chanqing frowned. You're just a teacher. I'm also a teacher. I'm asking this from the standpoint of a teacher. When Xing Tian said indifferently, Even if we take a step back to actually start a gang in the school and act like a boss, that's not what a teacher should do. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. Then let's use the way teachers communicate with each other. What I said just now was from the bottom of my heart. Think about it. If we use the same methods to retaliate, no matter what the result of the conflict is, Hidden Dragon Academy will definitely be destroyed in our hands. It's not that we can't deal with them, but we can't use despicable methods to deal with them. Xingtian, Hidden Dragon Academy, is the holy land of martial arts in the entire continent. Countless seniors have sacrificed everything to build it. We didn't come here to destroy it. Xingtian, if such a place is really destroyed in our hands, we'll be sinners for all eternity. Our sins are even greater than those people's. Yi Changqing sighed softly, when Xingtian's eyes suddenly shone with an unusual light. This light seemed to illuminate this long night, sweeping away all the haze. But he didn't say anything, only nodded. He casually threw out a Zhao's spatial ring and said, "This is a gift from Zhuo. As the principal, it's not too much for you to accept a little bit of students' goodwill." I'm going back to sleep. When Xingtian turned his head and left. If someone saw, they would definitely feel that when Xingtian's footsteps were unusually relaxed, as if he had let go of something, but also as if he had made up his mind about something. Yi Changqing smiled faintly and murmured, "If it was someone else who gave it to me, there's a 99% chance that I wouldn't accept it. But if it's from that little monkey, I'll accept anything. This principal has accepted a bribe today, so what?" As he spoke, he picked up the spatial ring and sent his divine sense into it. With one look, with a poof, Principal Yi sat down on the chair, his image completely gone. His face instantly flushed red, and even his body began to tremble. It was obvious that he was extremely agitated and couldn't control himself. "I was too careless just now. I spoke too confidently. This gift is really too valuable. I don't dare to accept it. I don't dare to accept it." Yi Changqing looked at the items in the spatial ring, speechless for a long time. Inside, there were 2,000 pieces of supreme grade jade of astral souls neatly stacked. Along with the divine sense, the rich spiritual energy gushed out. Yi Changqing only took a breath, and he felt that the symptoms of his heart pulse were alleviated by a lot. So many supreme grade jade of astral souls, priceless is not enough to describe it. Yi Changqing grabbed the spatial ring and chased out, intending to find Wen Xingtian and ask him what had happened. The gift was too valuable. Unexpectedly, as soon as he went out, he saw a piece of paper pasted on the opposite wall. It was Wen Xingtian's handwriting. "Don't be pretentious." Only these 3 words were written in a flamboyant style. Yi Changqing could not help but let out a bitter laugh. This fellow really saw through me. If I send it back, the other side will definitely reject it. This gift is indeed what my body needs the most. In the end, I still have to accept it. Just like what Xingtian said, I'm being pretentious. I'm being pretentious. Sigh. Yi Changqing. Oh, Yi Changqing, the children are sincere to you and have given you such a huge amount of wealth. If you still slack off and can't teach these students well, how can you face the world? How can you face your own spiritual interrogation? Yi Changqing returned to his own villa in a flash. Since he had the resources, his body and cultivation could return to its peak state, some things would also give him confidence. In the end, this world was still a world where martial arts were respected. As long as your martial arts had reached a certain level, you would have the right to speak. The next morning, when the entire class walked into the classroom with heavy hearts, they were surprised to see 2 people sitting in their respective seats. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing. Seeing that the 2 of them had returned unscathed, there was a sudden burst of cheers. All the students rushed over while screaming. A few girls were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. "You're fine." Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the others were so excited that their faces were red. "That's great, that's great." Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing obviously did not expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Naturally, they were touched. They spoke one by one as if they were reuniting after a long time. They felt the waves of affection in their hearts churning endlessly. In the midst of the hubbub, Xiaoduo walked into the classroom with a sullen face. He looked around and walked to the podium with a sullen face. He picked up the pointer and hit the whiteboard a few times. Pa pa pa! Silence! Xiaoduo was still sullen as he scolded in a deep voice. Class monitor Zhua. Xiangchang's face was full of excitement. What are you shouting for? Everyone sit down. Go back to your positions. On the podium, Xiaoduo was full of vigor as he spoke sternly. All of you have made a mess in the classroom. What do you think you are doing? Are you high school students? Or are you idle people in society? Hooligans, Xiaoduo said sternly. All of you, sit properly. Don't you understand human language? In the face of such pressure, all the students in the class went back to their positions, not daring to make a sound. After this round of training, the students who were shocked by Xiaoduo's explosive gains had a deeper respect for class monitor Zhua. In a sense, they were more afraid of Xiaoduo than of Wen Xingtian. Everyone watched as Xiaoduo walked back and forth on the podium with a sullen face like the weather before a storm. His face was full of righteousness. Looking for monthly votes. Looking for subscriptions. Looking for recommendation votes. Finish today's update. Chapter 455. Bam! A pointer was slammed onto the table, breaking into pieces. What are you doing? Are you all excited? What are you so excited about? Did you take medicine or not? Did you take the wrong medicine? Did you take fake medicine? Xiaoduo's face darkened. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Look at what you're saying. Nothing happened to you. That's great. You're still alive. That's great. Hee hee. What's so great about it? With your qualities, even if nothing happened today, something will definitely happen in the future. With your calmness? With your experience? Saying that you're flowers in a greenhouse is like slaughtering ducks at the southern heavenly gate. You're all overpaid. Xiaoduo sneered. You've learned martial arts and practiced martial arts, but you're just pigs to be slaughtered by others. Don't be unconvinced. Report one by one. Who has killed before? Who has walked the streets? Who has wandered the Jianghu? How many times have you been robbed? How many badger games have you been schemed against? Do you think that you're practicing martial arts just because you're practicing martial arts here and sparring with your classmates? Let me tell you, this is called bullshit training. What you're practicing is not martial arts. It's all for the enemy to gain merit. Each and every one of you knows nothing about your temperament, state of mind, experience, society, the Jianghu, the battlefield, killing. You're all idiots who can't tell the difference. You're shameless enough to call yourselves geniuses after a competition and enter the higher martial arts. I don't even have to say that. Xiaoduo said disdainfully. Let's not talk about other things. Just look at you now. Let's not talk about me. If I put all 34 of you together in a big mountain with Li Qinglong, both sides will fight to the death. In the end, Li Qinglong will definitely drag all 34 of your corpses out. What's the point of being so arrogant? When we go out for training, we give you credits. Is that just giving credits? All of you are just happily snatching credits? Have you thought of anything else? Looking at how busy you are, I can tell you responsibly that you haven't. You never thought about it. What happened to Xiangchong and Xiangbing? They didn't die or stink this time. What do they rely on? It was luck. If there's a next time, let's see if you'll die or not. Xiaoduo clasped his hands behind his back, looking gloomy and imposing. Pai Bao asked from behind, Class monitor Zhua, if we were with a vice class monitor, he could pull out 34 corpses. What if you were with him? Xiaoduo snorted and said, I could drag out 35 Li Qinglong. Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Li Qinglong shouted from below, the class monitor is right. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Originally, she felt heavy, depressed, angry, and ashamed. But after Li Qinglong's words, why did she feel strange? She couldn't get angry anymore, and she couldn't laugh even if she wanted to. When Xingtian, who had been standing outside the door for a while, also smiled. The two of them, One with a white face and one with a red face cooperated well. One of them was able to suppress people's emotions to the breaking point, while the other was able to liven up the atmosphere at the right time, sharing some of the pressure, but making the pressure last forever. He coughed and walked in. With a wave of his hand, Zhuo returned to his seat dejectedly. His gloomy face turned bright and sunny. When he returned to his seat, he said loudly, "Also, if you did as I said and benefited from the fortune-telling, hurry up and hand over the fortune-telling fee." Everyone in the class was speechless. "You scolded us so badly that we were worthless, and then you turned around and said that you did a good job and even asked for money. Did you mean that we were nothing? If you didn't tell us our fortunes, we would have been crippled." More than 30 pairs of eyes rolled at once. Class monitor Zhuo is right. There's nothing wrong with what he said. When Xingtian didn't waste any time and said, "So, in the next period of time, we will start a new system. The class will be divided into 2 groups. Except for Zhuo and Li Chenglong, the other 34 people must live on campus. Each group of 17 people will attack at random times every night. You can use any means as long as it doesn't harm people's lives. It could be sleeping gas, poison, or hidden weapons." When Xingtian said indifferently, "This group can attack the other group, or the other group can attack this group. Of course, there's a third group. Zhuo and Li Chenglong will be an independent group. They can attack any one of you at any time, or even both of you. Now that the credits will be given out soon, everyone can be considered rich. The loser has to give a credit to the winner. Well, after each attack, there will be a credit transaction. Either you give it to others, or others give it to you. If you lose 5 credits in a row, you will take the initiative to accept the punishment, except for the female students who won't let you do it. The rest of the students' underwear and socks will be washed by you for 5 consecutive days. The washing time will be limited to every meal in the canteen. Take it to the faucet downstairs to wash it. This will make it easier for everyone to admire." When Xingtian's words caused a wave of grief. Don't think that it's a group punishment. Even if you're in a group, it's still an individual reward and punishment. When Xingtian said indifferently, think about how to divide it. Also, everyone needs to have a good rest. If anyone feels tired or listless during a battle in class, just think about what to do. Next, all of you get out of here and fight. For the next few days, the school administration office was still counting the number of rewards gained from this experience. On the other hand, they were preparing for the commendation ceremony. In just a few days, the students of the first class were already suffering. Every night, they were attacked more than once. How the hell were they going to have a good rest that, the next day, they still had to practice martial arts and be energetic? They witnessed the 2 groups tormenting each other with their own eyes. All kinds of sneaky methods emerged one after another. When Xingtian let him be, completely ignoring him, Zhuo and Li Chenglong weren't allowed to interfere in the first week. Before everyone got used to this kind of living environment, the 2 of them would be considered as bullying and wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of training. Of course, Li Chenglong would still practice with Xiang Bing during the day. He would beat her until her face was swollen beyond recognition. On this day, Xiang Bing came to Zhuo with a swollen face. She said angrily, "Class monitor Zhuo, why didn't you think of leaving one for me?" It turned out that this abnormally insensitive girl finally found the white tiger that Zhen Piao and Yiner carried every day. She was instantly infatuated. When she heard that it was bought from Zhuo, she immediately came to question him. "Leave it for you? Why would I leave it for you? Why should I leave it for you? Give me a reason first." Zhuo rolled his eyes. "You were already being dragged away to make bacon at that time, and you're still thinking about this? Get out of here. Do you think Li Chenglong is the only one who doesn't know how to be gentle with girls?" Xiang Bing was embarrassed by the scolding. She covered her face and left. However, she turned her embarrassment into a strong motivation and started to practice even more desperately. "When I'm strong enough, I'll beat this guy to death with his nasty words." In the past few days, Zhuo went to Grandma Shi's house for dinner twice. He did not know if it was an illusion or something, but Xiaoduo felt that Grandma Shi's attitude seemed to have changed. Her face was still as haggard as before, but Xiaoduo could clearly feel that Grandma Shi was more lively than before. Speaking of lunch, he had only eaten 2 lunches in the school during this period of time. However, both times, he was met with people fighting over his table. First, the second grade class 6 sent out a representative to take revenge, but he was easily defeated by Xiaoduo. Then, the class monitor of the 6th grade went out to fight, but he was still sent flying by Xiaoduo with a kick. As such, if the flames of war were not extinguished, it would continue to spread to the 2nd grade class 5. Xiaoduo's reputation in the Hidden Dragon High School also rose along with the tide and became more and more famous. Originally, calling him Sword King was just a joke. However, now, when Xiaoduo walked in the school and met other students of the same grade, they would call him Class Monitor Zhua, or Sword King. There was a lot of respect in their voices. The strong should be respected. Moreover, he would be respected more and more in the future, as long as he could continue to remain undefeated and maintain this record of constant victories. Every student who had advanced to the High Martial School was once a genius. Their minds were bright and their eyes bright. No matter where they went in the future, they would be seniors and leaders. Once they encountered any danger or difficulty, all the students would be the ones to look out for and help each other. However, if the soul of the school spoke, it would definitely be more effective than 100 words from other students. Who would be so stupid as to deliberately provoke the strong? Wasn't that just asking for trouble and seeking death? Perhaps it was because of this understanding, more and more of the younger generation of the Gao and Wu families began to come to Xiaoduo to ease their relationship and make friends. Everyone's attitude became more relaxed and more sincere. After all, the family had already made the decision to no longer be enemies with Xiaoduo. They couldn't go against the family's decision, right? Since they were no longer enemies, who wouldn't know how to make friends? Wasn't it just showing sincerity and kindness? More friends meant more options. As for that dead Wu Yuntian, even when he was alive, he wasn't very likable. Now that he was dead, who would still remember him? If it wasn't for the fact that he was a direct descendant of the family head, they wouldn't even want to mention his name. And during this period of time, another clan began to gradually surface. The Li family. That was the family that teacher Li Chengqiu came from. This family was finally dug out. It turned out that Li Chengqiu's family belonged to a branch of the Li family in Fenghai City. However, for some unknown reason, after Li Chengqiu became disabled, he and his brother's branch actually returned to the Li family. This also meant that the Li family had also taken responsibility for this matter. There is no right or wrong in the life and death arena. This matter is over. The Li family spokesperson's attitude was very firm. However, when the younger generation of the Gao and Wu families heard this, they almost exploded in anger. The Li family said it so easily. There was no right or wrong. Was there no reason? Chapter 456. In the hearts of the Wu and Gao family's youngsters, they were of course thinking about a different matter. If they were to trace it back to the source, it was because of Li Chengqiu that the life and death arena happened. If it wasn't for the Li family's lack of morals, how could things have developed to this point? Now, with just one sentence, you actually want to just let it go. Fuck. Where did you get your face from? No matter if it was the Wu family's youngsters who usually didn't get along with Wu Yuntian, they all acted as if they had eaten gunpowder. As long as they saw the Li family in school, they would begin to mock and ridicule them. Then, the Gao family also followed suit. The current situation of these 3 families was very strange. Today, the Wu and Gao families were fighting the Li family. Tomorrow, the Li and Wu families were fighting the Gao family. The day after, the Gao and Li families were fighting the Wu family. The 3 sides were fighting in a chaotic manner, causing the entire Hidden Dragon High School to be in a foul mood. It seemed that the 3 families were very stupid. The teachers didn't have any opinions about this and completely ignored it. They were happy to see it happen. No matter who was fighting who, in the end, it would be a real fight. The improvement of the students was obvious. Moreover, this should be a tacit strategy of the three families. They were using the energetic and easily provoked characteristics of the younger generation to create some conflict and hatred. Let's fight in school. In any case, no one would die. Moreover, they would all fight for real. Like this, one by one, they would naturally become experts in actual combat. This was the best way to train soldiers. As for those who suspected the Leaf family of being irresponsible and offending the other two families with a casual sentence that those people didn't have brains. These kinds of brainless people didn't understand anything. If they died, they deserved it. There was no need to pay attention to them. As the three families fought, more and more people from the second, third, and fourth years were involved. At the same time, the teachers in charge of each class began to encourage their own students to snatch the tables of other classes. Last year, the class I was in charge of had its table snatched by teacher Xiang Tianxiao's students. I didn't manage to snatch it back. I'm so sorry, so sorry. There is no need to say anything more. With just this sentence, the students went up that compared to previous years. This year's Hidden Dragon High School entered a chaotic world ahead of time. On the other hand, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were monitoring the phone calls and were busy with the internet company. That rank 1 Firmament Realm manager is a talent. If this person is used well, he will have a great effect. Li Chenglong reminded Zhou Xiaoduo more than once. However, Zhou Xiaoduo could do nothing about it. How could I not know that he was a talent? Do I need you to remind me? But the problem now is that he is doing well in Heaven's first grade. How am I supposed to poach him? More importantly, he has the authority of a rank 1 in the Firmament Realm. He can give out a few 100 million star coins just like that. He can even give out a few 100,000 high-grade Astral Souls Jades without even blinking. What better conditions can I give him? I really can't give you anything. Looking at the situation now, at least he can't continue in Heaven's first grade, or he is kicked out. Only then can we have a chance to poach him. So Xiaoduo looked melancholy. I remember reading a book called Water Margin. There's a person called Song Jiang in the book. He is really good at poaching people. He caused your family to be ruined, and you have no choice but to fight with him. The most amazing thing is that he tricked the officials into rebelling with him. In the end, he turned his butt and became an official himself. What book is this? The logic in this book is too amazing. Let me see, I must see it. Li Chenglong was excited. There is actually such a despicable person in this world. If I can't see it, it will be my life's regret. So Xiaoduo realized that he said something wrong. He remembered, but such a long book. Write it down from memory? How can I have the time to do that? It was just that there was no good way to poach Manager Kai. Only then did he remember that the leader was here. What I meant was that there is no good way. Can we cause Manager Kai's family to be ruined, and he has no choice? So Xiaoduo said. Li Chenglong was horrified. That definitely won't do. That's why we have to wait for another opportunity. Zhou Xiaoduo was thinking, Fang Yinhua, could she handle this matter? Fang Yinhua's identity as a member of the Umno Alliance was too big. If she was found out, it would be a disaster. As for Fenghai City, there were too many experts. Any random stranger that popped out could be an expert that he couldn't handle. So Xiaoduo thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't make up his mind. On the other hand, Li Chenglong had already bought a stake in an internet company. He directly used his money to become the first shareholder. Then, he announced the successful acquisition online and changed the name of the company that night. Li Chenglong named the new companies was Shui Film and Television Entertainment Company, Limited. As for why he chose this name, he was asked almost immediately. Li Chenglong followed Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation and said, a very handsome person with the surname Zhou set up this company. After the whole company heard this answer, they were all pessimistic. We are a film and television company. The main reason why we were acquired was that we had filmed a few lousy dramas and lost all our capital. Now, we finally have a rich and generous investor. Rich and overbearing here could only be regarded as an inappropriate metaphor, because this patron was simply too rich to the extreme. In addition to buying 90% of the company's shares at a premium, he also offered a salary that was twice as high as before and kept all the employees. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands and preparing for a big fight, the new boss announced a new strategic goal. Our company's goal is very simple and crude. We are determined to become the #1 troll on the internet. Listen to this. Is this what a normal person is saying? This is nonsense, isn't it? We used to be a legitimate company. How could we do something so despicable? This is wrong. This is not a joke. Our company's goal in the future is to eliminate trolls on the internet. The most direct way to achieve this goal is to be a troll ourselves, the strongest and sharpest troll. Now, for all the trolling subsidiaries, buy all those that can be bought and get rid of all those that can't be bought. Get rid of all the individual trolls. I will give you a budget of 100 million yuan. There are no other requirements, just one. Within a month, we have to become the #1 troll company on the internet. No matter what the topic is, we have to go in whichever direction we want to go. The original boss was called Gu Qi. He smiled bitterly. Boss, 100 million yuan is not enough to achieve that. Don't you understand? 100 million yuan. The first budget is only used to build the framework. It's not like I'm asking you to reach the top in one step. Li Chenglong was rich and overbearing. He directly said, but if you can't even build the framework in a month, all of you can get lost. I understand. Gu Qi's heart was filled with sorrow. I was recognized as a genius in the Film and Television Academy. I was also very ambitious back then. Who would have thought that I would become the spokesperson of a trolling subsidiary today? However, I don't have money on me, and I can't speak tough. A family still needs to eat. Especially when the new boss said, during the recruitment process, if you meet any troublemakers or people who take the money but don't do anything, give me a list of names and addresses. I guarantee that you won't stay overnight. The deterrence of this sentence was unprecedented. It was horrifying and sent chills down everyone's spine. For this group of ordinary people who were powerless, it felt like they had entered the underworld. No, the underworld might not have such a frightening deterrent force. This was a real investment from a high-ranking martial artist. Mommy, this is clearly cutting off our path of betrayal. After the meeting, Gu Qi was confused. He looked at the technical director, then at his old buddies, and realized that everyone was dumbfounded. The budget of 100 million had already been transferred to his account. However, is this money worth spending? After spending this money, we have to work hard. Otherwise, fuck, I don't dare to think about it anymore. Can you find the address? Cough. The address is very clear. It's from the Dao League Mainland's Sanxing Hall. The technical director coughed. Even an ordinary person would know what kind of place the Dao League Mainland Sanxing Hall was. What the fuck? These few words directly shattered all of Gu Qi's other thoughts. This address was definitely fake. There was no doubt about it. However, could it be an ordinary person who dared to use this address as a cover? The other party's methods are very advanced. At least, they're at the top of the world. We can't track them at all. Then, are we still going to do this? Yes or no? Gu Qi smiled bitterly. Can we not do it? Let's quickly change the name and start work tomorrow. From tomorrow onwards, we'll be a group of trolls. Professional trolls. The most professional trolls. Sigh. Gu Qi sighed sadly. On the second day, everything was settled. What made Gu Qi and the others feel strange was that no one had registered the names with Shuai. The registration was completed in the blink of an eye. It was so smooth that he could not believe it. Every time he came up with a name for the company, he had to prepare more than 10 names. It was either this name or that name was taken. However, he did not know that the names Shuai was immediately sent out to a rather special channel after the registration was completed. Even the person in charge of registration did not know about this. That morning, Zhuo Changlu received a call. Then, for the first time, he called his son. Hey, you haven't been doing anything these days, right? Your mom said that she dreamed of you yesterday. Zhuo Xiaoduo said respectfully, I didn't do anything. Dad, don't worry. I'm fine here. I'm obedient like a cute rabbit. Zhuo Chonglu's first reaction was to smash the phone. "You're as obedient as a by rabbit? I want to beat you to death, you cute by rabbit." Chapter 457. Zhuo Chonglu spent a lot of effort to calm himself down. His longing for his son, whom he had not seen for a long time, was blown away by this sentence. "Just stay outside and don't come back." That little bastard. Nobody knew him better than his father. Zhuo Chonglu would feel that it was a miracle if this kid could behave for even an hour. How could he be such an adorable by bunny? "You lied to me. Don't you know who I am?" "Well, it's good that you're fine. Remember to practice martial arts well. Don't worry about your family. Your mother and I have moved to King Chi's tomb. Remember to call us when you come back, or you won't be able to find us," Zhuo Chonglu said kindly. "Got it, Dad. Okay, it's okay. A lot of people have been scolding us on the internet these days. We thought you got into some trouble." "Scolding you? Damn, who's so bold?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was furious. "Dad, tell me, what's their ID and what they're saying? I just started a company that specializes in this. I'll scold them to death." Zhuo Zhonglu's face twitched as he said, "It's just a small matter. Look at how anxious you are. How many times have I told you to be steady and calm? You're too weak in terms of mental cultivation." Zhuo Xiaoduo did not let it go. "I can't stand people scolding my dad. It's so rebellious." Zhuo Chonglu comforted him and then hung up the phone. He pinched his eyebrows and made another call. "Hey, it's because of the little doggy." Oh, well done, huh? It's okay. Wu Yuding's outstretched hand fell. She looked at Zhuo Chonglu angrily. "I reached out my hand for a long time just to talk to my son, and you hung up the phone?" Zhuo Chonglu was dumbfounded. He did not see it just now. Wu Yuding was not beside him when he called. "You didn't even pick up the phone when you asked me to. You didn't even mention me when you called your son." Wu Yuding's eyes were red. "Zhuo Chonglu, I can't live with you anymore." "Zhuo Chonglu, what do you mean?" Wu Yuding said aggressively. "Xiao Duo clearly wanted to talk to me." Zhuo Chonglu finally found an excuse and hurriedly explained, "Xiao Duo didn't even ask about you on the phone. When did he want to talk to you? That's why I didn't think." Wu Yuding almost choked to death. She looked at Zhuo Chonglu angrily and said, "Sleep on the sofa tonight." He turned around and left. Zhuo Chonglu was dumbfounded. "What about me? What's wrong with me?" The matter of Zhuo Shuai's company came to an end. Then Gucci and the others realized that everything related to Zhuo Shuai Film and Entertainment Media Limited was unbelievably smooth. It was as if God was helping them. They went through all the procedures as fast as lightning. Although they were all normal procedures, the basic process still needed some time. There was a rhythm to it. Other people might not even get a number after waiting for 7 or 8 days. However, when they went there, they often met people who were in a good mood. "Hey you, what's up?" "Oh, okay, I'm in a good mood today. Come, I'll do it for you." "Hey you, aren't you that person? Why are you today?" Oh, it's just a matter of saying one sentence. Come. "Hey you, why are you here?" Oh, I thought it was fate that I met you yesterday. Today you came to my base camp. Okay, I'll do it together." Such coincidences made Gucci feel that the world was full of love. It turned out that the reason why his company was not successful was probably because he did not choose a good name. Things were going very smoothly. Even the company's recruitment was going very smoothly. He did not know why, but it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There were many talented students who were exceptionally suited for the position, and they came from all over the place to recommend themselves. That originally, most of the company had gone bankrupt and left. Now, there were only about 10 people left. This time, after the recruitment notice was posted, it was filled with people in just one morning. Moreover, all of the people who came were awesome and were really capable. After Gucci told them about the company's new idea, everyone fell into a temporary state of silence. Of course, he could not tell them about the company's trolls. "Boss, what you mean is to control the direction of public opinion on the internet. I can't say this too clearly, but I can only point it out vaguely." Then, in the afternoon, more than half of the people resigned. Gucci nodded to himself. "That's more like it. So many capable people are trapped here. I feel bad about it too. What am I thinking? They left, but I'm actually happy. This is despicable. What kind of mentality am I in? Then, before Gucci could adjust his state of mind, another large group of people rushed in. And these people were all professionals. Each and every one of them was an experienced troll. Any one of them was a famous and ruthless character in the trolling industry. They had been in the industry for many years, experienced hundreds of battles, and each of them had their own team at this time. They swarmed in, and each of them spoke eloquently and with reason. It's too tiring to fight on our own. It's too easy to break a chopstick. Why don't we form a team to keep each other warm? If there's anything, we can work together and remind each other not to step on the line. One day and one night. Take note, it was only one day and one night. The number of people working in Zwa Shui Film and Entertainment Media Limited had already exceeded 500, and they were all elites in the industry. Many of them were experienced trolls who were well-known but had never met before. They were the kind of people who could make people like Gucci change their expressions when they heard about them. At this moment, there were many talents gathered under their command. It was humble to say that it was a gathering of heroes. It was basically a gathering of heroes. Who could compete with them? Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong woke up after a day of school. After returning home, they asked tentatively, "How's it going?" The response they received made Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong's jaws drop. In one night, the company was strong and powerful. A company with strong capabilities and would fight wherever they wanted was established in such a swift and decisive manner. Moreover, it was an individual's company. Moreover, there were countless companies, individuals, and VIPs associated with it. Everyone was preparing their troops, and their morale was high. They were just waiting for the new boss to give the order. Fuck. So Xiaoduo could not figure it out. Could it be that being a troll now is so attractive? Will the 3 mountains and 5 peaks unify the Jianghu in an instant? Zhou Xiaoduo clicked his tongue in wonder. The economic situation now is not good. Maybe everyone is having a hard time. Our company has nothing but funds. Li Qinglong sighed and said, "The only thing I'm worried about now is that if we start this, we'll have to spend money like water. We'll have to keep throwing money into it. Isn't the point of earning money to throw it away?" So Xiaoduo did not care. Isn't it just spending money? What's the point of having money? I'm a rich man now. Even if I don't have enough money, I still have Fong Inua. It's enough to support me for quite a while. Let's try issuing an order first. So Xiaoduo said, "Let's test the strength of these people. What should we issue then? Let's find out about the most respected teachers in the history of Hidden Dragon High School." Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Let's use this as a topic and let them do it. I like to see how far they can go." Okay. Li Qinglong's fingers flew and immediately sent the order. The boss handed over the task. Gucci's face immediately became serious. Everyone knew that the new boss wanted to test the quality of the team, whether they could be valued by the boss or not. The future of the company would depend on this one deal. Inform all the department heads for a meeting immediately. Our first task is here. The first high-level meeting of Zwa Shui Entertainment Company Limited was very solemn. General Manager Gu Qi directly projected the basic requirements of the boss on the wall and let everyone express their opinions. Obviously, the boss wants to praise the Hidden Dragon High School. Someone said, "Is he really bragging or just bragging?" He definitely can't brag blindly. He has to brag with reason and evidence. Of course, he has to create a huge response. Manager, this is a big job. In recent years, the reputation of Hidden Dragon High School is not that good. There were many knowledgeable people, and they quickly pointed out a common line of thought. We can start boasting from the glorious days of the past. Even if the situation in the past few years isn't too stable, the teachers of Hidden Dragon High School are all top-notch talents. Just the performance a few days ago is enough to boast for a long time. Since the establishment of Hidden Dragon High School, he has bragged all the way. What kind of glorious people came from Hidden Dragon High School? What kind of people came from which teacher? How many of them came from Hidden Dragon High School in the same year? Who else? How many of them have achieved something? How many died in battle? Why do they die in battle? How they die? How they die as heroes? Or, what contribution did they make? These are all explosive points. This is definitely a huge project, but the specific operation is traceable. It's not too difficult. Looks like everyone has a direction to work on. Let's start now. Gucci took a deep breath and said, the first action is to give a brief introduction of Hidden Dragon High School, starting from the establishment of Hidden Dragon High School. The first article will be titled, From Here On, I will slowly and comprehensively bring you to understand Hidden Dragon High School. It must be noted that this is just the beginning of the legend, the beginning of the epic. The first group will take this job. I will give you 3 hours to prepare and plan. That should be enough, right? After that, the other groups can start to look for their own targets and communicate with each other in the work group. Do not repeat and waste manpower. Gucci made the final decision. If there are no more questions, let's start working. Everyone, let the bosses see our ability. Boss, don't worry. Chapter 458. Gucci realized that this group of new subordinates was actually more enthusiastic than him, the general manager. Moreover, it was not just a little bit more. It was almost several times more enthusiastic. Each of them was more enthusiastic than the other, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As soon as he gave the order, they immediately began to work. All the keyboards in the entire office area were activated at the same time. It was as if hail was falling. It was lively. Everyone was focused and serious. They were so serious that it made people feel ashamed. They were indeed the elites of the industry. Gucci had no idea what kind of people he was leading now. He also had no idea why all of this was happening. All along, the internet had been a mess. Netizens were fighting for themselves. They said whatever they wanted without taking responsibility. There was no future trouble. The government might have mouthpieces, but it was difficult to form a huge force. When it came to guiding people's hearts in the direction of the wind, the more authoritative the organization was, the more difficult it was to do so. Because the more the government's mouthpiece was, the more it made people feel inexplicably resistant. Because there was a feeling, as if they were being preached. This feeling. Therefore, some well-known bloggers, VIPs, celebrities, and so on fought for themselves and earned their own money. Instead, it really affected many people. To guide the direction, one needed to write articles and attract people's attention. Then, with skillful and reasonable writing, one would completely lead people astray and lead them to the direction that the author had set. As long as the technique was used well, even black could be washed white. It would be spotless. White could also be dyed black. It could not be washed clean with water. It was not that the government did not want to control it, but it really could not. However, Shuai's company now made people see an opportunity, or rather, a direction. This was just a personal company, but it could do many things that many big forces and even the government could not do. Even if something happened, it would not affect the national level. However, this company could be used to do many things that the national power could not and was inconvenient to do. Using the power of society to guide the people, the government could do what the government wanted without showing up at all. Moreover, the people of the country could be happy, thinking that the higher-ups had seen the voices of the netizens. The most important thing was that this company had a very good foundation. With such a strong background, no one could find out, and it was difficult to shake it, therefore, with the help of a small shao from the top. A behemoth quietly rose from the ground. Gucci was not the only one who did not know about this. None of the people below him knew about this either. Even Li Chenglong, who set up this company, was in the clouds. As for the initiator of all this, Xiaoduo, he could only be confused. He would not have even dreamed of it. How could he have known that he would be immediately used for a long time after jumping on a whim? And this was not the main point. He would be kept in the dark for a very, very long. And he had to play the role of a sucker who was willing to spend money. It was not easy for Master Zhua to be so willing to be a sucker. But this time, Zhuo didn't know why, but he did it willingly, excitedly, and joyfully. This was the first time such a strange thing had happened in the real world. The person in charge of initiating it was dumbfounded. The person in charge was confused. The person in charge of the company was confused. As for the real power, he did not expect it at all before it was launched, that everything was so coincidental. It was a lucky hit, and the strange thing was completed. Then, in a short period of time, it snowballed and expanded rapidly on the internet. It was almost too much for the eye to take in, and it turned into a torrent on the internet. From all directions, from all angles, and from all industries, people were involved. It formed the most barbaric and completely unreasonable rampage. In just one night, the popularity of martial arts, Hidden Dragon, soared on the internet. It was so red that it was purple, and so purple that it was black. Martial arts, Hidden Dragon. Why is it martial arts, Hidden Dragon? Do you know what a martial arts hidden dragon is? Martial arts hidden dragon. Why is it called martial arts hidden dragon? The martial arts hidden dragon of the past. More than a dozen broken houses. One of the 3 future martial arts masters. Martial arts hidden dragon. How did the seniors do it? When you were enjoying the glory. Who knew the sorrow of martial arts hidden dragon? I would rather turn my body into powder in exchange for the bright sun of martial arts hidden dragon. Remember the first old principal who founded martial arts hidden dragon. This is a hero. Remember the 10 gentlemen of martial arts hidden dragon. Who still remembers him? The teacher who died of exhaustion in his teaching post. 3,000 years of martial arts hidden dragon. The number of students who died in battle is terrifying. You can't imagine. Burning my jade blood loyal heart in exchange for the spring of peach blossoms. Originally, Hidden Dragon High martial artist was quite famous, but now he was extremely popular. And the popularity of martial arts Hidden Dragon was the kind of popularity that made people admire it more the more they read. The related things that were circulating on the internet for thousands of years were all true, and all of them were traceable. No matter which one it was, there was irrefutable evidence, and all of them were real people with flesh and blood. There were countless evidence, material evidence, and even witnesses. Countless reporters under Shuai's company went to all parts of the country, to all parts of the mainland, to Sun Moon Pass, to all borders, to interview. An even bigger wave was brewing, and a brand new internet giant was quietly formed just like that. The 2 instigators, Zhuo and Li Chenglong, were still muddle-headed and had inexplicably succeeded. They could be said to be the fastest to succeed in history, the most awesome, and the most muddle-headed 2 big bosses. And these 2 muddle-headed bosses happened to be the smartest and the most talented 2 people. It could even be said that in thousands of years, they were the only 2 people with the best brains. The twists and turns, the endless coincidences, and the pushing of the boat with the current were really hard to explain in a few words. At this moment, these 2 muddle-headed bugs were walking on the road to school. And they were beaming with joy, happy, and carefree, just like 2 cute white rabbits. Just last night, Li Chenglong successfully suppressed the 3rd thorny road. Similarly, Zhuo's 12th thorny road was also successful. That night's mournful howls almost caused Yi Chongqing, who was nearby, to go berserk. If the tables are snatched again today, the ones who come will be 2nd grade class 5, right? Li Chenglong said. So Xiaoduo sighed. According to the rules, the one who took action yesterday was the chief of class 6. After that, it can only be someone stronger than the chief. These rules are really fucking rotten eggs. It's just like poking a hornet's nest. Obviously, it's just snatching a table from class 7, but now it's developing into a trend of challenging the entire grade. This matter really makes me regret it. Fighting every day, I'm clearly a civilized person, polite, gentle, and honest. Ha! Li Chenglong chuckled. This guy really has the face to say this. Even if others don't know you, how can I not know you? I don't admire you for anything else, but I admire the thickness of your skin. Today is the trial commendation conference and also the day to give out credits. So Xiaoduo had a look of longing. I don't know how many credits I'll have, but it should be enough for a while. Li Qinglong also had a look of longing. I'm ranked second, so I should have a lot of credits. So Xiaoduo was smug. Don't worry, we definitely won't be short, but 2 people probably won't be enough. Li Qinglong laughed gloatingly. Xiangchong and Xiangbing definitely won't be enough. Bing Danner, is really unlucky. Ha ha, he gets beaten up every day and doesn't have enough credits. He owes money everywhere and embarrasses himself every day. Wah! In a happy mood, he actually composed a short poem, which actually rhymed quite well. Zhuo Xiaoduo tilted his head and looked at the leader of the Iron God sect with a strange expression. For the first time, he felt that Li Qinglong's position as the leader wasn't a fluke. This was definitely hard power, that at school. They were also having a meeting. Regarding the issue of freshmen's credits, there's a big problem. The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office smiled bitterly. In previous years, the first place basically only got 6,000 credits, and, at most, they only got 7,000 to 8,000 credits for Astral Beasts, which should be enough. But this year, the second place Li Qinglong got more than 9,000 Astral Beasts, and the first place was Xiaoduo got more than 45,000 credits. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This amount of credits is quite terrifying. According to our credit calculation, Zhuo Xiaoduo can get more than 400,000 credits this time, and that's from a lower point. Isn't this a little too much? The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office really had a toothache. This number was too terrifying. After having it, one could almost do whatever one wanted in school. How could there be so many credits in previous years? Basically, each person would have thousands or tens of thousands of credits, but the most would not exceed 100,000 credits, which would be gone in a short time. But this year's freak, it was hard to describe in words. Not only did he earn a huge amount of credits, but he also plundered all the high-grade Astral Souls jade from the 9 big families. There was no one else who could do this kind of business. Cough, there's one more thing. The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office had a toothache. Many of the Astral Beasts handed in this time are in a state of malnutrition. I don't know what's going on. After we counted them individually, we found that these malnourished Astral Beasts. He coughed and said somewhat incredulously, the total number is exactly 45,678. That's the number of Astral Beasts handed in by the champion Zhuo Xiaoduo. All the school's higher-ups looked at each other for a while, speechless for a long time. Although I don't know the reason, but why do these Astral Beasts, as long as they are in his hands, become malnourished and have congenital deficiencies? The Dean of the Academic Affairs Office was puzzled. Chapter 459. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing spoke at the same time. Ahem, let's skip this matter. All right. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other, speechless. Others might not know, but they were well aware of it. It was no longer a secret that Zhuo Xiaoduo possessed the Flaming Sun Sutra. Then, the reason why these 40,000 star beasts were malnourished and in poor condition was obvious. It was said that there was a very evil dagger in the south. Could it be that that thing had been passed to Zhuo Xiaoduo? But not many people knew about this. Yi Changqing said, deal with these malnourished ones and get rid of them in the same batch. As for those in poor condition, sell them at half price. What's the big deal? Just deal with them as soon as possible. All right. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo's credits, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong. How many credits should the third place get? As for the third place, Meng Zhongjun, he also has 9,100 star beasts, but most of them are of the embryonic breathing realm. Although he also has some inner core realm star beasts, they are very few in number. In the end, he can get 21,000 credits. Then let's do it this way. Li Qinglong, as the second place, will get 22,000 credits. Then what about Zhuo Xiaoduo? The academic affairs director could tell that they were not going to calculate according to the established standard. Instead, they were going to use a symbolic number. Although he did not know the reason, since the principal had said so, he had to give them this much. So Xiaoduo, as the first place, likes a straight number so much that he even sent us 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-star beasts. We can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Let's give him 22,222 credits and return him a leopard. Everyone will be happy together. All the higher-ups were speechless for a while. How was this calculated? The other party student had sent over 45,678 star beasts and should have given over 400,000 credits. In the end, the principal had directly sent over a leopard, which was worth 22,222 credits. Didn't this mean that the other students were all idiots? More importantly, his score was not even enough to get a fraction of what he was supposed to get. The number of star beasts offered by the other party was undoubtedly huge. Even if there were some flaws in the quality of the star beasts, after a 50% discount, it would still be more than 200,000 star beasts. Wasn't it a little too much to offer a little over 20,000 star beasts? But why? Could it be that Principal Yu was targeting him? But that's even more wrong. When Xing Tian was also puzzled, he frowned and looked over. It's settled then. Yi Changqing made the final decision and did not explain further. When Xing Tian suddenly stood up, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's credits. As a teacher in charge, how could Wen Xing Tian agree when he saw his own students suffer such a huge grievance? He had to fight for it. I'll tell you the reason why I'm doing this later. Yi Changqing sighed and transmitted his voice. When the two of them were alone, Yi Changqing looked at Wen Xing Tian and frowned. The various actions of these two fellows really make me speechless. The nutrient solution in the nutrition cabin. These two fellows don't even find it disgusting. They just drink it after entering. They drink it every time. You still don't know about this, right? When Xing Tian was horrified, drink nutrient solution? There was such a thing? Fuck, there was actually such a thing, such people. But in retrospect, the teacher in charge of looking after the nutrition cabin would always mutter strangely that there would always be two machines that would inexplicably lose a lot of nutrient solution. That could it be? It's fine if these two fellows just drink it, but there's no trace of it, yet they still poured it out. Yi Changqing thought of what he had seen the past 2 days and was furious. He was both angry and amused at the same time. They poured out so much of it and usually drank it like water at home. Can you blame me for settling the score with them? These two fellows don't even drink water at home. They only drink nutrient solution. Yi Changqing had a headache. When Xing Tian, on the other hand, had a Spartan look on his face. He really didn't have the face to argue for it. Yi Changqing snorted. What's the point of having so many credits? It's not like they're all used up. I'm already magnanimous enough to reserve the champion's position for him. Those star beasts of his don't count at all. Let him continue to earn. If he does, I'll continue to deduct. If he drinks more nutrient solution, deduct more. 100 times more. All right. When Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong arrived at the school, they were called into Wen Xingtian's office. Wen Xingtian was speechless. Teacher Wen, what's the matter? Isn't today the commendation ceremony? Zhou Xiaoduo said excitedly. Commendation ceremony. Ha! When Xingtian looked at the two fellows who had a longing look on their faces and said sarcastically, the two of you still want to be commended? Zhou Xiaoduo immediately sensed that something was wrong. His heart skipped a beat, and he said, Teacher One, did Li Chenglong get into trouble again? Li Chenglong was speechless. How did I get into trouble again? You still have the cheek to say that. When Xingtian's face darkened, the two of you did it. The two of them were confused. Teacher One, Zhou Xiaoduo smiled cautiously in an ingratiating manner. Ever since Swollen and I entered the school, we've always been humble, kind and honest, respectful to our teachers, united with our classmates, fought for justice, and fought against injustice. We're diligent, conscientious, and conscientious. We've never made any mistakes, nor did we break any laws. Shut up. When Xingtian snorted and suddenly asked, Is the nutrient solution good? Is it enough? It's okay. I don't dare to drink too much of that stuff. So Xiaoduo said casually, then immediately covered his mouth. When Xingtian stood up, Stand properly. Then he pointed at them one by one. Drink it secretly. Drink it secretly. I'll let the two of you drink it secretly. One finger Zhua Xiaoduo staggered. One finger Li Qinglong staggered. Not only do you drink it secretly, but you also drink it and take it out. According to an insider, the two of you don't even drink water at home. You only drink this. You still want to be praised. What is there to praise the two of you for? Wen Xingtian pointed his finger at Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong, causing him to sway left and right. Both of them looked as if they had lost their souls. They regretted their past actions and were extremely dejected. Sure enough, something happened, but how did they find out? I didn't drink it when Teacher Wen was here. What's with the insider's news? Now, what else do you have to say? When Xingtian's eyes widened, looking at these two fellows who were so close to each other, he almost couldn't hold back the strange laughter in his heart. Actually, we only drank a little. So Xiaoduo argued weakly. Yes, it really wasn't much. Li Qinglong whispered. Is that something for you to drink? When Xingtian roared. Cough. I thought it was quite clean at that time. I couldn't help it. So Xiaoduo continued to resist stubbornly. Yes, it was really tempting. I won't do it again. Li Qinglong hung his head dejectedly. It was indeed quite delicious, but it tasted good. Tasted good? Are you addicted to it? Li Qinglong. When Xingtian was furious. After that, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't drink it much, but you, Li Qinglong, went in every day. You went in several times a day, and it was all turbid. But you always drank less every time. How much can you drink? Isn't it disgusting? Li Qinglong blinked his eyes and was speechless. Say it. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? When Xingtian pulled Li Qinglong's ear. I don't have any special thoughts. Swollen confessed dejectedly. I just feel that since I'm already so disgusted to drink, if I don't drink more, I'll be disgusted for nothing. It's already so dirty. Why should I be afraid of one more turbid? When Xingtian almost cursed it out loud. What a strange way of thinking. There's such a saying? Since it was already disgusting, why not drink more? What the hell was one more turbid? Go back. Immediately. When Xingtian said angrily, this is too bad. Because of this, although I won't cancel your first and second place titles, I definitely won't give you too many credits. If there's a next time, I'll give you all 0 credits. Go away. Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong came out of Wen Xingtian's office with their faces covered in dirt. They looked at each other and sighed. Walking at night too often will always bump into ghosts. Zhua Xiaoduo walked a little further away and muttered in a low voice, this is really a ghost. But how do we get exposed? Who is the informant? Li Qinglong was dumbfounded. I can't figure out either. Every time Teacher Wen went, we hid pretty well. There were so many people using it at the same time. It's impossible that it was only us. That's true. We must have been betrayed. But who betrayed us? There's a traitor among us. Yes. All right. Teacher Wen just said that he didn't drink water at home. Zhua Xiaoduo snorted. This means that we were exposed at home. Did the informant come to our house? Both of them were quick-witted. They deduced almost everything in an instant. So Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. That old bastard. I gave him so many high-quality jade of astral souls, but he turned around and sold me out. He even deducted my credits. All my good stuff was fed to the dogs. Li Qinglong coughed. That's the headmaster. He's heartless anyway. The more Zhua Xiaoduo thought about it, the more he felt like he was at a loss. No, there must be a premeditated reason for deducting our credits. The so-called drinking of the energy fluid was just an excuse. Zhua Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and said, even if this didn't happen, we still wouldn't be able to get so many credits. We can find any excuse. This group of old foxes, none of them are good. Yes, they're too insidious. Both of them discussed in low voices as they walked, gnashing their teeth. A person walked towards them. When he saw them, he was stunned. Hello, headmaster. Zhua Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong were dumbfounded. They almost peed on the spot. They turned around in a daze. Behind them, 2 meters away and 2 meters in the air, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian stood there quietly. Their 4 eyes were staring at them indifferently. Looking for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Tomorrow is the first day of September. Looking for guaranteed monthly tickets. Chapter 460. Xiaoduo felt terrible on the spot. Obviously, these two old fellows had been following behind the two of them all this time. They had no idea how long they had been following them. However, what was certain was that the two of them did not miss a single word of what they had just said. Everything was clearly heard by the two of them. Xiaoduo instantly felt that his prostate was getting out of control. It was about to erupt. He was really scared to the point of pissing his pants. When did these two people follow them? Why didn't they notice? Li Chenglong. Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. You tricked me. Li Chenglong wanted to cry, but had no tears. I'm suspecting that you tricked me. Why didn't you notice with your sharp spiritual sense? Both of them were grief-stricken. With Wen Xingtian's and Yi Changqing's cultivation, it was too easy for Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong not to notice. Even if they were following them closely behind, they would never notice. But the two of them felt that. The sky had turned dark. There was no sun in the dark. Yi Changqing revealed an amiable smile and said, Just now, the two of you scolded me. I remember it clearly. When Xingtian bared his teeth. Well, this old man is really too sinister. I actually eavesdropped on the students' conversation. Xiaoduo's legs trembled. He stammered, Principal, teacher won this. This is actually an illusion. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Yi Changqing walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving behind his laughter. Misunderstanding, well, misunderstanding. You have 4 years to explain this misunderstanding to me. When Xingtian walked away with his hands behind his back, leaving behind a string of laughter. Misunderstanding, well, misunderstanding. It's been a long time. Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were in complete despair. They looked at each other, and from each other's eyes, they could see their own 4 years of dark days. Sigh, it's over. It's completely over. It's over. The commendation ceremony was held as scheduled. For a moment, all the teachers and students in the school focused their attention on the two champions of the freshman trial. Everyone felt a little strange. It was because the two of them looked as if they had lost their parents. They were like walking corpses as they accepted the commendation with lifeless eyes. They were supposed to be elated and high-spirited, but they didn't have the slightest bit of it. They were just like two empty shells that, as the reward for being the champion and runner-up, the rewards of pills and whatnot were not deducted at all. Everything that should be given was given. But when it came to the final credit benefits, as the champion, Xiaoduo received 22,222 credits, while Li Chenglong received 22,000 credits, and Meng Zhangjun received 21,000 credits for third place. The difference was actually so minuscule. This time, they didn't announce the exact number of star beasts they obtained. They only announced the academic credits. Many people who didn't know the truth were secretly discussing it. In this year's competition, the top 10 were almost evenly matched. Although the results of the top 3 were far better than their peers, it wasn't too outrageous. The headmaster personally presided over the ceremony. After that, he congratulated the top 10 students, especially the top 3, and gave out credits to all the freshmen. And the class with the most outstanding performance this time was Class 1. Out of the 36 people, 26 had entered the top 30. Of course, if the top 36 were to be ranked, 32 people from Class 1 had entered the top 30. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, who withdrew midway, fell below the 90s. Everyone was jubilant. Then, everyone had the same doubts. What was wrong with the champion and runner-up today? Why didn't they have the high-spirited spirit that the champion and runner-up should have? They were like two withered radishes. Or rather, they were like frightened quails that when they received the award, they smiled at the principal in a flattering manner and wagged their tails to please him. They were simply flattering and annoying that the ceremony ended. The storm that Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong expected did not come. It was as if all the karma had been cleared. The two of them held the award and scratched their heads. They felt that their brains were not enough. It's over just like that? So Xiaoduo was confused. Yeah, it's over just like that. Li Chenglong also felt incredulous. He couldn't understand. They had clearly raised the big board. Why did it not fall when it was waved at them? Swollen. Something's not right. So Xiaoduo pondered. I keep feeling that we've been cheated. Li Chenglong blinked his eyes. I have a similar feeling too. The two of them stood still and stared at each other for a long time. Finally, we must have been cheated. So Xiaoduo paced around for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and cursed. These two old foxes. They're just toying with us. What do you mean? It must be because of the credits. So Xiaoduo sighed. It's not a big deal for us to drink a few mouthfuls of a nutrient solution. It's fine if we're found out. There's no written rule that prohibits us from drinking the nutrient solution. If we're found out, at most we'll be warned not to drink it in the future. But credits, we shouldn't have gotten so few. And you shouldn't have gotten so few credits either. You definitely have more than 100,000 credits. My star beast should have gotten more than 400,000 credits to be reasonable. These old foxes are obviously afraid that we won't work hard to cultivate or participate in the trial with so many credits. They deliberately used the nutrient solution to suppress us. Then we accepted the award, and this matter was over. Because we didn't shout it out on the spot, we'll definitely suffer in silence. Damn, in order to suppress us, even Meng Zhangjuan's credits were cheated. So Xiaoduo instantly understood the whole story. He stomped his feet and sighed. Cheating, really cheating. They cheated me of 400,000 credits without even blinking an eye. And they scared me so much that I became a coward for a whole day. Even after 400,000 credits were deducted, I still had to flatter them. So Xiaoduo was speechless. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. I'm self-proclaimed to be an old silver coin who's good at accumulating money, but I didn't even realize that I was being played in the palm of their hand. Li Chenglong was still somewhat puzzled. I still only understand half of it. So Xiaoduo sighed. With your IQ, it's good enough that you can understand half of it. As for the rest, you can slowly figure it out by yourself. Sigh. There's still a long way to go. The two of them sighed along the way and left. In the distance behind them, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked at each other and smiled. I didn't expect that we could only scare him for less than half a day. Wen Xingtian looked regretful. Obviously, he still wanted to continue. Just now, when these two fellows were trembling in fear and trepidation, they were simply too adorable. Especially when they were looking at him with a fawning expression, when Xingtian only felt that he had reached the heavens. He did not expect that he would wake up so quickly. You should be content. Yi Changqing also smiled very comfortably and said they didn't suffer any losses, so they naturally understand. They obviously lost so many credits. When Xingtian only said half of it before he came to his senses. Indeed, they didn't lose anything. I was wrong. Yi Changqing laughed. It was wrong to say that they didn't lose anything. So Xiaoduo lost hundreds of thousands of credits. But it was true that hundreds of thousands of credits might not be of much use to Xiaoduo, because 20,000 credits were enough for him to use for quite a while. Based on Zhuo Xiao's performance, there would be a lot of missions and a lot of credits in the future. Nothing would be delayed. If he only focused on a huge amount of credits this time, he might slack off. It was just that he didn't know whether Principal Ye's thoughts were well-intentioned or something else. For example, that so-called acting and establishing thing was not very suitable either. After the award ceremony, none of the students in Class 1 dared to talk to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. First of all, these two people were now surrounded by negative emotions. It was common knowledge that if they went up to talk to them, they would probably be scolded. If they were angered, it would be asking for trouble. Second of all, during this period of time, the students divided into groups to find trouble, tormenting each other until they were exhausted. Now, they would sleep with one eye open, fearing that they would be attacked at any time. That what's more, there were already people carrying a big basin of male students' underwear and smelly socks to occupy a spot by the pool. It was very sad and embarrassing. But if you agree to bet, You have to admit defeat. You have to admit that you're not as good as others. It was almost lunchtime, and there was only a little time left. Everyone was discussing martial arts theories, exchanging what they didn't understand, what they weren't good at, what they hadn't figured out or even mastered. Anyway, this little time was definitely not enough for sparring. I was attacked 3 times last night. Damn, it's too cruel. I was completely frightened. If there was any movement, I would immediately get up and look around in panic. Don't mention it. It was not easy for me to calm down in the latter half of the night. Hao Han on the upper bunk let out a fart and woke me up. I couldn't sleep for a long time. Fuck. Be content. You were woken up because there was movement. But what about me? Everyone is breathing softly in their sleep. But to me, it sounds like someone is lying in ambush behind me, ready to attack me. Being paranoid isn't enough to describe it. This is very sad. I talked to my elder brother at the front line of the Sun Moon Pass about this. He said that our level is far from enough. At the very least, we have to use weapons to stab people several times to pass the first level. Brilliant idea. Just as everyone was discussing, someone suddenly commented. And this comment came from behind, not from the people who participated in the discussion. Everyone turned their heads to look, and their faces immediately turned pale. The one who spoke was Wen Xingtian, and he had a pensive look on his face. That's right. If the knife doesn't stab the flesh, you won't experience the feeling of death. He muttered to himself and frowned as he pondered. Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Pai Yibao, and the others who were discussing looked at each other, and everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Then 4 or 5 people broke down, grabbed Hao Han, and beat him up. What the fuck are you talking about? This is great. It's even worse. We have to start using the knife. Chapter 461. Meng Zhongjun and the others were really on the verge of breaking down. Whenever they thought about it, they would feel as if a cold knife had pierced their flesh while they were sleeping in their warm beds. They did not have to experience it personally. Just thinking about it made them shiver and shudder. It felt so good. Hao Han was dumbfounded. When did Teacher Wen come? Aye. What did I say just now? It's over. You'll be taught a lesson by the whole class. Stupid. Meng Zhongjun kicked Hao Han's butt. I'll definitely beat you into a man. When Xingtian walked dozens of meters and saw Xiaoduo walking toward him. Teacher Wen, I've thought about it for a long time. I still want to apologize to you. I was wrong. So Xiaoduo looked pitiful. Huh? This sentence was heard by many students. They could not help but laugh out loud. Then they covered their mouths, turned around, and ran away. When Xingtian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't it already over? You're not afraid anymore. Why did you still do this? It's okay. It's good that you know you were wrong. I still want to apologize to you, is what Xiaoduo said. No need. I have to apologize to you. Xiaoduo's eyebrows moved, but his voice was very hurried. It was as if he was afraid that the head teacher would not accept his apology. No. When Xingtian was about to say no, but he saw Xiaoduo's eyes at a glance. He quickly changed his words. I have to say, your mistake this time is really quite serious. How could you? I was wrong. So Xiaoduo lowered his head and followed Wen Xingtian step by step. I'm telling you, such a bad thing has not happened in Hidden Dragon High School for many years. Sigh, you child. Yes. Teacher Wen, you see. Their voices gradually faded as they walked toward Wen Xingtian's office. In Wen Xingtian's office. What is it? Wen Xingtian asked via voice transmission. Teacher Wen, please forgive me this once. I will write a self-reflection for you. So Xiaoduo pulled a long face and sounded like he was about to cry. He grabbed a piece of paper from the table and a pen and wrote on it. Vice Principal Xiang is plagued by bad luck. His head is shrouded in darkness. He should die tonight. If you want to write a reflection, then write it properly. Wen Xingtian said sternly. After you finish writing, remember to read it in class tomorrow morning. Then, he transmitted his voice, write down the details of the situation clearly. It should be an external force. It's hard to defend yourself. Villains are causing mischief and setting up a trap to frame you. When Xingtian frowned, so fast. We must have a way to deal with it. Otherwise, with Vice President Xiang's temperament, it is very likely that the situation will develop into an irreparable situation. You can do this, and this, and this, and this. It's what Xiao Duo wrote. What else? When Xingtian asked, I've finished. That's all. It's what Xiao Duo looked obedient. When Xingtian flew into a rage, he grabbed the self-reflection and smashed it into pieces. He said furiously, What are you writing? Is this the attitude of an apology? Go home and rewrite it. If you can't do it tomorrow, continue to rewrite until I'm satisfied. With a loud bang, Xiao Duo was sent flying by Wen Xingtian's kick. He rolled twice on the ground and scrambled to escape. When Xingtian stood at the door, his anger still lingering. Minister Wen, it's rare to see you so angry. Vice President Wu walked over from the office next door and said with a smile, This little naughty monkey is really... When Xingtian was panting with anger, he suddenly realized and said lightly, Vice President Wu, why are you so free today to chat with me? Ha! I don't have time to chat. He turned around and walked away, leaving behind a sentence. If I don't teach students for a day, my salary will be gone. I'm not like some leaders who don't teach classes every day. Just by being a principal, they can get a high salary and bonus. They can get a promotion just by dropping their buttocks. When Xingtian left without any politeness, Vice President Wu just looked at Wen Xingtian's figure fading away. His face was still calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a coldness like that of a poisonous snake. Wen Xingtian was also a nail that must be removed. The afternoon classes were very peaceful. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong received special treatment from Wen Xingtian. They were beaten to the point that they could not take care of themselves. Finally, after school, Zhuo Xiaoduo held his, but that was almost beaten into 36 pieces, and Li Chenglong held his face that was as swollen as a wash basin, that they went home in a sorry state. The nourishment chamber of Hidden Dragon High School was not open to these two guys. Fortunately, the time limit was only 1 week, and what made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel the most relieved was that the Annihilation Tower was back. If he was beaten, then so be it. He was already used to being beaten by the teacher. Previously, it was Qin Fangyang. Now it was Wen Xingtian. The difference was that Wen Xingtian's net worth was much more than Qin Fangyang's. According to his own information, it was quite terrifying. He welcomed the challenge. If the challenge was successful, he could take it all away. Although Wen Xingtian's strength was a little high. Yes, it was a little high, but people always had some ideas. What if he succeeded? Master's recent goal was to defeat Qin Fangyang and defeat Wen Xingtian. He would repeat this sentence several times every night. Every time, he would imagine himself beating Qin Fangyang to the ground and then laughing to the sky. Teacher Qin, you didn't expect this day, right? Oh ho! Or he would beat Wen Xingtian to the ground, put his hands on his waist, and shake his head. Teacher Wen, how does it feel to be defeated by your own student? He just participated in a competition and won the championship. I'm so awesome. His pretentiousness has reached the sky. So what if he's awesome? Has he made even the slightest contribution to society? There are more and more such comments, and they were in the ascendant. When the disciples of the Iron God sect and the supporters of the Sword King heard such comments, they almost immediately started to argue with these people. Smoke of war was everywhere on the internet. However, the other party was obviously organized. They started to list the heroic deeds and then compared them. It was very effective. With righteousness and reason as the premise, they suppressed the disciples of the Iron God sect until they couldn't breathe. What right does he have to be loved and respected by everyone if he hasn't made any contributions? At the same time, some posts about the deeds of the Hidden Dragon High martial arts students were naturally inserted into the topic. This is the person who deserves our respect the most. A Hidden Dragon student is actually better than the seniors who founded Hidden Dragon. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Chapter 462. There were more than 10 seniors who had founded the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. Their life histories, who were the students under each of them, how many of them had shaken a world in the end, how many had died at the Sun Moon Pass, and how many had become monuments, the glorious deeds of their lives, that slowly, one by one, they were all displayed in front of the world. Among them, there are those who sacrificed themselves heroically to fight against 10,000. There were also those who went back and forth from piles of corpses hundreds of times without regret. There were also those who sacrificed themselves to protect their comrades. And there were also those who resolutely chose to die in front of the pass for the human defense line, despite knowing that they would die. Which one of these martyrs is less worthy of praise than your Sword King sex leader? Bah, the two can't be compared at all. Rashly comparing them is blasphemy and disrespect to these heroes. Slowly, the Iron God sect began to retreat. Many of the Sword King supporters also rebelled and stood in the other party's position to think about the problem. Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong watched this scene and looked at each other with wonderful expressions. Well, if I'm not wrong, this should be done by our people, taking advantage of the situation, borrowing the chicken to lay the eggs. Li Qinglong slowly turned his head and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with an indescribably strange expression on his face. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of Sparta. What the hell? The first task we gave him actually started by scolding ourselves. Fuck, whose idea was this? What kind of magical brain circuit is this? Li Qinglong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And I have to give them bonuses. This is worse than lifting a rock and dropping it on our own feet. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded. This is not the worst. Maybe we have to praise them for scolding us well and doing a good job. Li Qinglong murmured. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other and felt that there was nothing more wonderful than this. It was difficult to describe in words and so on. But speaking of the really strong combat strength, Li Qinglong wiped his sweat. I'm about to be scolded. I know there's a reason for this, and it's the result I want. But the process, I've already been scolded. This is what it means to be condemned by 1,000 people. So Xiaoduo grinned. It feels so good. What should we do now? Li Qinglong scratched his head. What else can we do? You already said it's the process, and you're still asking me how? Zhuo Xiaoduo glared and said, of course we have to continue. Continue to scold them. Scold them as much as you can. Scold Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong to death. Scold these two bastards to death. Make them repent. Make them apologize. And make them pay the price. A what? Xiaoduo snorted and said, the posts about the hierarch and the Sword King were not made by us from the beginning to the end. Moreover, judging from these clues, it should be the Wu family and the Gao family who did it. Water has its source, tree has its roots, and karma runs its own course. Whether or not he has ulterior motives, we don't know, and we don't care. However, we can take this opportunity to completely mess up this matter. It might not be a bad thing. As for being scolded, as long as we don't look at the computer, it doesn't matter if the world is turned upside down. Besides, it doesn't involve personal attacks, so it's not worth mentioning. So Xiaoduo didn't care. It's not a big deal. Okay then. That night, Gu Qi received a message from the big boss. Well done. Of course, Manager Gu didn't know how much the big boss gritted his teeth when he typed these words. These words made Manager Gu's spirits rise. It seemed that the big boss was also paying attention to the movements on the internet. This was the big boss's affirmation. Suddenly, the whole company felt that they had found the right direction. A shifty-eyed guy said proudly, I told you that we should start with the Sword King and the hierarch, right? If you want to promote something, remember this. First, start a fight, then set the pace. Once the fight starts, as long as we guide the direction of public opinion, we can do anything. Moreover, all the information on our side and all the people are full of positive energy. We naturally have justice and justice. Who want to fight with us? There's no chance. Especially since those two kids are still Hidden Dragon students. They have a natural weakness and are destined to be unable to turn the tables. I pity those two kids. They're so young, yet they have to bear such groundless accusations. Well, they deserve it. What should we do next? Next, we'll continue to scold the Sword King and continue to trample on the hierarch. Then, we'll draw the attention to the celebrities and idols at the right time. Create a few misunderstandings, that is. We're actually fans of some celebrities with high popularity. Then, we can't stand that an ordinary student has more popularity than a celebrity. This will be enough to start a new wave of fighting and keep the topic hot. When the conflict between the two sides is about to end, it'll be time for us to enter the battle. First, we'll refute the rumors and absorb a wave of combat power from both sides at the same time. After that, we'll naturally push the boat along with the current and make it logical. In this way, our combat power can be multiplied. We'll continue to collect stories that can move people to tears, shake their spirits, and shock their souls. When the time comes, we'll bombard them and stir up the atmosphere even more. Then, we'll focus on how the seniors of the past protected the ordinary people of the continent. At this stage, these seniors don't have to be limited to the hidden dragon martial arts seniors. Otherwise, it'll be easy to leave traces. We'll try our best to make the internet as united as possible in this first stage. Let everyone feel grateful. Also, from now on, we can advertise under every article and charge for it. This is the main source of the company's profits. If the company doesn't make money, what's the point? These will naturally be handled by the public relations department. For the first wave of advertisements, I suggest we advertise fitness equipment and weapons manufacturers to strengthen the entire human community. So on and so on. Brilliant plan, too brilliant for words. It had to be said. The company that Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong started up was really full of talents. Before they started, there were already people looking for sponsors everywhere. Staff going on business trips, accommodation, all of these required money, right? And you have the nerve to not sponsor these things? Benefits? Nonsense. Why would you sponsor if there were no benefits? You could get out now. All kinds of advertising fees were flying high. When the major platforms and major websites went to discuss about entering the company, they went to discuss carefully. In the end, the other side agreed very quickly. Just come. There's no handling fee, no fees. As long as you earn, it's all yours. The sooner the better. It was as if they were begging Zhou Shuai's people to enter their website portal and post something. Unexpectedly, the entire website cooperated vigorously. The banner was pulled up, and there was a wave of overwhelming publicity. With such a rhythm, not to mention Zhou Shuai's general manager, Gu Qi, even these veteran trolls were enjoying such a high standard of treatment for the first time in their lives. In the current online economy, channels were king. For many channel merchants, if they wanted to enter to do something, the channel fee would be 70% to 80% of your gross profit. Unlike now, they could enter directly without spending a single cent. After entering, they were treated like VIPs. All kinds of promotions were thrown at them. An article could instantly get hundreds of millions of hits. This was more than just awesome. It was simply awesome. Everyone was investigating Zhou Shuai Film and Media Entertainment Company. But after investigating, the identity, background, origin, and story were all very ordinary. There was nothing worthy of attention at all. However, how could such a grassroots company be so successful? Countless companies in the industry all focused their attention on this new company that had been reorganized. In just one night, it rolled down from the highest mountain like a snowball rolling down from the highest mountain, gradually forming a momentum like a landslide or a tsunami. Obviously, all the processes fell into the eyes of everyone, but became more and more incomprehensible. This world, isn't it changing too quickly? On this night, Zhou Xiaoduo was compressing spirit energy for the 16th time. Li Chenglong was successfully suppressing it for the 5th time, and Yi Chongqing was once again secretly guarding the students of Class 1 were still attacking and scheming against each other. No matter how one looked at it, it was a very normal and ordinary night. However, on this night, at around 1 o'clock in the morning, when Vice Principal Gao was on duty in the office, he was attacked and was seriously injured. He managed to save his life, but he was unconscious and had lost his mind. During the battle, Vice Principal Gao roared in grief and indignation. My face changed? When did my face change? Xiang Kuangren, don't you go too far. Why should I explain to you? Xiang Kuangren, what do you want? Xiang Kuangren, you actually dare to do such a vicious thing. Vice Principal Gao was roaring, and there was also a domineering voice shouting at the top of his voice. Silver dragons circled and danced in the air. Two masters, each using their full strength, risking their lives to kill each other. The atmosphere of the battle was so intense that the whole campus could hear it. In the end, Vice Principal Wu arrived and shouted, "Stop!" As he spoke, he rushed forward to help and separated the two. Unfortunately, Vice Principal Gao was already seriously injured and bathed in blood. If not for his last breath, he would be no different from a dead man. A burly figure opposite him disappeared in a flash without a word. "Don't go. Old Xiang, is that you?" Vice Principal Wu's shout shook the night sky. The other party did not answer, as if he did not hear it all. At this moment, Vice Principal Gao, who was attacked, was in a deep coma due to his serious injuries. He had lost his mind, and the injuries he suffered were real and not fake at all. At 4 o'clock in the morning, all the higher-ups of Hidden Dragon High School gathered together and started a discussion about the attack. Vice Principal Wu was the first to speak. He pointed at Xiang Kuangren and said, "I want to ask Vice Principal Xiang, what do you want? What do you want to do? How did Vice Principal Gao offend you? Do you have to be so heavy-handed? What deep hatred do you have for him to be so ruthless?" Chapter 463. On the other side, Vice Principal Wei added coldly, "I heard what Vice Principal Xiang said when we arrested and interrogated the Dao League that day. When Vice Principal Gao's face changed, that means he's guilty, right? But I don't know what Vice Principal Xiang found out." Xiang Kuangren was furious and slammed the table. "What do you mean? Are you trying to pin the blame on me? Let me tell you, I didn't do it." "Ha!" The vice principals chuckled together, their eyes cold. "Vice Principal Yi, you're the principal of the school. Please give us an explanation." Yi Chongqing rubbed the space between his eyebrows. His face was pale with exhaustion, and there was a faint blush on his face. It was obvious that the injury to his heart meridian had become more and more serious after this period of torment. When Xingtian stood up and said coldly, "Vice Principal Wu, I'm getting more and more confused. Let's not talk about why Vice Principal Yi is giving you an explanation. Let's talk about the incident itself. I only have one question. What evidence do you have to say that Vice Principal Xiang did it? Who didn't hear the commotion that night?" Vice Principal Gao called out Xiang Kuangren's name clearly. Is Vice Principal Gao using his old life to accuse Xiang Kuangren? Fuck your bullshit. What kind of evidence is that? One Xingtian scolded without any trace of politeness. Then what if I go out tonight and shout, saying that you, Vice Principal Wu, beat me up? Will I be able to frame you? Vice Principal Wu? Do you think it's that easy to frame someone? When Xingtian said sternly, "What I want now is evidence. Witnesses, material evidence, and conclusive evidence. Do you have it? If you can't, then get the fuck out of here. If anyone delays Vice Principal's recovery, I'll be the first to punish them." When Xingtian, how can you say that? Who do you think you're talking to? What? I can't speak? I don't like it. Are you going to shout tonight and get beaten up by me when Xingtian? When Xingtian sneered, "Let me tell you, none of my subordinates have ever survived. If you're willing to give it a try, I don't mind at all. I didn't see all of you gather together when I was doing something serious. Apart from this kind of dirty business, all of you are quite proactive. Everyone knows what's going on. Don't think that your little tricks will have any effect. A bunch of lazy bastards who can't even make it to the main table. Apart from making groundless accusations and framing, what else can you do? Can't you be a little more mature? In any case, all of you are part of the upper echelons of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Can't you be a little more upper class?" When Xingtian's voice became more and more severe, almost to the point of cursing, "Xiang Kuangren has done such a thing. Can we talk about it? Vice Principal Wu said. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Show me the evidence. When Xing Tian slammed the table. What are you shouting for? Where's the evidence? This is a society that relies on evidence. Without conclusive evidence, Vice Principal Wu, believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander. What does this have to do with you and Xing Tian? Vice Principal Wu was furious. I'm asking about Xiang Quangren. Can you represent him? Bullshit. What does it have to do with you that Gao Zhiyun was attacked? Do I need you to jump out and shout? Can you represent Gao Zhiyun? When Xing Tian slammed the table. Why did you come out? Why did I come out? I'm just asking you, are you convinced? If you're not, then come out. I'll teach you. Silence, all of you silence. Yi Chongqing slapped the table and spoke with difficulty. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto a white handkerchief. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, his spirit was lifted and his aura suppressed everyone. However, everyone knew very well that Yi Chongqing's old injury was in his heart meridian. Spitting out a mouthful of blood could relieve some of the pain, but the deeper consequence was that the injury to his heart meridian was even more serious. It could be said to be the most extreme behavior of drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Vice Principal, when Xing Tian was shocked. I'm fine. Yi Chongqing's face recovered its color. He smiled faintly and said, I'll say a few words about the attack on Vice Principal Gao. Everyone sat up straight and waited for Yi Chongqing to continue. I'm very sad that Vice Principal Gao was attacked. As the Vice Principal of Hidden Dragon High School, it's like a curse that brings bad luck one after another. It's unexpected, Yi Chongqing said, but whether Vice Principal Xiang did it or not, this matter still needs to be investigated. Because Vice Principal Xiang came to me when the attack just happened. At that time, Vice Principal Xiang told me very clearly that he didn't do it. So now the problem is, Vice Principal Gao said that Vice Principal Xiang did it, but Vice Principal Xiang insisted that he didn't do it. This is actually a very clear and simple problem. As the saying goes, catch adulterers in the act, catch the thief with the stolen goods. You said he did it, so you should show evidence. On the other hand, Vice Principal Xiang said you didn't do it, so please show evidence. Empty words have no basis and are not accepted. It's the same for both of us. Whether it's a witness or a physical evidence, it's only credible when there's evidence. I wonder if anyone has any objections to my statement? Yi Chongqing coughed with difficulty and said, This matter has to be fair and just. Neither side has anything to say. Naturally, the truth will come to light and the truth will be revealed. Vice Principal Wu showed a smile on his face and said, In other words, we'll judge whether it's true or not based on evidence. Yi Chongqing said lightly, That's right. It's a dispute over evidence. Then, although Vice Principal Gao is unconscious, he clearly called out Vice Principal Xiang's name during the fierce battle. This should count as a witness and evidence. On the other hand, Vice Principal Xiang, if you insist that it's not you, then please show evidence of your alibi first, Vice Principal Wu said. Xiang Quangren's curly beard was trembling with anger. What kind of evidence is that? He can accuse me just by opening his mouth? Didn't I say anything? Now I'm saying that I did something wrong when I was drunk. So I'm your father, and I'm your father? Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Wu was furious. What's the reason for this? This is what I said. Many people heard it. Do you admit it? Xiang Quangren snorted and said, Based on his words, others heard it, and it's evidence? What kind of nonsense is this? Old Gao is still unconscious, but many people heard what he said. This is an indisputable fact. It's also a fact that he's seriously injured. Of course, if you can wake him up, he can take it first. Vice Principal Wu said lightly, I think, even if Vice Principal Xiang is powerful, the traces left by the Conqueror Halberd can't be completely removed in a short time. When Xing Tian said lightly, Vice Principal Wu, be careful with your words. How dare you say that the injuries were caused by the Conqueror Halberd? Vice Principal Wu sneered and said, The Conqueror Halberd's 8 Desolates night battle is incomparably overbearing. The traces left by it are very different from other attacks. Even if the weapon is changed to an axe, can't you find it at all? Is it so easy to fake the Conqueror's Heart Sutra? When Xingtian narrowed his eyes and said, "An axe is an axe, leaving such traces behind. Haha, none of us are martial arts beginners. If it's intentional, there's no move that can't be imitated. If you say that again, it's meaningless. Evidence is evidence. Don't talk about the Conqueror Halberd or Conqueror Axe. It's a joke." When Xingtian, Vice Principal Wu, slammed the table and stood up, "What do you mean? Xiang Kuangren is dragging on without evidence to prove his innocence. Instead, you, Wen Xingtian, are jumping out again and again to pester endlessly. I know you're sworn brothers, but this is Hidden Dragon High School. It's not a place for you to form cliques." Enchanting coughed and picked up a teacup to drink. His eyes glanced coldly at Vice Principal Wu from behind the teacup. "You're implying something, old man." Vice Principal Wei coughed and tried to smooth things over. "Vice Principal Xiang, since you said he didn't do it, then please take out the evidence. As long as your evidence is credible, everyone will have nothing to say. There's no need to be so angry and argue endlessly. Everyone calm down." Xiang Kuangren snorted and said, "Wei Xiaoqing, don't gloat. You're not a good person either." He shouted, "Don't you want evidence? I have it." As he spoke, he strode out and shouted, "Old Lei, Big Head, come here." In the room, Vice Principal Wei, Vice Principal Wu, and Vice Principal Liu all revealed traces of mockery in their eyes. However, everyone was careful not to reveal any traces. They lowered their heads and covered their eyes. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others could not see anything. As everyone waited, 2 large men stepped in. The 2 men looked almost identical, as if they were twins. However, if one looked closely, one could still tell that one was older and the other younger. These 2 should be father and son, not brothers. Big Head came back from Shangjing last night, and the 2 of them drank with me. We were supposed to go to Rank 1 Firmament, but Big Head booked the Supreme Hotel, so we went there. Xiang Kuangren said loudly. "Big Head and his father are my witnesses. The owner of the Supreme Hotel is also my witness. We drank until 2 in the morning. The 3 of us drank 17 jars of drunken Big Dipper. And at that time, the one with the surname Gao had already been beaten into a nourishment chamber. Do you have all these witnesses and evidence?" Xiang Kuangren laughed. Yi Changqing and the others turned their heads and looked at the father and son. Big Head Lei smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "We're all acquaintances. After I left Fenghai, I spent most of my time in Shangjing. Now, I'm working at Shangjing's Yunwan High Martial Arts Academy. Although I'm not involved in teaching and am only a logistics staff, I'm still an employee of Yunwan High Martial Arts Academy. No one has any objections to this, right?" When Xingtian said lightly, "Go on," begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. "It's the first day of September. Everyone, please give me a few as a guarantee. And recommendation tickets, there are so few of them these days. Do you have someone outside?" Chapter 464. Big Head Lei smiled and said, "What I mean is, I'll be the witness. Everyone should believe me, right?" Vice Principal Wu smiled and said, "Brother Lei, we're all old friends. There's no need to beat around the bush. Let's clear things up quickly. Naturally, everyone would trust your words." "Ha ha ha." Big Head Lei laughed and said, "Last night, I did invite Brother Xiang to drink at the Supreme Hotel. Just the 3 of us, me, my son, and Brother Xiang. The 3 of us." Everyone sat still. Xiang Kuangren's eyes lit up and he laughed. "How is it, Wu? What else do you have to say?" Vice Principal Wu said lightly, "Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished asking yet. Brother Lei, may I ask, what time did you guys drink until?" Big Head Lei said straightforwardly, "We drank until 11 o'clock at night. This drinking was really satisfying." Vice Principal Wu and Vice Principal Wei both laughed coldly. Vice Principal Gao was attacked at 1 o'clock at night. Then, after Xiang Quangren finished drinking at 11 o'clock at night, no one could testify. Xiang Quangren's burly body suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned his head and looked at Big Head Lei in disbelief. Vice Principal Wu had already followed up and asked, "What time did you drink until? I didn't hear you clearly." 11 o'clock. Big Head Lei looked confused. "Why can I lie at this time? Last night, we drank for more than 4 hours. Brother Xiang's alcohol tolerance is really..." Xiang Quangren opened his eyes and looked at his old friend in disbelief. "Old Lei, what time did you say?" 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Didn't you say that Feng Hai is unstable now, and there are too many things to do, and you need to go back early? Big Head Lei looked confused. "What's wrong, old Xiang?" "You." Xiang Quangren nodded dejectedly. "Haha, Big Head Lei. 300 years of friendship. I thought it was 300 years of friendship. Just because of your 2 words, it's broken. I'm really interested to know, what benefits did you get? That's why I said that." Big Head Lei was stunned and suddenly flew into a rage. "Old Xiang, what do you mean? I'm here to testify for you out of goodwill. You are testifying for me." Xiang Quangren narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I'll ask you one last time. How long are we going to drink?" Big Head Lei slammed the table and roared. "Even if you ask me 100 times, it's still 11 o'clock. He. Xiang Quangren laughed bitterly as if his heart and liver were about to explode. Good. Today, I've finally seen what a friend is." Vice Principal Wu and the others sneered. "Xiang Quangren, what's the use of pretending? The truth is right there. What else do you have to deny?" Xiang Quangren threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "There are so many things I can deny. Someone, bring me the projector." A loud shout. Then, Xiang Quangren took out a small shao from his pocket. It was actually a pocket-sized disc. "Do you really think that I've been cooped up at home for 20 years for nothing? I also know about high-tech. My real evidence is right here." Xiang Quangren sneered and quickly connected to the projector. "Old Xiang, what do you mean?" Big Head Lei's expression changed. "Fuck off." Xiang Quangren gritted his teeth and scolded. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Old Xiang? Open your dog eyes wide and look. What is this?" The image on the projector was the entrance of the Supreme Hotel. The 2 of them stood with their hands behind their backs. Xiang Quangren strode over from afar and laughed. "Big Head, you actually came back to find me. At least you still have some conscience." Then, the 3 of them laughed and entered the hotel together. The image stopped at the clock in the hotel lobby. 6:47 in the evening. Big Head Lei, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Is this the same situation as yesterday afternoon when we just met? Xiang Quangren's face was ferocious. "If you want to continue denying it, it's fine. There are a few acquaintances at the door. I believe they should remember what happened last night, right? Do you want me to call them over?" Big Head Lei's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with panic. Vice Principal Wu's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Xiang Quangren, what are you playing at?" "What am I playing at?" "Don't worry, just look at it. You'll know once you see it." Xiang Quangren sneered and then fast-forwarded. The image changed to the hotel room. The most eye-catching thing was that the image was still facing the clock on the wall. Instead, it was showing the 3 of them drinking and chatting. The angle was a little bad, but it was clear enough. At this time, Xiang Quangren said, "It's already 11:20 in the blink of an eye. Happy times really pass quickly." Ha. I haven't drunk enough yet." Big Head Lei laughed. "If you haven't drunk enough, then continue drinking. Why do you care what time it is? Old Xiang, didn't you ask for leave?" Ha. I don't believe you need to ask for leave to drink with me." Xiang Quangren laughed like thunder. "Nonsense. Continue drinking. Drink until you're drunk. You must drink until you're drunk." Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere at the table became more and more lively. Xiang Quangren seemed to be drunk. He pointed at the clock on the wall and laughed. "Why is this thing shaking? Am I drunk? What time is it? I said it's 1 o'clock. Am I right?" Big Head Lei laughed. "You're not drunk, old man. It's 1 o'clock. If you're not drunk, then continue drinking." Another hour passed. Xiang Quangren's eyes were blurred, and he nodded. "What time is it now?" Damn it, this clock doesn't seem right. It's 2:30 now, right? Yes. Big Head Lei said affirmatively. It's 2:30 now. Brother Xiang, let's finish 2 more jars. I don't know how you feel, but I've drunk enough. If I drink more, I'll really throw up. Okay. It wasn't until 3:20 p.m. that the drinking session was finally over. Xiang Quangren leaned on the chair in a daze and said, Brother Lei, today was really good. I'm good too. Big Head Lei laughed. Xiang Quangren pressed the pause button. The image stopped. He turned his head and looked at Big Head Lei with eagle-like eyes. Do you have anything to say now? Big Head Lei's face was as pale as paper. He said, Everyone heard it. You're the one who's asking. I just played along with you. In fact, the clock in that room is broken. If you don't believe me, we can ask the owner and manager of the Supreme Hotel. Ask them to come and ask. Let them agree with you? Xiang Quangren laughed. A cold voice sounded at the door. There's no need to look for them. They've already gone to my place. Before the voice died away, a bald man stepped in. The man was tall and broad, with a square face and big ears. He looked dignified, but there was not a single hair on his bald head, which slightly reduced his overall image. However, his eyes were majestic, like cold lightning, looking disdainfully at everyone. The man was the director of Star Shield in the Central Plains, Jiang Wenzhou. Behind Director Jiang, there were 2 men in black, who were also wearing the uniform of Star Shield. After coming in, he first greeted Yi Changqing, and then said, Hello, everyone. Today, I came here uninvited to testify for Vice President Xiang. Everyone should know me. Although my cultivation is shallow and can't reach the apex, there shouldn't be many people who don't know me in Fenghai City. I don't know if you believe what I said. He smiled faintly, and without waiting for everyone to answer, he said, Last night, Vice President Xiang suddenly invited us to drink, but he didn't show up. He only booked a room for us and let us drink next to him. I just listened to him talk over there. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, I would have gone over to beat him. How can he treat us like this? He's just setting up a trap to ruin us. But as soon as he said this, the faces of Big Head Lei, Vice President Wu, Vice President Wei, and the others suddenly changed. Indeed, he was going to ruin someone, but he wasn't going to ruin you, Jiang Wenzhou. Last night, I was really interested in this pair of father and son. It was because of them that Vice President Xiang left us alone. How can I not take a good look? Then, I saw the 2 of them running out. One went out, and the other went out. Their behavior made me even more curious. Jiang Wenzhou stretched out his hand, and there was also a CD in his hand. I'm excited, so I simply made a video. Are you interested in watching it? Everyone's face darkened. When Xingtian laughed and said, Since it's such a good show, of course we have to watch it. The projector started to work again. It was actually just a segment. Big Head Lei walked out of the room and hurried along the corridor to the toilet in the distance, pausing at the door of the toilet. Jiang Wenzhou said faintly, This distinguished guest surnamed Lei, you have such a high-end private room. No matter what, there should be a toilet in the room. You actually have to go so far. Did you develop other habits after coming to Shangjing? I don't know what kind of rule this is, but I don't care. Then it paused and disappeared and continued to play. Big Head Lei could be seen running in like a wisp of smoke. Then he used his hand to dig, and with a puff, he started to vomit. After vomiting, he wiped his face, then took out a bottle and took 2 pills. Then he unbuttoned his pants and peed. His spirit immediately became better, and he walked back. Everyone knows that this drunken Big Dipper is specially brewed for experts. If you drink enough, you can really get half-dead drunk. Even if you have profound Xian skills, you can't evaporate it or resist it. For ordinary people, this drunken Big Dipper is a strong poison. Once you drink it, you'll be drunk for the rest of your life. Jiang Wenzhou said faintly. But for the drunken Big Dipper, the research and development company also produced a special sobriety medicine. Yes, the one in Brother Lei's hand should be the one. But to be honest, the sales of this medicine are very small. After all, it's rare for a martial artist to get drunk when drinking, and it's even rarer to make us drunk. At least I can't imagine why Brother Lei would carry so many sobriety medicine with him. It's a spectacle. Chapter 465. The projection began to fast forward again. However, what was seen was still Big Head Lei and his son, running out as if changing shifts. One came out, the other came out. The angle of the video seemed to match the time. Even the wall clock in the corridor was not missed. Everything was recorded. This scene continued until 2:30. The father and son had each gone out twice. Xiang Quangren's laughter could be heard. Big Head Lei, your alcohol tolerance has improved. Haha. Finally, the camera panned to the room that Big Head Lei had entered. Then, it went to the room next door. There were 7 or 8 star shield experts in the room, all sitting upright, as if they were watching a show. The dishes on the table were almost untouched. All of them just sat there with meaningful looks on their faces, as if they were watching a good show. Jiang Wenzhou laughed and said, "This is a good show, isn't it? But it hasn't reached the climax yet." Do you know what I found after that? All the surveillance equipment in the Supreme Hotel was broken at night. However, this is what we specialize in. After he finished speaking, he said lightly, "I wonder if this can prove that Vice Principal Xiang is innocent." Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian stood up at the same time and said gratefully, "Thank you, Director Jiang." Jiang Wenzhou smiled lightly. "You're welcome. It's my duty. Last night, I was able to watch such a big show and even participate in it. I was addicted to it, and it even lasted until now. All kinds of twists and schemes made me, a layman, extremely surprised. However, I was still very satisfied. It was an eye-opener, ha!" On the other side, Big Head Lei and his sons' faces were pale and their eyes were filled with panic. Xiang Quangren slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. "Big Head, I still want to ask you one question. Why?" Big Head Lei's eyes were full of despair. His body swayed, and he said bitterly, "You saw it. Why else?" Xiang Quangren said, "But I want to know the reason. I want you to answer me personally." Big Head Lei's face was ashen. He said, "Of course there is a reason, but it's too important. Old Xiang, you're destined to lose." At this moment, Yi Changqing let out a fierce roar and shot out explosively. When Xingtian also roared, "Stop!" However, the blood light instantly dispersed into a thick blood mist with a bang. Only an extremely shrill and miserable laugh could be heard. "Old Xiang, I'm sorry." In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Big Head Lei's palm smashed the head of his son who was right beside him into pieces. Immediately after, his own tall and sturdy body also slowly, softly fell to the ground. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Xiang Quangren with a sad smile in his eyes. "I've harmed you today. My life is yours." His body softly fell to the ground, but the corner of his mouth still hung a strange smile. Before Big Head Lei fell, when Xingtian's lightning-fast hand had already pinched his chin. "It's too late." Yi Changqing shook his head. The blood that kept flowing out of Big Head Lei's mouth had actually turned blue. He was no longer breathing and had died. "It's orchid heart poison." Yi Changqing grunted and gritted his teeth. Not only the orchid heart poison, he also broke his own heart veins. Otherwise, with his cultivation, even if the orchid heart poison broke out, he would still be able to hold on for a while. When Xingtian sighed softly, "All of you, get out of the way." Yi Changqing and Xiang Quangren both sighed a little. Big Head Lei was actually so resolute. The moment the matter was exposed, he was so resolute that he killed his own son. At the same time, he bit open the poison sac. Afraid that he would not die quickly, he even broke his own heart veins at the same time. The three of them looked at each other and felt a wave of palpitations in their hearts. What kind of organization, what kind of death warrior, what kind of scheme would be able to do this? With Big Head Lei's death, the clues were immediately cut off again. Although Jiang Wenzhou had already taken control of the people in the Supreme Hotel, Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were very clear in their hearts. There would not be any substantial gains over there. Once again, It proved the terror of the enemy. After so many years of waiting, all they got in return was still the surface. I always feel that the incidents have been a little frequent recently. When Xingtian lowered his head and transmitted his voice, Yi Changqing was stunned by this sentence and slowly nodded. Blue blood gradually dripped out of Big Head Lei's mouth and flowed to the ground. Faint blue smoke slowly rose from the ground. The hard alloy floor was slowly corroded and collapsed bit by bit. So ruthless. Jiang Wenzhou held his breath. With a wave of his hand, he put the bodies of Big Head Lei and his son into the space ring. Then, with a flash of a knife, he cut off the floor that was corroded by the blood and put it into the space ring. Ha ha! Vice Principal Wu laughed heartily. After all this time, it turns out that old Xiang is not involved. It's good that he's fine. It seems that the murderer is someone else. Director Jiang, it seems that you really have to work hard. This Fenghai city is really not peaceful recently. Vice Principal Wei smiled faintly and said, although old Xiang has a straightforward temper, he always says what he means and means what he says. I also believe that old Xiang is not that kind of bad person. Now that the evidence is conclusive, doesn't everything come to light and the truth comes to light? As for old Gao's matter, there must be something fishy about it. Bossy, it seems that we really need to investigate it properly. Vice Principal Wei's face was solemn. Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said word by word, that's right. We really need to do a thorough investigation of the current Hidden Dragon High Marshal. Xiang Quangren narrowed his eyes and looked at Vice Principal Wu, Vice Principal Liu, and Vice Principal Wei. His eyes were like a vulture's. Why? Is it so easy to prove my innocence? The three of you, do you need to prove it again? I don't feel any sense of accomplishment now. Vice Principal Wei smiled and looked up at Xiang Quangren. Old Xiang, what else do you want us to prove? Prove what? Xiang Quangren was suddenly speechless. What did he want him to prove? Vice Principal Wu said earnestly, Old Xiang, you're our brother, but old Gao is also our brother. Something happened to him, and he's in such a miserable state. It's normal for us to be a little impatient. If the person involved was you, we would be the same. Please don't be offended. After all, the truth has come to light. After all, we're brothers. We're still very happy that we didn't have a big fight. But my words just now were indeed a little rash. Please be magnanimous and don't blame me. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Xiang Quangren with a sincere expression. But now, I'm really happy that you can prove your innocence. When Xingtian spat and walked out with his head held high, he didn't even look at Vice Principal Wei and the others. Yi Changqing stood there. His body swayed slightly and his face became paler. However, he immediately stood firm and smiled bitterly. I made a fool of myself in front of Director Jiang. Jiang Wenzhou also smiled bitterly. Principal Yi, you're too serious. We, Star Shield, are also very ashamed. This matter is also due to our lack of supervision. He shook his head and sighed. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. Then he said, at this point, I'm afraid there will be follow-up. I'll take my leave first. Principal Yi, please take care of yourself. The Hidden Dragon High School can't do without a pillar like you. Thank you for your concern, Director Jiang. When Xingtian sent Jiang Wenzhou out, when they reached the school gate, Jiang Wenzhou let out a long sigh. Teacher One, to be honest, I'm very depressed now. I don't feel like I have the upper hand at all. Originally, we had the upper hand in this round. We should have even won a complete victory. When Xingtian smiled faintly, Director Jiang, you're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. I'm really depressed now. You know, over the past few years, as long as the higher-ups of Star Shield are free, I've been working hard to investigate the Hidden Dragon High School case. As the director of Star Shield, I really don't want the heroes to be wronged. But after so many years, there hasn't been any progress. Jiang Wenzhou said, but following the investigation, I've also discovered that I can't find out what I want to know if I don't give up and continue to work hard. The Dragon Blood Team, which belongs to the Central Plains Star Shield General Administration, is said to be tyrannical and unstoppable. But even if all of them are dispatched, I'm afraid they won't be as powerful as the people involved in the Hidden Dragon High School case. In other words, if I really find out something, the only thing waiting for my people is death. Over the years, for the sake of the Hidden Dragon High School case, the Star Shield investigators I've invested in have already inexplicably disappeared. 23. Jiang Wenzhou sighed sadly. Your level is already very, very high. It's beyond the level of the secular world. Star Shield. In our Star Shield General Administration, there are only 2 Royal God level cultivators. And even these 2 are still insignificant in the eyes of the Hidden Dragon. They can be destroyed with a flip of the hand. In the past few years, I've made reports to ask the higher-ups to send real experts down, but as long as we don't investigate your case, the current strength of our manpower is more than enough to deal with the situation. Sigh, I don't even know what to say. Jiang Wenzhou patted Xing Tian's shoulder somewhat dejectedly. In short, I'm very ashamed. I'm very ashamed. Jiang Wenzhou left these last words and left with his people. I've already controlled the relevant personnel of the Supreme Hotel in the Star Shield General Administration. If the Hidden Dragon needs them, you can go and get them at any time. This is already the limit of what I can do. Watching Jiang Wenzhou leave, Xing Tian's heart was heavy. This confrontation really couldn't be said to be a victory. The other party was completely unreasonable as he threw another punch. Everyone knew that this operation couldn't kill Xiang Quangren at all, but the other party still did it. Since that was the case, there must be a follow-up. Today's repeated twists and turns had blocked the other party's follow-up. But when Xing Tian was sure that the other party's follow-up actions wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have acted so rashly. If Xiaoduo hadn't seen that Xiang Quangren's luck was different in advance, this time, Xiang Quangren and the Hidden Dragon High School would have fallen into a rather passive situation. That's all for today. I forgot that today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, our second biggest festival after the Spring Festival. I'm dizzy from the days that if I don't explode, I won't ask for monthly votes. Just give me a few recommendation votes. Chapter 466. When Xing Tian pondered silently as he stood at the school gate. Yi Changqing walked out of the meeting room, clutching his chest as he walked. Vice Principal Wei followed behind him with a worried expression. Principal, are you all right? I'll be fine for now. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. He took out a piece of top-grade Astral Souls jade from his ring, held it in his hand, and absorbed it. His complexion visibly improved. He smiled bitterly and said, At least there's still some left. I'll be fine for now. Vice Principal Wei said with concern, I've already sent people to look for top-grade Astral Souls jade. There should be good news soon. Principal, you must hold on. How much do you have left? I'll hurry them up. Yi Changqing said, although there's still a lot left, we have to use it sparingly. I have less than 300 left. Vice Principal Wei said, use as much as you want. They sent back a message saying that they have found something. I'll go back and hurry them up. He then left with a heavy expression. It was only when he returned to his office that Vice Principal Wei revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. Less than 300? I don't believe you. If you can take out 30 pieces now, I'll kill myself right here and now. Who are you trying to fool? Boss, are we just going to let it go like this? Xiang Quangren looked at Yi Changqing, his face flushed red. You still have other ideas? Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Quangren and frowned. You have to be more careful in the future. Xiang Quangren said angrily, Boss, don't you think what happened today is laughable? Even if there's no evidence prepared beforehand, do you really think you can pin me down with such a small matter? That's ridiculous. Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Quangren coldly. You only see what's right in front of you. How can you pin a vice principal of Hidden Dragon University with such a small matter without any evidence? Yi Changqing said heavily. Then why didn't you think about it? If both you and I could think of this, how could a mastermind behind the scenes not think of it? What is it? Xiang Quangren was still confused. Although this is only a pretext, what they need is just a pretext. That's enough. Yi Changqing said indifferently. To be able to set up such a simple, crude, and unreasonable framing. There is only one reason. What reason? I don't believe it. You don't believe me? I can guarantee that if it weren't for those two twists, the other party would have already started their next move. The other party must have made preparations. They only need an excuse to take you down. As long as there's a reason, it's fine. It doesn't need to be sufficient, and it doesn't need real evidence. That's not the main point. Yi Changqing said indifferently, I think the higher-ups, or at least the martial arts department, have made preparations. At this time, all your actions are the key. As long as you make a mistake, or even if it's just a specious mistake, it's just a suspicion, just a groundless suspicion, and you can be put aside for the time being. How can you be a teacher when you're under suspicion? Once the first step is taken, the next step will be to frame you. You'll be put aside. As long as we give you an excuse that we believe in you, but we need to use you at our discretion, what can you do? After you're put aside, they only need to use the method they used to deal with old Sure, to ruin your reputation through the internet. Naturally, there will be a lot of people who will hit you when you're down. Do you think you'll be a friend your whole life and have no enemies? I think that the mastermind doesn't even need to do it himself. There will be people who will report you to the department. When that time comes, you'll be put aside and have no influence. You can only be beaten by others. You won't have a future for the rest of your life. At least, you won't have a chance to rise again in Hidden Dragon. Yi Changqing said coldly, with your explosive temper, in order to prove your innocence, you'll most likely be like Old Sure and go to the front line to kill the enemy, to fight in the Sun Moon Pass, to fight against the foreign invaders. But over there, a lone army will be enough to kill you. Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Quangren indifferently. You think nothing is wrong when you went out to drink last night, and that it's normal, right? You didn't think that the brother you acknowledged would betray you, right? So you went out in a relaxed manner? Isn't that right? Let me ask you, if we hadn't discovered this in advance and taken precautions, and the other party continued to walk step by step like this, then in the end, where would you end up? This is a trap designed to deal with your temper and old Sures. It looks simple and crude. It's not presentable, is it? But it's this simple scheme that can make people with explosive tempers like you walk on the path that they want you to take, and even the end, bury you in the Sun Moon Pass as a hero. Yi Changqing became angrier as he spoke. Suddenly, he kicked Xiang Quangren's burly body 7 or 8 meters away and hit the wall with a loud bang. Dust rustled down. You only know how to be reckless. You only know how to be reckless. 20 years of solitary confinement. All of it is a dog's life. Yi Changqing was fuming with anger. He kicked Xiang Quangren again and again. How many times have you thought about these twists and turns of the road ahead? You think they're just trying to slander you? To disgust you? Bastard. They want you to die. Yi Changqing lowered his voice and cursed. Xiang Quangren was suddenly happy after being beaten. Boss, your injury. Healed. Touching his butt, he suddenly looked happy. You kicked me so hard just now. Why don't you do it again? I want to feel it again. Yi Changqing looked at Xiang Quangren's joyful face and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He suddenly thought of another face. A brother with a square face and a fiery temper. Suddenly, his heart ached and he felt sad. It was these good brothers who, like him, had made a blood oath to bring the Hidden Dragon martial arts to greater heights. They wanted to nurture the pillars of the continent and the pillars of the sea for the human race. His brothers followed him and entered the Hidden Dragon School wholeheartedly. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. Countless students, under the guidance of their brothers, walked out of the Hidden Dragon and became pillars of the society. Every year, when a batch of students graduated, the brothers would gather together to drink and get drunk on this achievement. Every 2 years, they would go to the Frontline Martyrs Cemetery to see their students in eternal rest. They would cry their hearts out. Year after year had passed, until now. Now everyone was old, and the Hidden Dragon School had also climbed to an extremely high position. It gradually transformed into an excellent springboard for power. As long as they entered for a few years, they would be qualified to be a leader when they left. This was because every genius student that walked out was a shining achievement in the political career of the politicians. This was a political compromise, a balance of power. However, this path that was getting better and better made some people dissatisfied. They were not satisfied with the positions given by the Hidden Dragon School. They started to want more and took action. However, some of the key positions were always occupied and controlled by us old people. So they started to use tricks. They understood the temper of their brothers and stabbed them one by one. They targeted their character weaknesses and made them fall one by one. First, they used a bucket of water from the River of Forgetfulness to throw out Xiang Quangren, who was the least safe. Because they knew that as long as Xiang Quangren was there, the Hidden Dragon School could also be unreasonable. Once something happened, Xiang Quangren could really go crazy and fight. Politicians usually cherish their lives the most. They did not want to take such risks. So they first got rid of Xiang Quangren in the safest way. Then, they targeted Old Shi's explosive character and his unwillingness to be wronged. They created the prostitution incident. How could they not know that with Old Shi's temper, he would definitely not be able to tolerate this? But they could not vent their anger in Fenghai. The only place they could go was the border. Kill the enemy at the border. But this was exactly what they wanted. In the end, Old Shi fell into eternal rest at the Sun Moon Pass. He died with regret. Old Lu's serious and responsible character towards his students. Knowing that Old Lu was different from others, other people might choose to strategically retreat. But Old Lu would not. As long as a student was still in danger, he would not retreat, because each and every one of these students was his flesh and blood. Such a targeted game directly beat Old Lu into a useless person. Then, they targeted Old Lu's temper, which was easy to go to extremes point one by one. They took action one by one and succeeded again and again. Until today, they directly started to frame Xiang Quangren. Moreover, they used the method of betraying his brothers to deal with him, to plot against him. Fortunately, Zhuo had discovered it in advance, causing them to be on guard. If they succeeded, Xiang Quangren's anger and disheartened brother betrayed him. He would leave the Sun Moon Pass in a rage and follow in the footsteps of Vice Principal Shi. It was almost certain that he would leave. After that, the situation would not change at all. Even if everyone knew that they were wronged, it would still be the same. Xiang Quangren would never be able to rise again in the Hidden Dragon School. Old Xiang. Yi Changqing held Xiang Quangren's broad shoulders sadly and said softly, "We must hold on. Our old brothers are almost gone. This is our real base. No, the Sun Moon Pass isn't our base." Xiang Quangren was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, people like Big Head Lei were never your brothers. You don't have to feel bad for him." Yi Changqing patted him on the shoulder. "You just need to remember one thing. If he was really your brother, why would he hurt you? If he was really your brother, you wouldn't have invited Jiang Wenzhou yesterday and brought the camera equipment with you. Also, in your words, you repeatedly set a trap for him. Although he was the one who hurt you when you asked about the time, what were you thinking?" Yi Changqing said earnestly, "So, this is our victory. It is not the betrayal of a friend or a brother. Big Head Lei is not qualified, and he is not worthy. Do you understand?" Chapter 467. Xiang Quangren thought for a moment, and his somewhat dull and rough face suddenly brightened up. He said happily, "Thank you, boss. I was indeed very upset just now. But now you've reminded me that I didn't really treat him as a friend." "Ha ha." Xiang Quangren straightened his body. His burly body stood in front of the window like an iron tower. He exhaled and said, "Big Head Lei has never been my brother. Trash like him, so what if he's dead?" When Xingtian was walking slowly into the building. When he suddenly heard this, he stopped, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. He turned around and walked toward Class 1. He had been busy with this matter since 4 o'clock in the morning until now. It was almost time for lunch. Perhaps there's another good show waiting for me at lunch today. When he arrived at Class 1's training ground, even with Xing Tian's composure, he could not help but be shocked by what he saw. The training ground was dripping with blood. It was a complete mess. Looking at the situation, it looked like many people had been crushed here. Xing Tian observed with rapt attention, only to seize with Xiaoduo holding a long sword in his hand, sneaking behind Meng Zhangjun like a ghost who was on full alert, like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Whoosh! The sword mercilessly pierced through Meng Zhangjun's thigh. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, followed by an earth-shattering scream. Xiaoduo laughed happily. How is it? Does it feel good to be ambushed? Does it feel good? Meng Zhangjun's face was distorted. He could only raise his neck and scream. His head was covered in sweat, and his eyes were blank. How could he know if it felt good or not? It was so painful. At this moment, a person hiding in the bushes nearby seemed to be shocked by such a tragic scene. He trembled, but Xiaoduo caught him. His body suddenly flashed and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already stabbed Hao Han's right shoulder with his sword. He walked out with his burly body on his sword and said proudly, "Another one? Hao Han, were you planning to hide and ambush me? Let me tell you, this is the feeling of being ambushed. How does it feel?" Next, Xiaoduo stabbed his sword into Xiang Bing's shoulder. Amidst the sharp screams, Xiaoduo laughed strangely. "I said, that day wasn't as painful as this time, right? Is it cold or hot? Does it feel good? Xiaoduo will kill you." The rest of the people no longer hid, and all of them rushed out with red eyes. Xiaoduo laughed. "You can't take it anymore? That's exactly what I want." The longsword suddenly spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. "If you can't stand it, then die." Puff, puff, puffed out first. Pai Yibao's legs were pierced by the longsword. He screamed and fell to the ground. Then, Yu Yan'er's right arm was almost chopped off by Xiaoduo. Then the rest of the students, point one by one, they were all covered in blood under Xiaoduo's sword. Ah! In the end, Li Changlong screamed miserably. Both of his legs had been pierced by Xiaoduo. He couldn't help but curse loudly. The battle was over. Except for Xiaoduo, the 35 people in the class were neatly arranged in rows. However, no one was allowed to bandage their wounds. They were neatly arranged, as if they were being publicly executed. After Xiaoduo finished arranging everything, he still held his long sword and went to Xiang Chong. "Where are your wounds? Is it your buttocks?" Then he stabbed the sword in. "Is it here?" Xiang Chong's screams changed the pitch of his voice. Then, the second Xiang Bing. "Here." Another stab. Then he questioned them one by one and threatened, "If anyone dares to dodge, you'll be punished by 3 more times. You're welcome to dodge." The screams of 35 people rose and fell one after another. The degree of misery was far greater than that of a large-scale torture scene. When Xing Tian was dumbfounded by this scene, he did not know how to react for a long time. "Assistant, where's the assistant teacher?" Xiaoduo shouted. "Have you contacted the nutrition cabin?" The assistant teacher was already sweating profusely. His face was pale. "Yes, yes. Throw them in one by one to heal their wounds." Xiaoduo sneered. He pulled the sword out of the last student's buttocks and kicked the bloody wound. He said, "You guys are just a bunch of rotten potatoes and rotten eggs. You call this a sneak attack? You're basically stealing cats, right? I'll be honest with you. I've already shown you a lot of mercy. Look at how useless you are. It's really shameful. How dare you call yourselves geniuses? Don't say that you came from the same class as me in the future. I think you're shameful. Geniuses. Each of you is holding a sword and chattering. What are you doing? Performing an opera? Are you afraid that others won't know? Go to the nutrition cabin to heal your wounds. I'll still attack you in the afternoon. If you're strong enough, you can also attack me. You're welcome to try." Xiaoduo urged impatiently. "Class monitors, we won't bother you in the afternoon." Xiang Chong covered his buttocks and begged for mercy. "We'll attack each other ourselves. I won't show any mercy." The other students also begged for mercy. "Let's go. Class monitor Zwa. Class monitor, please have mercy. Zwa Xiaoduo was furious. Fuck, how dare you beg for mercy? Do you beg for mercy to your enemies? Will they be merciful and let you go? Can you be any more shameless? It seems that this afternoon's lesson is definitely not enough. I've decided to attack you for 7 mornings, 7 afternoons, and 7 nights. I'm going all out. I'll take care of you all day and night. Look forward to it, geniuses. Half of them fainted immediately after hearing this. They did not know if they fainted from anger or fear. Finally, the teaching assistant led everyone away. When Xingtian had been watching the whole time while invisible, his mouth was wide open as if he was looking at a fairy. He was so stunned that he did not know where he was. I've only been away for 1 morning. How did this place become a slaughterhouse? After the assistant sent everyone into the nutrition cabin and ran back, when Xingtian stopped him. What's going on? What else could it be? The assistant looked like an old-fashioned person. Since you weren't here this morning, I followed your instructions and divided them into 2 groups to attack and counterattack. Well, today was the first weapon battle. In the end, even though everyone had weapons in their hands, they were too embarrassed to attack their own classmates. The fighting atmosphere was terrible. Then, squad leaders were expressed his strong dissatisfaction, saying that this kind of training would not produce any results. Then, he suggested that he would ambush everyone, and their objections were ignored. The assistant's face was pale. Boss, what you're seeing is actually the 3rd round of Monitor's sneak attack this morning. These kids have suffered a lot today. Everyone was cut and bruised by Zwa Xiaoduo. Then, they were put into the nutrition cabin to recover. Then, they were cut into pieces and put into the nutrition cabin again, 3 times in a row in 1 morning. Just now, he said that there would be more in the afternoon. Tomorrow, the day after, and the day after. For 7 days in a row, there were continuous sneak attacks in the morning, afternoon, and night. Even if you're interrogating those heartless prisoners on death row, this kind of punishment is enough. The assistant was not beaten, nor was he injured, but just looking at it made him feel like he could not take it anymore. His face was pale, his body was shaking, and his legs were trembling. It was as if he could fall to the ground at any time. When Xingtian's eyes flashed thoughtfully, then he said in a low voice, "Just pretend that I didn't come here." Before he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, completely ignoring the assistant's worries. Obviously, when Xingtian wanted to see what the result of Zwa Xiaoduo's extreme training would be. But it had to be said that this kind of training was not just a simple social beating. This was definitely an extreme interrogation, and it was inhumane. It was a real torture that had no bottom line. Seeing Zwa Xiaoduo directly insert the sword into the cut wound and stir it, even when Xingtian felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell, was this a little too much? About 20 minutes later, Zwa Xiaoduo stood at the entrance of the recovery room, waving his shining longsword. He waited. Xiang Chong was the first to come out. When he saw Zwa Xiaoduo, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground. Class monitor, Zwa, that's enough. The students who came out later, including Meng Zhongjun and the others, were all huddled together like a group of kittens that had seen a big tiger. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they were all huddled together, trembling. Their eyes were full of fear, and they shuddered. You, what are you? Yuyan Air's voice was trembling. She said in a sobbing tone, "It's time to eat, let me tell you." Zwa Xiaoduo leaped up and let out a howl. His sword danced in the air twice, creating a dazzling light. Then, more than 10 screams came from the opposite side. A few female students fell to the ground and crawled backward. Don't come over. With a clang, Zwa Xiaoduo sheathed his sword and laughed. His eyes were filled with amiability as he said, "My dearest classmates, I'm here to invite you to eat together. Let's go grab a table. Who will be our opponent today?" This is a question, but also not a question. Of course, it's not a question who will be the one to fight. 34 people hid behind Li Chenglong and huddled together like quails. 68 fearful gazes. Li Chenglong mustered up his courage. So, really? Really eat? Of course. Why don't you look at the time? Hurry up, if you don't go, there won't be any food left. So Xiao Duo urged again. Everyone came out carefully and walked toward the cafeteria with Xiao Duo. And everyone still subconsciously distanced themselves from him. Every single one of them looked at Xiao Duo as though they were little white rabbits looking at the great demon king, filled with indescribable fear and trembling. Just now, when Xiao Duo gathered everyone together and stabbed them one by one with his sword, it was too scary. Chapter 468. Even though everyone's bodies had recovered, they still felt a piercing pain in that area from time to time. Well, this was a problem with the human body. The pain was real and would not disappear just because the body had recovered. So Xiao Duo swaggered in front, leading the way. The further he went, the slower he became. Slowly, he merged into the crowd. With a smile on his face, he asked kindly, Xiang Chong, little bug, does your butt still hurt? Speaking of which, the sword made your bones creak. The sound was nice, right? Bing Dan, your shoulder doesn't hurt anymore, right? I didn't even stab you anywhere else. Yin your shoulder doesn't hurt anymore, right? Pai Bao, is your butt better? Are you okay? I'll rub it with my sword in the afternoon. How Han, how is it? Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Meng Zhangju, does it feel good? Does it feel good? Didn't you always want to challenge me? Are you satisfied? Haha. Why does everyone have such an expression? Whoever was asked would shudder, and their faces would turn as pale as paper in a second, without a trace of blood. Class monitor Zhua. Pai Bao trembled. Much better. Much better? Ha ha. Then we can continue in the afternoon. Oh, hey you, I accidentally stabbed you in the chest. Are you okay now? Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Cough, cough. Are you okay? That's good, that's good. You scared me. I thought I sent you away with my sword. So stabbing the right chest won't kill you? Ha ha. I'll do the same for them in the afternoon. All right. Is there anyone who was born with an abnormality? Their heart is on the right side. I'll prepare in advance. As soon as he said that, countless resentful gazes focused on the student who was being questioned. They were like small flying daggers in the cafeteria. The people who were watching the show from above immediately noticed this strange phenomenon. Class 1 was originally the most united class. However, at this moment, they were walking in a strange formation. The person in front was unprecedentedly arrogant and flashy. He was as awe-inspiring and domineering as a general. He walked over like a crab. Just by walking, he walked like a crab. The group of arrogant geniuses behind him were now cowering like a group of quails in the cold wind. They didn't even dare to take a step forward. What was going on? Looking at how well you guys are dressed, it doesn't seem like anything has happened. Why do they all look so scared? At this moment, someone ran up to the door. The first grade's class 1 is here. Who's leading the team? It's with Xiao Duo. All right, one of the youths stood up. Today, our second grade class 4 will take back the table that belongs to the second grade. Before he could say anything, he heard Xiaoduo's voice from downstairs. It's the second grade's class 4's turn now, right? Is there anyone who wants to snatch a table? If there is, hurry up and come down. I won't go up. The arrogant voice paused for a moment before saying, if I go up, I'll have to come down. If I come down, I'll have to go up again. It's too troublesome. Hurry up and come down. After the fight, I'll go up and eat. Let's eat to our heart's content. How arrogant. Everyone in the second grade's class 4 had surging anger in their eyes. Class monitor beat him to death. Okay. The class monitor of class 4 jumped down. With Xiao Duo, I'm coming. Following this sound, black skulls popped out from the window above. Originally, there were people who wanted to snatch a table downstairs, but not many people looked at them. They felt that it was meaningless. However, when Xiao Duo arrived, those who were eating also stuck their heads out with food in their mouths. In an instant, there was a dense crowd of heads. They saw Xiao Duo walking over like he didn't recognize anyone. His head was tilted to the side, and his face was full of arrogance. His face was full of arrogance, and he walked over like a crab. Everyone felt like they were hallucinating. Is there a villain in our school? What's more, this villain was showing off in front of all the decent students. He was insufferably arrogant. According to the plot of a typical novel, this was not far from the time when the main character appeared. However, who would be the main character? Would the class monitor of Class 4, the chief of Class 4, be able to do it? 20 to 30 geniuses from the Wu and Gao families stood in different directions, cheering for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two of them rushed up like a whirlwind and tangled together. However, after 3 consecutive bangs, the class monitor of Class 4 staggered back. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed arrogantly and jumped up. His dragon's leg appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He kicked the class monitor right in the crotch. The class monitor of Class 4 groaned and clutched his crotch. His entire body was sent flying up the stairs from the ground. Below, Zhuo Xiaoduo struck a suave pose with his leg facing the sky. Then, he slowly retracted his leg and laughed strangely. He waved his hand and said, "It's done. Let's eat." Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded and flabbergasted. This class monitor of Zhuo Xiaoduo, why was he getting stronger and stronger? They remembered that when he fought with the class monitor of Class 7, he fought for quite a while. But now, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked up the stairs and laughed. Next time, it should be Class 3, right? Ha ha. Countless senior students were speechless. If you want to steal a table, then just steal a table. Why did you have to make it seem like a villain? It was really intoxicating. According to the plot of a novel, this kind of villain should be KO'd by the main character. Main character, come out. However, after waiting for a long time, the main character did not appear. All the students of Class 4 stood and ate with sullen faces. However, when they saw the students of Class 1, they felt a little better. These students of Zhuo Xiaoduo's class all looked abnormal. They were all very careful, especially the 2 who sat next to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Only half of their buttocks were on the chairs. When they ate, their hands were trembling. What was going on? This is your classmate, your class monitor, and your inevitable leader when you enter society. Why do you all give off the feeling of being together with the great Demon King? I really don't understand. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuo Xiaoduo finished his meal and strode out of the cafeteria. After Zhuo Xiaoduo left, the students of Class 1 by one also filed out of the cafeteria. Other than the 2 who stayed behind on duty, everyone else quickly left. The 2 who stayed behind looked as if they had just been pardoned, as if they had just escaped a huge disaster. What's wrong? We're all classmates. Why are you so scared? I don't think it's fear, it's fear. Ahem. It's a long story. Don't ask, I have to wash the dishes. I also have to go back and cultivate. If I get back late. The other one shivered. Damn, don't say anymore. I'm so cold now. Wash the dishes. In the afternoon, all the students were looking forward to the arrival of their homeroom teacher, Wen Xingtian. When Xingtian came, they would be able to escape from Zhuo Xiaoduo's evil clutches. They might even be able to enjoy a good show of teacher when beating up the left Demon King. However, after waiting and waiting, all they got was disappointment when Xingtian did not come. Waha, come, all of you, let's play a sneak attack game of 1 versus 35. Of course, if you choose to fight head-on, I'll welcome you. Come on, students. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted excitedly. The 35 people's faces were pale as they walked out. Each of them looked as if they were about to be executed. It was only a day's time. Zhuo Xiaoduo had another nickname. Originally, it was Sword King, Class Monitor Zhuo, and Zhuo. But now, there was another one, Demon King Zhuo. Indeed, in the eyes of the ordinary students, Zhuo Xiaoduo was a real Demon King. Even if it was a real life and death battle, it was just a quick swing of the sword. But this Demon King Zhuo would cut your flesh bit by bit with a sword after cutting it open. Then, he would explain to you bit by bit, what would it feel like to stab here and stir it like this? What would it feel like to stir it in the opposite direction? Then, with a serious face, he would use your own flesh to discuss with you how to fight, how to exert strength, how to make the enemy lose his fighting ability. This feeling. was simply indescribable, a terrifying nightmare. However, the strange thing was, after being done like this 6 times in a day, although it was still the same pain, she would still be afraid when she saw Xiaoduo. She would tremble uncontrollably as if it was a conditioned reflex. But everyone was much calmer, so much so that at night they could discuss with each other, what would it feel like to stab a sword into your flesh? What would it feel like? When it's stabbed into your flesh, it doesn't hurt much. What would it feel like? What would it feel like to twist and push outward? Did it stab into your bone seam? No? Damn, why are you so lucky? You're so lucky. When the sword stabbed into my bone seam, Demon Kings was prying it open while discussing with me how to cut the bone and tendon. Don't mention it. When my calf bone was scraped until it was crunching, he carefully introduced to me what kind of nerve was being scraped here. What the fuck? TSK, you're just my calf. Why are you shouting? Demon Kings would cut open my chest with his sword and then peeled off my flesh. He pointed at my heart and asked me why my heart was fine. He forced me to lower my head and see how my heart was beating. He even asked me if I want to cut half of it to taste. Damn it, I only scolded him once. This bastard tore off one of my ribs and then discussed with me how to put it back. The students of Class 1 were discussing and talking about their cruel experiences. Each and every one of them had a look of exultation on their faces. As they spoke, they were trembling, their teeth were chattering, and their faces were pale. However, they were actually showing off their accents, as if it was something to brag about being tortured like this. Chapter 469. Many of the first graders from the other classes, after listening to the Class 1 students' discussion, turned pale and their souls were scared out of their bodies. Are these people speaking human language? It was probably because of this feeling of being able to do what others couldn't do that a sense of pride welled up in the hearts of the Class 1 students. No one really understood where this pride came from. What a freak. Of course, compared to the boys, the girls' tolerance was worse. It was all thanks to Jean Piao and Yener, who brought the 2x tigers to play with them during the training. They were charmingly naive and silly. Perhaps everyone would have collapsed long ago, however, as they wandered in the process of collapsing and rebuilding, they gradually stopped being afraid that this might be another form of habituation. That night, when they were ambushed by Xiaoduo, everyone displayed an unprecedented valiant attitude and fought back without fear of death. What's wrong with fighting back? Isn't it just a beating? Isn't it just a few cuts on the body? Isn't it just, we're all made of flesh and blood? Who's afraid of who? Then, Xiaoduo experienced the most tragic battle of his life. Xiaoduo was completely unprepared for the transformation of the others. He couldn't really kill them and kill them. As a result, he fell into a state of panic for the first time when he faced this group of people who were charging forward bravely and risking their lives. Pai Bao, who had a sword in his body, didn't retreat. Instead, he went forward and bit Xiaoduo's arm with his teeth. His whole body hung on Xiaoduo's body to control him. The others swarmed forward and attacked him fiercely. In the end, Xiaoduo, who was far more powerful, successfully defeated all 35 people. Xiaoduo was not only exhausted, but also covered in blood. Some of the blood belonged to the 35 people, and some of it belonged to himself. It was true that Xiaoduo didn't kill them, but the group of people on the other side had their ferocious nature stimulated. They only had the thought of killing Xiaoduo, the great Demon King. Naturally, they didn't have the time to care about killing or not killing. He was really charging forward without a care in the world. Whatever saber, Overlord's halberd, divine saber, divine sword. They were all aimed at his head, neck, heart, dantian, and crotch. They were all aimed at his head, neck, heart, dantian, and crotch. After this round of bloody battles, all 36 of them entered the nourishment cabin together in the middle of the night. After coming out, there was actually someone who was eager to give it a try. Class Rep Zwa, do you still want to play? Should I continue? I can accompany you. No, no, no. Zwa. Xiaoduo shook his head like a rattle drum, his face full of lingering fear. Ha ha ha. Yeah. All of them clapped their hands in celebration, as if they had won a great victory. With our combined efforts, we've finally defeated the great Demon King. Xiangbing was pushed out to announce their victory. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, was speechless. He dragged Li Qinglong back with a gloomy face. Hey! The next day, Wen Xingtian, who hadn't been seen for a few days, started to organize the battle again. He found that the people in front of him were no longer the rookies from before. Instead, they were a group of professional soldiers on the battlefield, vaguely emitting a bloodthirsty aura. It might be a little exaggerated to say that. However, when Xingtian really had such a feeling, he wasn't lying. Everyone's fierceness in their attacks and the tightness of their defense had improved a lot compared to before. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that everyone was overflowing with a murderous aura. In just a few days, they had improved so much that it was as if they had been reborn. Looking at the battle in detail, when Xingtian was shocked by the ruthlessness of their attacks, there were a few times when he wanted to stop them, but he held himself back. Compared to the ruthlessness of their attacks, when Xingtian was more surprised by their defense, they were simply protecting him from head to toe. During lunch, a fellow villager from the garrison store came over to greet Hao Han. As soon as he approached Hao Han's back, he was thrown to the ground by Hao Han. Then, a sharp knife was stabbed into his lower abdomen. In an instant, blood spurted out. The homeroom teacher of class 3 immediately cursed. What the fuck? We're eating now. When Xingtian, are you training killers? This is a fucking lesson for the next semester. What the fuck are you doing? Wen Xingtian was also speechless. How can I not know that this is a lesson for the next semester? But the problem now is that I'm not the one who's training them. Class 1 sneak attacks had now become a real sneak attack, an extreme sneak attack by any means necessary. In the middle of the night, with a loud bang, the window was blown away. With an explosion, 6 people jumped out at the same time, wrapped in quilts. Shrapnel flew everywhere. In the middle of the night, the Dean of Academic Affairs jumped and cursed. When Xingtian, how can the students in your class play with bombs? Fucking pay for it yourself. Are you teaching killers, pirates, or students? Damn, half a building has collapsed. Is this still a place to sleep? Aren't you afraid that your students will be blown to pieces? Damn, if this goes on, something will definitely happen. He checked. Nothing happened. Not a single one of them got into trouble. But isn't this too much? The next day, when Xingtian threw a tantrum in front of the whole class, but he didn't explicitly forbid this kind of torturous training method. He only let Xiang Chong and the others pay a fine, and also announced that whoever caused the trouble would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. Bombs were prohibited in the school. The training continued as usual. After all, when Xingtian couldn't ask for more in such a cultivation environment, why would he forbid it? He had a clear feeling. Perhaps this time, he could really teach a batch of real war machines. Students who grew up in such an environment, not to mention other things, just smiling at the 4 words of life and death was really fun for them. And as a teacher, he couldn't do such a thing. Even if a teacher did so, the impact on them would definitely not be as strong as Zhua Xiao was. Let Zhua Xiaoduo train these guys fiercely. When Xingtian was very satisfied, he never thought that it was too cruel or too perverted, because most of the students would face such a combat environment in the future, a real life and death environment that was even crueler than now. He was confident that if this went on in the future in the same danger, half of the students from other classes might die, but this group of students from class 1 wouldn't even get hurt. It was such a huge and obvious difference. But the students from other classes, how can they improve like this? When Xingtian was now thinking about this problem, if all of them are trained by Zhou Xiaoduo, will it be too cruel and cause a social outcry? Or will it delay Zhou Xiaoduo's own cultivation progress? In the afternoon of the second day, So Xiaoduo had just finished school. When he returned to the entrance of his villa, he saw a car parked there. Next to the car, there was a young man standing there with a smile on his face. That young man was Gao Chengxiang, the descendant of the Gao family. Brothers, Gao Chengxiang had to come alone this time. There was no one else accompanying him. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, his smile became even brighter. During this period of time, almost all the students from the Gao family and the Wu family who were studying at the Hidden Dragon High School were familiar with Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. In school, as long as Zhuo Xiaoduo came in and out, especially during lunch, the probability of encountering these two families was almost 100%. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't have any intention to resist. He always responded with hums and laughs. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and greeted them at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. As for these children of the aristocratic families, they didn't feel offended by Zhuo Xiaoduo's reaction. Or rather, it should be said that when it came to dealing with Zhuo Xiaoduo, they really showed the self-restraint and demeanor of the children of the aristocratic families. "Brother Gao, why are you here?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little surprised. Gao Chengxiang laughed. "I just happen to be out with Xiao today. When I passed by here, I remembered that you live next to the principal, so I came to take a look. Don't tell me you don't welcome me?" So Xiaoduo was stunned. "Xiao!" The car door opened. Gao Xiao walked out of the car with a sweet smile. "Hello, class monitor Zhuo." "Hello, vice class monitor Li." Gao Xiao was dressed in white. She was like a fairy. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. Coupled with her delicate face, she was a peerless beauty that could topple a city. One had to admit that Gao Xiao was indeed one of the four beauties in Fenghai. Li Chenglong scratched his head and said, "Why don't you come in and sit?" So Xiaoduo immediately glared at him. Gao Xiao and Gao Chengxiang both laughed. "That's what I was thinking. It would be best if I could taste the tea leaves of the two class monitors." As they spoke, they took out a big bag of gifts from the trunk. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong couldn't help but be puzzled by their actions. They were stunned on the spot. This. Are they already prepared to be guests? Zhuo Xiaoduo reacted quickly. He took advantage of the situation and said, "No wonder Zongjing said that he would treat us tonight. It turns out that he had guessed that there would be distinguished guests coming. But we didn't prepare anything at home. How can we treat the guests? Why don't we go to the first grade of the firmament?" Li Chenglong opened his eyes wide. "Duh, when did I say that I was going to treat them? Besides, do I really want to go to the first grade of the firmament? Isn't that the rhythm of my increasing debt? We won't eat." Gao Xiao smiled sweetly and said, "We just want to have a cup of tea. We have a few words to say to the two of you. We'll leave later." She lowered her eyebrows and smiled. She said, "I really have something to do later. Also, as a girl, I have to go home on time. The rules at home are very strict." "That's a good habit." Zhuo Xiaoduo praised loudly and said, please sit in the house." As he spoke, he invited the two siblings into the villa. On the first floor, they sat down in Li Chenglong's living room. Li Chenglong was very tactful and went to make tea. He was very clear that the two of them didn't come to look for him. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult for the two of them to achieve their goal. Under normal circumstances, it would be easier to have a girl accompany them, especially a beautiful girl like Gao Xiao. However, this method would only cause the opposite effect in Zhuo Xiaoduo, that this boss of his was not afraid of anything. The only thing he was afraid of was girls pestering him. Well, it should be that he wanted to avoid getting involved with girls. That attitude, it was as if once he got involved with girls, he would be killed. Li Chenglong often felt that his title of the Iron and Steel Order's leader was more or less unworthy of the title. Perhaps Zhuo Xiaoduo was more suitable for this title. "Junior Zhuo, we actually came here today because we have something to ask of you." Gao Xiao smiled sweetly and said, "Please say it." Zhuo Xiaoduo said generously, "As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely do it." Gao Xiao smiled softly and said, "We only heard recently that Class Monitor Zhuo is a legendary person in Phoenix City. The well-known Master Zhuo. We're really disrespectful." Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes focused. For the first time, he sized up Gao Chengxiang and Gao Qiao seriously. His expression also became serious, and cautious for the first time. The Gao family is indeed well-informed. Gao Qiao's eyelids drooped slightly. She paused and said, "It's said that Masters one knows the past and the future 500 years. With one look, he can predict a person's life and death. I also heard that Masters will once said that he's the best in appearance, second in wealth, and last in cultivation. It's hard for ordinary people to imagine such confidence." So, Qiao presumptuously asked for Masters' guidance. So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said softly, "Oh, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Subscribe." Chapter 470. Gao Qiao smiled faintly. She took out 100 pieces of high-grade jade of astral souls and placed them on the table. She slowly pushed them over and said, "Qiao, knows squad leaders was rules. I'll give you the divination goal now. Masters Wa, please don't think it's too little." Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. "This amount is indeed quite a lot. It's convenient for others and convenient for yourself. What does Miss Qiao want to ask? Do you want to ask about your future, marriage, or something else?" Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes were slightly dazed. She said softly, "I want to ask squad leader Zhou to take a look at my fate." Fate? Zhou Xiaoduo's expression became serious. He carefully looked at Gao Qiao's face and said softly, "Miss Qiao's life will be peaceful and smooth. She will have both good fortune and wealth. It's really a good life." Gao Qiao smiled like a spring flower and said, "Really?" Zhou Xiaoduo nodded solemnly and said, "Of course it's true." Gao Qiao smiled and stood up. "Thank you, squad leaders Wa, for pointing out the right path. With squad leaders was words. I will naturally believe you without any doubt." Gao Qingxiang also stood up and said with a smile, "This trip is really worth it. Squad leaders Wa will go back first." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. "You'll have a safe trip." The siblings smiled and left one after another. They got into the car and left. Li Chenglong didn't come out to say goodbye or drink tea. After a while, Li Chenglong came out with a cup of tea. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo sitting in his seat with a solemn face and couldn't help but say softly, "They found out about your divination." Zhou Xiaoduo nodded softly. This time, Gao Chengxiang and his sister didn't come for fortune-telling. They came to report. "Then, it's dangerous." Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, "It's just that this time, you did it too obviously." However, with 2 consecutive operations being disrupted without warning, anyone would be suspicious. So Xiaoduo held his head in his hands, crossed his legs, and leaned back. His eyes were full of thoughts. Everything has a cause and effect, and vice versa. The current situation is an inevitable result, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. "AI," Li Chenglong said worriedly. "Boss, what you did in Phoenix City that day was simply too high profile." So Xiaoduo smiled faintly. He naturally knew what Li Chenglong meant. Back then, in Phoenix City, he didn't care about the risks and displayed his manifestation art. Back then, Hu Riyun, Li Changjiang, He Yuanyue, and Qin Fangyang had all warned him not to be so high profile. Everyone here was a veteran of the Jianghu. Anyone could tell that there would be trouble in the future if they kept such a high profile. Once the disaster erupted, it would be a matter of life and death. However, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't listen and stubbornly carried on. Even when he arrived at Fenghai, he was still the same. No one knew why. Only Zhou Xiaoduo himself knew. If he didn't earn enough Providence points at that time, if he wasn't trusted and attracted attention, if he didn't use this ability to create a storm in Phoenix City as soon as possible, Zhou Xianyan wouldn't have been able to survive. Therefore, even though he knew that doing so would bring him endless suffering in the future, he could only stubbornly carry on and walk the path to the end. At that time, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't care about the future. His eyes were only focused on the present, the time before the deadline. As he said just now, everything had a cause and effect. Now, the consequences of his high profile back then were presented here. Looking at the Phoenix Pole spirit back then, Mu Yin originally only planned to protect herself and at most call for 2 more teachers. However, with such a lineup, Zhuo Xiaoyan was more than likely going to die. There was no chance of survival. Even after Zhuo Xiaoduo's reminder, for more people came from the mountain gate. Under normal circumstances, such a lineup of protectors was already extravagant. However, in reality, it was still far from enough. There were even many side effects. Zhuo Xiaoduo spared no effort to stir up the situation. In a suicidal manner, he used his own physiognomy to create a boundless storm. He reversed heaven and earth, reversed feng shui, reversed yin and yang, and thought of ways to invite Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Qiu Yunshang, Star Shield General Headquarters, and finally, 2 shadow bodyguards of the superstar Gu Luoyan. He expanded Zhuo Xiaoyan's protectors beyond imagination. However, even so, if Feng Yinhua hadn't changed sides at the last minute, the situation at that time would have been a complete failure. At that time, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo have been able to turn the situation around while hiding his strength? If Zhuo Xiaoduo was like an ordinary person who kept his physiognomy a secret and rarely revealed it after obtaining it, he would only reveal it at critical moments when he had no other choice. Not in that case, Zhuo Xiaoyan would definitely die in the Phoenix Pulse spirit. Zhuo Xiaoduo was never a fool. When he made a name for himself in school and even took the initiative to brag about himself, he had already thought of the consequences. Since he had exposed himself, no matter how small Phoenix City was, if someone wanted to investigate in the future, they would eventually be able to find out. The so-called blocking of information was meaningless and useless. Since he had the physiognomy, he couldn't just abandon it. Not to mention the factor of fate points. How could he not remind his future friends, brothers, and teachers when they were about to die? Perhaps if he reminded them once, they wouldn't notice. But what about twice or thrice? The other party clearly had an extremely tight plan. So why were you able to make the corresponding preparations in advance? What was the reason for this? The other party's last-minute plan was not even known to their own people. As the target, how could they have prepared a counterattack in advance? Could it be that they could predict the future? All explanations were eliminated. Then, even the most ridiculous possibility would become inevitable. They really could predict the future. Even if they had such suspicions, they would investigate in this direction. Zhuo Xiaoduo's previous actions would be exposed immediately and exposed in front of everyone. And this would also be the most dangerous time for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already known and understood everything that had happened. He had also predicted this kind of disastrous outcome. But he had no choice. He could only take it one step at a time. When he saw that Xiang Quangren was about to die, how could he not expose him? When he saw that Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong were about to die, how could he not expose them? He had no choice but to take it one step at a time, and take it one step at a time. Otherwise, why would Xiaoduo prepare so many backup plans for himself? So many trump cards? Ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo exposed his physiognomy, he had been tirelessly preparing one trump card after another for the sake of saving his life one day in the future. It would give him a higher chance of survival. He had been following Qin Fangyang's words and said that his spirit cat sword was given to him by Marshal Dongfang. This was indeed boasting shamelessly and spouting nonsense, but Zhuo Xiaoduo was still desperately trying to cover himself with a protective talisman. His parents might be big shots, but they couldn't make a move right now. Once he provoked an unbeatable enemy, it would only harm his parents and delay their cultivation. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to shoulder everything himself. Among the 3 famous schools, Zhuo Xiaoduo had never thought of going to Yunduan or Ancestral Dragon, because Zhuo Xiaoyan's target was Shangjing. Yunduan and Ancestral Dragon were both located in Shangjing. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not go to the same place as Zhuo Xiaoyan. Why? Because once his good deeds were exposed, it would be followed by great danger. He could rely on his ability to predict good and bad luck and adapt to the situation at any time. But Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't do it. Being implicated by him once, he might lose his life. This wasn't something Zhuo Xiaonuo wanted to see. Naturally, he had to avoid it as far as possible. But now he was still noticed, and almost immediately he was noticed. This reaction speed was very fast. Unforeseen events keep happening. If I don't want to stand by and do nothing, then I can't avoid it. Li Qinglong sat down and began to think seriously. Looking at the current world, Li Qinglong was the first to understand Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even father and mother Zhuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were temporarily behind. This time, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's incident was a last-minute plan. Logically speaking, it should be very difficult to stop it. But in the end, the culprit did not get anything. Instead, they were all captured and implicated in the Dao League. The development of this incident is strange and abnormal. It defies common sense. If I were the culprit, I would inevitably have such doubts. If such a plan failed, it would not be completed. If Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's strength was beyond estimation and caused the failure of the operation, then it is still acceptable. But we have already determined the level of strength of Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing and set up an inescapable trap to target them, but still failed. It is really incomprehensible. Li Qinglong said, as the one who set up the trap, it is inevitable that he will reflect on what went wrong. So Xiaoduo said, I think the culprit planned a second operation in a very short time. With that kind of a logical and flawed framing action, there must be other considerations. It would be best if it succeeded. Even if it didn't, there would be other gains. Li Qinglong frowned and said, in other words, Vice Principal Xiang was not purely testing this time. Definitely not. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, if it succeeded, Vice Principal Xiang would be in a terrible fix. At the very least, he would have to be temporarily transferred from his post. But if it didn't succeed, then the key countermeasure would be confirmed. The attention would immediately shift to me. This is also obvious, because Master Zhuo's reputation is really not small. At least in the area of Phoenix City, it is really not small. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. But just now, why did Gao Qiao and Gao Qingxiang come to inform you? Are they expressing goodwill? Li Qinglong said, at the very least, they didn't come here to ask you for a fortune-telling session. They came here to tell you that the Gao family is already suspecting you. We have to accept this favor. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded slowly. Or there is another hint. That is, the Gao family in the capital has already noticed you, so they ordered the Gao family in Fenghai City to deal with you. Otherwise, they would not have sent Gao Qiao to inform you. Li Qinglong could not understand. He said, but what I don't understand is, why did Gao Qiao come to inform you? Wouldn't this destroy their family's plan? Contradict themselves? Li Qinglong frowned. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, it is still karma. Fenghai's Gao family will still not deal with me now. That is why they sent the message. Even the disciples of the Gao family are not pretending to be friends with me. Even if it is because they do not know, but at least it is true. You should know that if I die now, Fenghai's Gao family will still be unlucky. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, the matter of the life and death arena of the Longhu list is not over yet. So the Gao family is now more anxious to disassociate themselves from my life and death. From Fenghai's Gao family's point of view, being targeted by the capital's Gao family means that I am dead for sure. What they want to do is, those teachers who used to think highly of me, don't implicate their family in my death. They cannot bear that kind of revenge. And Gao Qiao came to inform me. Whether it is her family's intention or her own, she can disassociate herself from the Gao family after my death. It is a good move, Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly. The older generation is scheming, and the younger generation is hot-blooded. No matter how things develop in the future, they will walk on two legs. Because for us, this is after all a big favor. Li Qinglong connected the dots and thought about it thoroughly. At the same time, he had a sudden realization. At the same time, he also felt a chill run down his spine. The older generation of the Gao family wants to eat your blood? Do you intend to obtain a considerable amount of benefits from your inevitable death? The goodwill they have shown will put them in an invincible position. They can even become the biggest winner? Hiss. Li Chenglong was shocked. With this kind of scheming, their intelligence was definitely not low. Swish Xiaoduo smiled. So, swish swish, these big families that have been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years. Don't treat them as fools. Every person from such a family can be a scheming person. Underestimating them is like playing with your life. You can't afford to be careless. Children from ordinary families like us can't compare to the children from the great clans in terms of background. This is the problem of innate knowledge. It is not something we can compare to. As for the older generation of these clans, I can't say that every single one of them is a cunning old fox, other than when they are blinded by hatred or when someone could take advantage of them. When they're clear-headed, it is impossible to scheme against them. They're all old swindlers. So Xiaoduo sighed. How can there be any fools in such a big family? Li Chenglong's face was very serious. He said, yes, yes, yes. Previously, my attitude was wrong. In the future, I will definitely not lower my guard against these families. So Xiaoduo nodded. But now, what should we do? Li Chenglong asked. Try to make the intelligence of both sides as high as possible. It will be very tiring. Everyone, please be patient. There will be an update in the afternoon. Looking for a few recommendation votes. He had to think, reason, and find out. So Xiaoduo didn't want to die. Even if there was a desperate situation in front of him, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Zhuo Xiaoduo would work 1,000,000 times harder to fight for it. Although the Gao family and Shangjing hadn't made a move yet, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew very well that once they made a move, it would be a thunderbolt. His so-called backup and trump cards might not be able to block it. Maybe it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, unable to withstand a single blow. Where is the hope? If I were the Gao family in Shangjing, how would they deal with me? Li Chenglong tiptoed into Zhuo Xiaoduo's study. A computer was placed on the table with a black screen. But this obviously wasn't a problem for Li Chenglong. After a simple operation, the screen lit up. It was a page of the Sword King's high school martial arts career. It seemed that Zhuo still cared about these things. Li Chenglong snickered in his heart. A certain someone might talk nonchalantly every day, but his actions were actually quite honest. Zhuo Xiaoduo's account was in a login state. When he saw the name, Li Chenglong immediately felt as if he was struck by lightning. This name really showed off its high and mighty capabilities. At the same time, it made people unable to understand it and unable to make heads or tails of it. Jingjing Cat. Li Chenglong stared at it for a long time, but he couldn't figure out the meaning of this name. Jingjing Cat? What kind of word was this? And Jingjing Cat. This name, no matter how you looked at it, was a girl's name okay? How could it be the online name of our mighty and domineering Zhuo? He looked at a few social media accounts on different platforms. They all had the same name. Jingjing Cat. Li Chenglong became more and more confused. This online name was really weird. Furthermore, what the hell was this bastard's comment? Li Chenglong looked at the serial post sect leader's high school martial arts life horizon, and suddenly realized that the one who jumped up and down, cursed the most fiercely, and scolded the most fiercely was this Jingjing Cat. She scolded the sect leader of the Iron God sect as worthless and raised the Sword King up high. What sect leader too ugly? Look at our Sword King. How handsome. How dashing. A fine young master in a chaotic world. A handsome young man. Did you notice? When the Sword King appeared, the sect leader was immediately overshadowed and dispirited. Mighty Sword King. Sword King, look at me, look at me. I want to give birth to monkeys for you. My favorite Sword King. Oh, why did the sect leader, this little fatty, appear again? Cut, cut, cut. Mighty Sword King, unifying the martial arts world. The Sword King is domineering. Who can compete with him? This Li Chenglong is really annoying, coming out to steal our Sword King's limelight. Kill him, kill him. Li Qinglong was dumbfounded, his two eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, this was Xiaoduo. You're good. You're really good. It turns out that the one who scolded me the most was actually you, brat. He really didn't expect that Zhua, who kept saying that trolls were the most detestable, that they wanted to unify the online discussion, put an end to trolls, and get rid of all trolls in one fell swoop, was actually a warrior among trolls on the internet. He was definitely a super big troll. Li Qinglong's worldview was completely shattered. After a long, long time, he quietly walked down the stairs with a broken heart. Zhua Xiaoduo was still lying there, thinking about things. His two long legs were almost split apart, one leg on the coffee table beside the sofa, and the other leg on the top of the sofa's backrest. His body was twisted but was in the middle of the sofa, and his head was tilted on the pillow. While thinking about things, he reached out one hand and grabbed the fruit that Gao Qiao and the others had just bought, one by one, and put it into his mouth. He unconsciously sucked, and the fresh and juicy fruit flesh entered his mouth. Then, with a puff, the grape skin was spat out, landing exactly in an open trash can 3 feet away. He grumbled to reject it, sighed softly in happiness, and swallowed it. Then, his hand reached out like a long-armed ape and grabbed another grape. A gust of spiritual energy rushed out, washing the crystal grape clean, and threw it into his mouth. Then, puff, he spat out the skin. That comfortable feeling that those who knew would think that this bastard was so comfortable that he was about to ascend to heaven. He reached out again, and the grapes were gone. While he was at it, he took out a bag of melon seeds, tore open the packaging, and grabbed a handful. Then, the melon seed skins began to spit out from Zhua Xiaoduo's mouth like a thresher of flowers scattered from the heavens. On the sofa, on the chair, on the floor, on Li Qinglong's computer, some even drifted into Li Qinglong's bedroom. Zhua Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong shouted sternly. What the fuck are you spitting out? Can't you be a little more decent? Zhua Xiaoduo weakly rolled his eyes and put on a bitter face. Swollen, the Gao family in Shangjing has made it clear that they want to deal with me. I'm a dying man, and you can't even let me have some fun. Li Qinglong was furious. But you've been scolding me on the internet for a long time. What are you going to say? Crystal Cat. When he heard this, Zhua Xiaoduo jumped up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and his eyes widened. Li Qinglong, how dare you invade my privacy? You're courting death. Li Qinglong snorted. How is this privacy? Don't change the subject. You're scolding me on the internet. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Zhua Xiaoduo stomped his feet and yelled. Li Qinglong, my sincerity to you is in vain. I helped you cultivate, I helped you neutralize the yin energy in your body. I worked so hard for you. I helped you break through. I taught you martial arts. I gave you a space ring. I gave you countless top-grade astral souls jade for you to cultivate. I gave you an astronomical amount of wealth. And you're only holding on to Zhao's words on the internet? Are you still human? What's wrong with scolding you? You still owe me money that others can't earn in 100 lifetimes. Have I ever asked you for it? Have I ever mentioned it? You only see me scolding you? What else can you see? Can't you think of something useful in this pitiful brain of yours? Your brother, your big brother, your big brother, your big brother, your big brother who is as heavy as a mountain and as affectionate as the sea to you, is facing a life and death crisis, and you only see him scolding you. Li Qinglong, tell me, are you worthy of me? Tell me, are you still human? Chapter 472. Li Qinglong was stunned by the scolding, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Zhua has done so much for me. I still owe Zhua so much. How can I scold him? I don't intend to pay him back, but I still owe him. Thinking of this, a sense of guilt arose spontaneously. He suddenly felt short of breath and swallowed his saliva awkwardly. With a face full of shame, he said, "Don't be angry." He was so frightened that he began to use honorifics. Zhua Xiaoduo's face was full of emotions. His voice became more and more emotional. How can I not be angry? If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? Oomph. Think about it yourself. Are you still human? How dare you peek at my privacy? Xiaoduo sneered. After saying this, he stomped on the floor and went upstairs. Hurry up and leave. I can't wait for him to react. If he left, this matter would be settled. If he reacted and quarreled, it would be over again. The more Li Chenglong thought about it, the more terrified and ashamed he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had let Zwa down. Sigh. He almost wanted to slap himself a few times. After sitting for a long time and criticizing himself for a long time, he suddenly remembered. This doesn't seem right with this guy. This guy is using this to trick me. Li Chenglong wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could I be led into a ditch by him? But I can't scold him any more that you, Zwa Xiaoduo, actually have the face to say that you have never asked me for a debt. Who is the one who asks me for a debt with a black face whenever you need me to do something? You can't wait for me to clean up your mess every day. As long as I'm not willing, you start to ask me for a debt with a black face that you actually have the face to say. Have I ever asked you for a debt? You actually said, are you still human? What the hell? Boss Zwa's ability to occupy the moral high ground is something I can only look up to. You are the one who is not human. But since his life was at stake, Zwa Xiaoduo naturally went to Yi Changqing's house that night to inform him of his situation. The Gao family of Shangjing. Yi Changqing said indifferently, don't bother. Do what you need to do. As for the rest, we will take care of it. You have contributed a lot to the Martial Hidden Dragon School, so the Martial Hidden Dragon School will naturally protect you. Okay. Zwa Xiaoduo was unusually obedient. On the other hand, Yi Changqing's eyes flickered as a faint murderous intent gradually brewed. How did he figure out Zwa Xiaoduo's involvement so quickly? These guys are pretty smart. Well, it should be said that in terms of scheming and setting up traps, these guys were indeed skilled. As for his own Hidden Dragon High School students, they really didn't have the brains to play tricks and schemes. After sitting for a while, Zwa Xiaoduo said goodbye. However, before he left, he still said something uncomfortably. Principal, personally, I still don't agree with what you said the other day. I feel that what you're doing is undoubtedly waiting for death. It is really too pedantic. There is only hope when people are alive. Without your presence, will the Martial Hidden Dragon School still be the Martial Hidden Dragon School of the past? Zwa Xiaoduo mustered up his courage and said, can't we use our methods against evil people? I really don't understand this. Yi Changqing looked at Zwa Xiaoduo with a warm gaze. He smiled amusedly and said, your teacher one already understands it. Why are you the one who doesn't understand it? This is the choice of a person's 3 views. It has nothing to do with anything else. So, Xiaoduo, as the principal of the Martial Hidden Dragon School, I can't use those despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous methods no matter what. This is because the entire school's teaching staff was brought up by me. Everyone's eyes are on me, and they look at me as an example. Everyone also knows that these people came from unscrupulous backgrounds, and their motives are impure. They all have their own ambitions. Everyone feels aggrieved and depressed. This is the current situation. No one can erase it. However, if I use the same despicable means, such as framing, or even assassination, to get rid of these people, I can foresee that the entire school and all the teaching staff will feel refreshed and relieved, as if they have vented their anger. At least that's what you think, right? Everyone will feel refreshed and feel that good will be rewarded with good and evil will be repaid with evil, right? This will be a refreshing way to vent their anger. Blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth, and a straight answer for grievances, right? Zwa Xiaoduo nodded. That's right. Repaying kindness with kindness and repaying grievances with justice is exactly what a gentleman should do. Students feel that there's nothing wrong with it. It's only right. However, in that way, all the teachers will remember this example. It will be deeply ingrained in everyone's memories. In the future, when they and their students are faced with something that they can't deal with through normal means, they will often think, do, and teach in this direction. They will also talk about it with countless students and relish in it. Back then, there was something that made them feel aggrieved and depressed. Everyone knew about it, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, it was Principal Yi Chongqing who decided to use conspiracy against conspiracy. He used extreme methods, blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. He defeated the other party, and then this and this and this. Yi Chongqing smiled. After that, whenever a student uses such methods to achieve something and has some achievements, they will naturally urge 10 people to do the same. In the future, it will be 100, 1,000, 100,000. If this cycle continues, there will come a day when everyone will instinctively think that if there's something that can't be solved through normal means, so what if it's a little despicable and shameless? As long as the result is good, what does the process matter? When that time comes, what do you think the environment will be like? For some things, as long as there's a first time, there will be countless times. And when there's a first time, there will be countless times. And people's bottom line will be pushed back step by step. It's impossible to say how far it will go in the end. Now that they've come in with schemes and tricks, everyone will feel aggrieved and helpless. But in their hearts, they still look down on them and even hate them. The most important thing is that everyone clearly knows that what they're doing is wrong. It's despicable, shameless, and despicable. This is the concept of right and wrong. Moreover, there's still me, the principal above them. They have to endure the humiliation and insist on doing things in an upright manner. Then, although everyone will feel aggrieved, their nature will still not change. But if I, the principal who is respected by the entire school, who is seen as a role model, have no choice but to do that in the end, then it's a bugle call. It's saying, to deal with despicable and shameless people, using despicable and shameless methods to deal with them is the right way to go about it. And this kind of thing, once you've tasted the sweetness, you won't be able to stop. In the future, when you encounter benefits or something you want, under circumstances where normal means don't work, you'll naturally choose this path after a mental struggle. It's still the process, still the result you want. Then in the long run, what kind of place will the environment of my Hidden Dragon High School become? What kind of people will be taught? Even I no longer have the right to comment on this kind of method. After all, I'm the one who used this method first. What qualifications do I have to say about others? As long as there's even the slightest possibility, I won't use this last extreme method. This kind of method of drinking poison to quench one's thirst may be stable for a while, but in the end, it will still turn Hidden Dragon High School into a place of filth. My one extreme action may affect the mentality of the students of Hidden Dragon High School for thousands of years. Yi Chongqing laughed bitterly. Let me ask you, how would I dare to do it? That's why I'd rather continue to hold it in and not dare to cross the line. This is where I, as the principal, am most helpless, but it's also where I have to defend with all my might. Yi Chongqing smiled and said, but there's one point. Not using the tricks of the ghost domain doesn't mean that I'll let them go. Those who should be dealt with will still be dealt with. And Yi Chongqing revealed a sly smile and said, even if I don't do it, don't tell me you can't do it. I've only said that as the principal, I definitely can't do this kind of thing. But I've never said that. The others can't do it, they're not allowed to do it. If when Xingtian did it and chased those people out, then, as the principal of Hidden Dragon High School, I'll severely punish when Xingtian. Because this kind of situation can't be ignored and it should be prohibited. At that time, the whole school will have vented their anger, and at the same time, because I punished when Xingtian, the resentment will be directed at me again. But the result will still be to put an end to this kind of atmosphere, to that kind of possibility. At most, I, as the principal, will be the one who will be blamed. When the bad guys are around, I'll be blamed for not doing anything. When someone uses tricks to get rid of the bad guys, not only will I not reward them, I'll punish them. An old-fashioned, square, pedantic principal who's unreasonable and incompetent. But that's all there is to it, isn't it? However, Only by doing this can I protect the reputation of Hidden Dragon High School for thousands of years. Yi Changqing said indifferently. Also, if I punish when Xing Tian and Xiang Kuang run internally, how heavy can the so-called punishment be? I'm the principal, not just to take glory for myself. A good principal needs to bear infamy, responsibility, and the future of the school. Yi Changqing walked slowly to the window and said indifferently, "You're young. You don't have the experience. You don't know how to act appropriately. When you're older and have enough experience, you'll naturally understand. Not to mention other things, if it were my temper during the battle at the Sun Moon Pass. I'm afraid these people would have been killed by me long ago. I'll kill whoever comes. But the result is that even I, as the principal, can't stand it. Very soon, someone will replace my position. At that time, the Hidden Dragon High Martial School will be completely reduced to a treasured land for power struggles." Yi Changqing let out a long sigh and said softly, "Who doesn't want to let go of everything and settle their grudges? I wanted to, but I can't." Chapter 473. In a place where Xiaoduo could not see, Yi Changqing was looking out of the window. His eyes flashed with memories, hardships, and decisiveness, but in the end, after the clouds flashed in his eyes, they returned to their original calm, restrained, and steady state. He was unusually steady. Yi Changqing's expression was bleak. He really wanted to say something. "Do you know how much pain I had to endure to temper my temper to this point? How much pressure did I have to endure? How many years of incomprehension did I have to endure? But I can only do this because I'm the principal." Zhuo Xiaoduo deeply felt that he was young and immature. "I'm still too inexperienced." As Principal Yi said, "My experience is far from enough. I still need to sharpen myself. But it's a little too passive to blindly take a beating and simply deal with their moves," Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Yi Changqing chuckled and said meaningfully, "Of course there's a reason." He did not say anything else. Zhuo Xiaoduo was deep in thought. Next, the internet continued to surge. The Sword King and sect leaders Gao, Wu, Shangyu were still updated in an unusually firm manner. The Gao family, Wu family, and even the Li family appear by the Sword King's side more and more frequently. Slowly, everyone became accustomed to it, that in addition to their daily battles, Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others began to use their credits to exchange for suitable martial arts techniques, mental cultivation methods, and insight from the school that during this period of time, when Xing Tian was once again in his busiest mode. The martial arts selection. The freshman martial arts selection was the most critical moment. After the first month of entering the school, the teachers, who had already understood all the little guys, began to lead their students to the martial arts selection, the direction of cultivation and the profession. This was a decisive step in life. The Hidden Dragon Martial School had been accumulating martial arts for thousands of years. They had collected countless martial arts from the four ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. When Xing Tian would never choose the martial arts according to the highest rank. He would only choose the most suitable and compatible one. All the information he had collected before was to prepare for today's decision. Before choosing the martial arts, when Xing Tian once again conducted a one-on-one test to confirm the current aptitude of the students, as well as the potential of the astral souls, to see if there were any new changes. The heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow-level martial arts were said to have a strict barrier, but it did not necessarily mean that they were heaven-level martial arts. They were definitely awesome. All along, there were only suitable people and suitable martial arts. The majority of heaven-grade cultivation techniques paid the most attention to talent and aptitude. If a person with an average aptitude was forced to practice a heaven-grade cultivation technique that was incompatible, the only result would be the early death of the cultivator. The most direct manifestation of an incompatible heaven-grade cultivation technique was the backlash of the cultivation technique. The meridians would be overloaded, and if one could not bear it, one's cultivation would be scattered and one's spirit would vanish, dying prematurely. For example, Some people said that they were born with superhuman strength, but their body coordination was not enough. If he were to cultivate a heaven-level martial art that focused on physical fitness, he would definitely be able to achieve half the results with twice the effort. If that was the case, it would be better to cultivate a Xianhuang-level method of tempering one's strength. That way, one would be able to unleash one's strength to the greatest extent and would be able to unleash even more power. The teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy racked their brains to come up with a choice for these cultivation techniques. There were 36 people in the first class, other than Zhua Xiaoduo, who did not need to choose a major cultivation technique, and Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and a few others who had their own family's cultivation techniques that were compatible with them. The others were using this opportunity to choose a major cultivation direction. Furthermore, they had to take into account their own physical fitness, the differences between the 5 elements, and the various advantages and disadvantages to make their choice. Which ones were suitable for soft water, which ones were suitable for fierce fire, or even thick earth, and so on. This was the job of the teachers. If a student made a wrong choice at this crucial moment, they would never have a chance to start over again in their lifetime. And this time, the time required to decide on a major cultivation technique would last for at least 3 days. During this period, no matter if it was day or night, no matter how long it lasted, the Hidden Dragon High School students all called it the Night of Ecstasy, because during this period of time, it was often accompanied by an indescribable sadness. It was even sadder than the day of graduation. This period of time was also called the Night of Life's Choice. Everyone's future was being shaped in just a few short days. When Xingtian had all the students of the first class line up outside the martial arts library, he then brought people in to choose a suitable cultivation technique. Every time, he would only bring one person in. After each person entered, when Xingtian would have to confirm at least 70 or 80 times. After he had made his choice, he would move on to the next one. Every student who had chosen a cultivation technique would respectfully bow to one Xingtian. This was a true life guide. You could refuse to become such a special profession, but after refusing, the person involved would directly change to a normal warrior. But in the first class, at this moment, no one refused to become a special profession. After reporting, you only have one chance to contact your respective families. When Xingtian said, after this contact, you still have one chance to regret. Too much sadness flashed in his eyes, because these special professions, no matter whether they lived or died, to their families, it was no different from death. There would be no news, no contact, no association. Chapter 474. The 7 of them nodded slowly, but none of them chose to leave. Just like what the principal often said, some jobs must be done by someone. The 7 of them stood in a row and bowed solemnly to Wen Xingtian. Wen Xingtian closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. The 7 of them bowed respectfully to the ground. The moment they straightened their bodies, they walked towards their respective teachers without looking back. During these 4 years in the Hidden Dragon High School, you must cherish each other and get familiar with each other. When Xingtian closed his eyes and said, because if they encounter danger, looking at the entire continent, the only ones who can save them and find them are the 29 of you. Only you have a very small chance of recognizing them and helping them solve a crisis. And the prerequisite for this chance is that you must be as familiar with each other as your own life. Cherish. Only then can you recognize them and find them in time. This is the value and meaning of the existence of this class. Among the 7 of them, there was Pai Yibao, who was known for his eccentricity. At this moment, Pai Bao's face was filled with calmness. There was no trace of his usual cheeky smile, but an unexpected solemnity. After contacting your families, if you still don't change your mind, in the next 4 years, each of you will have 100 days of leave compared to the other students to reunite with your families. But leave doesn't mean that you will stop cultivating. You must understand this. When Xingtian said softly, the 7 of them were taken away. There were 29 people left in the first class. Among them, 8 of them had chosen relatively unorthodox weapons, and they were all taken away by their respective teachers. As for the remaining 21 people, the weapons they chose were the more common ones among the 18 types of weapons. These weapons were taught by their respective teachers who were in charge of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. There was no need for them to cultivate in private. As the head teacher, Wen Xingtian's job from now on was to observe, correct, observe, and discover. He was also an expert swordsman, so he was also the head swordsmanship instructor for the entire year. As for the other weapons, even an expert like Wen Xingtian couldn't interfere with other people's teaching. It was still the same old saying that there were specializations in every field. A person who had been immersed in the saber all his life would have a much greater understanding of the way of the saber than others. The hidden Dragonheim Martial Arts Academy's level of meticulousness in this aspect of teaching was unbelievable. There were many weapons, and there were many students with average aptitude who were not particularly outstanding. In fact, as long as they entered the door, they would not be able to touch other weapons for the rest of their lives. Because his aptitude was only average, if he were to touch something else, it would disrupt his focus, and he would never have the chance to reach the peak again. Although cultivating one path for the rest of one's life would cut off all other possibilities, it was precisely because all other possibilities were cut off that there was a greater possibility of reaching an extremely high realm on that path. That throughout the entire process, all the students stood upright, and no one spoke a word. There was only silence as they walked in and out. 3 whole days passed. Everyone watched as their classmates walked past them and went to other specializations and fields that everyone's heart seemed to be being torn apart again and again. Strictly speaking, the time that the students of Class 1 spent with each other wasn't very long. At most, it was only about a month or so, and it wasn't as if they were going to be separated by life and death. It seemed that everyone's attitude was a little too much, and it wasn't to this extent. However, in this 1 month or so of time together, they had experienced battles, confrontations, and even life and death situations. The feelings that were born were not something that could be described by ordinary friendship. And from today onwards, everyone's life would take a completely different direction. After today, the 36 people would be divided into 36 different directions and 36 different trajectories. From today onwards, the 36 directions would be separated. Even if everyone's hearts were still in the same place, their goals would still be the same. But the path that they would take would already be different, very different. That, of course, the sneak attacks on each other every night would still not stop. After going through Xiaoduo's hellish day of stabbing, this bunch of people in Class 1, at least for now, were like hungry wolves that had seen blood. There was a hint of bloodlust. It was believed that when the characteristics of each profession were added, it would only be more cruel and bloody. After Class 1 finished choosing, they returned to the classroom. The remaining 21 people all stayed here and waited quietly. In front of the Martial Library, there were many first-year students after Class 1 standing quietly, waiting for their choice. During this period of time, countless senior students, no matter how arrogant, lawless, or arrogant they usually were, had become doubt at this moment. They were all silent, as if they were seeing themselves yesterday. Looking back at their own class, those students who were becoming more and more silent due to their special professions, trying harder to make themselves invisible, everyone couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in their hearts. When they had lowered themselves to the point where they were completely invisible, that when they graduated, it was time to embark on their journey. When we were in our first year, we were still trying hard to remember them. But after these few years, The impression that they gave us became more and more blurred, almost to the point where we had almost forgotten them. They were clearly classmates who met face to face and communicated with each other every day, but they felt more like strangers. Of course, this was mainly because of their respective professions. They had to lower themselves to the point where they were invisible to be considered successful. Only by hiding from the people they were most familiar with could they successfully hide from others. But this kind of alienation and unfamiliarity made them feel uncomfortable, because they would always bear more than they did. What does everyone think about special professions? At night, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong sat on the sofa in the villa, recalling everything that had happened during the day. They felt inexplicably depressed and uncomfortable. I just don't understand. Why did that bastard Pai Yibao choose that kind of profession? Li Chenglong felt a little uncomfortable. No matter how I look at it, he's not suitable to be a spy. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. That's where you're wrong. Pai Yibao is more suitable to be a spy than you and me. Li Chenglong thought for a long time and said dejectedly, You're right. There's no explanation here. Everyone can express their opinions. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, But why didn't you choose to be a military advisor? Why did you choose to be a combat assistant instead? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, Is there a difference? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed softly and said, There is a difference. If you choose to be a military advisor, there's a high chance that you'll be second only to one person and above tens of thousands. But if you're a combat assistant, even if you're not completely ordinary, at least you won't be able to reach that position. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said again, Is there a difference? Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a long time before he finally smiled and said, Indeed, there's no difference. I was just thinking too much. I will not explain it here. Everyone can freely interpret it. He patted Li Chenglong's shoulder and said, Swollen, how many times have you stepped on the thorny road? Li Chenglong sighed and said, Recently, I've been absorbing the power of the top-grade jade of astral souls to increase my efficiency. The speed at which my dantian overflows is much faster than before, and the agitation of my vital qi has been suppressed quite smoothly. Now, it's already the 7th time, so I still have some energy left. But I estimate that I can suppress it at most 8 times. Any more, and it'll be too much. He sighed softly and said, And this is the result of you helping me strip away the cold air every night. My inherent illness has instead become a resource that benefits me. Everything is predetermined, but now, all the cold air has been sucked away. My foundation has reached its limit. At most, there's one more time, and it'll be the end. I have to start preparing for the official breakthrough. Li Chenglong said it magnanimously, but in fact, he was still a little depressed, because he wanted to break through 9 times. But looking at the current situation, it was obviously impossible. Just as he said, until now, it was already close to bursting, and it was already very difficult to suppress it. He estimated that by the last time, he might not be able to achieve perfection, and he would have to break through the embryonic breathing bottleneck. Every time he thought of this, Li Chenglong felt that all the pain he had suffered before was in vain. I can't even reach 9 times. I'm really useless. I wasted so many top-grade Astral Souls Jade and the double practice with Boss. Li Chenglong looked unusually disappointed. At this moment, a dull thud came from the door, when Xingtian walked in with a faint red mark on his forehead. Chapter 475. Now, it should be 24 times. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a bitter face. You know that every time I hit those vital essences at all costs. Every time I hit them until they couldn't move. I thought I could do it a few more times, but now it's getting more and more difficult. I'm not afraid of pain, but 24 times. Too little. Li Chenglong stood up with tears streaming down his face. I can't listen to this anymore. I'm going to pee. Before he could finish his words, he had already slipped away like a wisp of smoke. Every time he heard Zhuo talk about such sensational things in such a depressed tone, he couldn't help but feel the urge to pee. It was really a blow to him. What Li Chenglong didn't know was that when Xing Tian had the same idea at this moment, 24 times, he was really a monster. The corner of his mouth twitched a few times, and he said, "Heaven and earth are not complete. You don't have to deliberately pursue perfection. You're fine now, very fine." So Xiaoduo sighed and said, "How can it be fine? It's too bad. My sister, when she was advancing from embryonic breathing to elixir essence, she suppressed it 40 to 50 times. Alas, Teacher 1, you don't know my bitterness. If it was 3 or 5 times, I'd accept it. But now, putting aside the realm, just the number of times, she's 20 times short, and there's still a surplus. I'm really unwilling." When Xing Tian opened his mouth wide, after a long while, when Xing Tian stretched out his hand and moved his chin, then he said anxiously, "Spiritual thought goddess? She suppressed it 40 to 50 times? Yes, she also suppressed it like you." When Xing Tian felt that the sky was dark. "Should be." So Xiaoduo nodded sadly and said, "Teacher 1, do you know that my biggest wish in life is to beat her and beat her?" When Xing Tian calculated silently, shook his head gently, and said, "If you calculate like this, according to the normal situation, if you maintain your current progress, probably, there's not much hope. Suppressing someone in the embryonic breathing realm 40 to 50 times." This number really shocked when Xing Tian. Instinctively, he thought, if embryonic breathing could be suppressed 40 to 50 times, then wouldn't it be more than 100 times during the innate realm? For a core nascent soul cultivator to advance from core nascent soul cultivator to core nascent soul cultivator, even if he did it more than 20 times. Not only was it unprecedented, it was likely that no one would be able to do it in the future. Doesn't this mean that the Nine Heavens Pavilion has picked up a treasure? When Xing Tian was full of envy. Hearing when Xing Tian's words, Zhou Xiaoduo became more and more depressed. His face was full of dejection and dispiritedness. But how is this possible? The more when Xing Tian thought about it, the more incredulous he felt. If it were anyone else, when Xing Tian would probably beat them up. What bullshit was this? However, this was said by Zhou Xiaoduo, and Zhou Xiaoduo had actually suppressed him more than 20 times. Also, the 20 times that Zhou Xiaoduo had suppressed him was equivalent to 100 or 200 times that other people had suppressed him more than 20 times. It was not an exaggeration to say that such a monster really existed in front of him. It really made when Xing Tian suspicious and doubtful. He always felt that this kind of thing was unrealistic. The appearance of such a monster would shock the whole continent. Both siblings were like this at the same time. The possibility was not high, right? What kind of inheritance did this have? I'm here today for 3 things. When Xing Tian said, "First, I'll practice with you once. In the next period of time, I'll be busy with other students' matters. It'll be at least half a month, so I won't be able to take care of you. The second thing is, recently, many masters have secretly snuck into Fenghai City. Basically, they just showed up for a while and then disappeared immediately. I think it's related to you. You have to be more careful and be careful." And the third thing, Vice Principal Gao's family came to me because Vice Principal Gao was seriously injured this time. He hasn't woken up yet. When Xing Tian said, "Although this incident seems to be a false accusation to us, it's still unclear whether it was the Gao family who framed him or someone else. If it was the Gao family who framed him, it really doesn't make sense to hurt him so badly. It's been 4 or 5 days, and he hasn't woken up from his coma. This could be a serious injury that damaged his foundation. But if it wasn't the Gao family who planned this incident, then why did Vice Principal Gao call out Xiang Quangren's name when he was attacked? And he did it intermittently several times, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. The current situation, I don't know whether the Gao family is desperate or not. They bluntly said that they want you, Master Zhua, to take a look. After discussing with the principal, I suggest that you go and take a look. It's not that you can't do it. Maybe you can gain something. But we still have to ask for your opinion first. What do you think?" When Xing Tian frowned. The whole story of this incident is strange and mysterious. It's really hard to understand. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly remembered that Gao Qiao came to report to him. Could it be that his and Li Qinglong's inference was wrong? Then I'll go and take a look. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, now that my fortune-telling ability is no longer a secret, there's no harm in standing in front of people and showing off my ability. When Xingtian nodded, okay, I'll go too. Li Qinglong walked out of the toilet with his pants up. You? When Xingtian looked at Li Qinglong, Zhuo Xiaoduo had many trump cards, so when Xingtian was quite confident in him. But if Li Qinglong went with him, the risk would inevitably increase. It's okay. Li Qinglong grinned. I'm more interested in these complicated things. Okay. After that, they still fought in the Tower of Void Destruction. After a round of training, when Xingtian said to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was like mud, I know you've always wanted to go into the gravity room for in-depth training, but before you break through, you can't go in. Remember, when you're at the stage of Thorny Path, you must not go into the gravity room to train. This is a big taboo. You must remember it. You must know that you're currently at the delicate stage of compressing your body. If you suddenly enter the gravity room, there's a great chance that your true essence will go berserk and you'll explode from the inside out. In fact, when you're compressing your realm, you can't go into the gravity room to train. The suppression of a martial master breaking through to the innate stage is not included, because at that time, you can only endure, not compress. Understood. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Because he had a lot of credits in hand, he had long wanted to enter the gravity room to train. He even planned to go in and take a look in the next few days. Fortunately, when Xingtian reminded him in time. Otherwise, if his true essence really went berserk in there, the gains would not make up for the losses. Early the next morning, Yi Changqing took Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong to an ordinary car and leisurely went to the Gao Manor. The Gao Manor was a huge manor that covered dozens of acres. Compared to Yi Changqing's villa, it was much more imposing. The car drove all the way to the manor. Along the way, the trees were green and shady. They were all extremely exquisite bonsai plants that could emit spiritual energy. There were all kinds of strange and beautiful plants. There was a pond, a garden, a swimming pool, and everything else. Surrounded by towering purple cloud pines, there was an elegant villa. This was the owner's residence. Vice Principal Gao's family greeted them politely and let Yi Changqing and the other two in. There were more than 20 sons, 70 or 80 daughters-in-law, more than 200 grandchildren, and many groups of great-grandchildren that at a glance, it was densely packed and crowded. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong looked at each other, and a strange feeling arose in their hearts. Didn't they enter a rat's nest? They were too good at giving birth. The Gao family was literally giving birth to brood after brood. Didn't they say that many people were outside and didn't come back? If they all came back, the scale would be several times bigger than now. That if the Gao family continued to give birth like this, could the entire Fenghai city still hold them? In terms of environmental protection, even if the Gao family didn't go extinct, most of them should be killed. There's so many Gao family members, Zhuo Xiaoduo said sincerely. Principal Yi, is this little Zhuo? The legendary master Zhuo? The one who spoke was Vice Principal Gao's wife, a middle-aged and plump woman. She looked kind and amiable. Yes, this is Zhuo Xiaoduo. Yi Changqing smiled. Xiaoduo, this is your Mrs. Gao. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very sweet and rushed to greet her. Of course, Li Qinglong was like a little heifer imitating a big heifer. Hello, teacher's wife Gao. Many of the Gao family's juniors' expressions became interesting, especially Vice Principal Gao's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. What did he mean? You called her Mrs. Gao. Didn't you mean that you wanted to be in the same generation as my father, grandfather? What should we call you after today? Call you uncle? Grandfather? This was Xiaoduo was courting death, wasn't he? However, they couldn't say this out loud because Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were flawless. Vice Principal Gao was indeed a vice principal, but he was still a teacher. It was appropriate for him to address his teacher's wife as Mrs. Gao. Mrs. Gao was very amiable. What a handsome child. Thank you for your hard work today. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled with a carefree attitude. Under the gazes of everyone with different expressions, Zhuo Xiaoduo slowly entered the inner room. At this time, the entire inner room had been modified into a huge nourishment cabin. Countless spirit liquids constantly washed Vice Principal Gao's body. His body floated in the spirit liquids with his eyes closed, unconscious. On his forehead, there was a particularly eye-catching wound. At this moment, the wound was in a state of healing. However, every time the power of the spirit liquids caused the wound to heal halfway, a domineering force would suddenly surge out and expand the wound again, causing the healing process to repeat over and over again. There was no sign of improvement. Chapter 476. This is clearly the Overlord's force. Mrs. Gao looked at the wound and turned to look deeply at Yi Chongqing. Principal Yi, with your cultivation level, you should be able to recognize it, right? This kind of Overlord's force that constantly accumulates to form destruction, other than the Xiang family. Who else can use it? Yi Chongqing said indifferently, Sister-in-law, please be careful with your words. This kind of force can only be said to have the same effect as the Overlord's force. What's more, there are really too many people who can use this kind of force. He looked at Mrs. Gao and said indifferently, the Dongfang family, the Wu family, the Nan family, the Beigong family, the Shangwan family, the Gongsun family, the Imperial family, and the Yu family, and even your family, as long as they have some understanding of this kind of force, they can all use it. Mrs. Gao's face changed every time Yi Chongqing said a name, especially when she heard the last three names, the Imperial family and the Yu family. Mrs. Gao's face immediately changed, and she said somewhat pleadingly, Principal Yi, you don't have to say any more. Yi Chongqing looked at her indifferently and then looked at everyone present. Everyone lowered their heads under his gaze. Actually, I don't understand. Xiang Quangren has already proven his innocence with facts. Why is your Gao family still clinging to the Overlord's force? What's the point of this? The facts have already proven that this matter has nothing to do with the Xiang family. But your Gao clan just won't let it go. You keep talking about the tyrannical strength and tyrannical strength. Let me give you a piece of advice. Instead of focusing on the Xiang clan, why don't you focus on those clans I just mentioned and investigate them one by one? Yi Chongqing said indifferently, maybe you can really find the murderer. Who knows? Mrs. Gao's face became even paler. A young man from the Gao family couldn't help but feel indignant and said, we'll definitely investigate. Since they're all suspects, we'll investigate them one by one. Don't tell me my grandfather is innocent. Shut up, Mrs. Gao shouted. Her voice and tone were extremely strict and even trembling a little. She turned to look at Yi Chongqing and said in a low voice, Big brother Yi, this child doesn't know any better and is talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Chongqing said indifferently, Of course, I won't tell anyone. However, the upbringing of your Gao clan really needs to be strengthened. These words can only be said in Fenghai. If you still dare to say such words in Shangjing, it's hard to say when the Gao clan will cease to exist. There are many clans whose names cannot be mentioned, let alone investigated. Sister-in-law, you should understand the stakes involved. There's a saying in the ancient times, prospering a family is like picking up soil with a needle, and squandering a family is like pushing sand with water. However, there's another saying, destroying a family only requires one word. Yi Chongqing flicked his sleeves and turned around, saying, Zhuo Xiaoduo, go up and take a look at Vice President Gao. It's a waste of time. There's no need to look. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and said, I've already seen it clearly. Oh, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhuo Xiaoduo. The Gao clan has been schemed against this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said, the same roots are frying each other, and the same family is fighting each other. Whether it's judging from physiognomy or chi observation technique, it's all the same. The key problem now should be the feng shui of the Gao clan in Feng Hai. It's a trap set by someone. If we're not careful, the entire clan will be wiped out. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Changqing covered his mouth and coughed repeatedly. So Xiao Duo hurriedly shut his mouth. Madame Gao's brows furrowed as she thoughtfully swept her gaze around. There were almost 100 people in the room. There were too many people and too many people. Yi Changqing said, "Sister-in-law, it's not good for too many people to know about this." Mrs. Gao nodded and said, "Eldest, second, and third stay. The rest of you leave." Another middle-aged man said unhappily, "Eldest, mother, we're also father's sons. Why can't we listen?" As soon as he opened his mouth, the other 10 or so sons immediately echoed his words. Mrs. Gao shouted sternly, "All of you leave," but still no one moved. Second madam persuaded tactfully, "Eldest sister, we're all family. What's there that can't be said between family members? Besides, what that child said is terrifying. It's related to the life and death of our family. Let everyone listen and know the seriousness of this matter. It's better to brainstorm and deal with it." The other madams also chimed in. "Yes, eldest sister. Everyone is concerned about our family. Eldest sister, no matter how bad we are, we can't ruin our family's affairs. Yes, eldest sister, why do you have to?" Mrs. Gao closed her eyes, the veins on her forehead throbbing. After a long time, she said, "Second generation, stay. The rest of the younger generation, leave. I'm telling you, you can stay, but when I don't let you speak, if anyone dares to make a sound, get out immediately." TSK. Some people began to murmur in dissatisfaction, but from the grandsons onwards, they had all gone out. All the sons' wives had also gone out. The large room suddenly became much emptier, but there were still many people present. There were more than 10 wives and 23 sons. Even with Yi Changqing's composure, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed in his heart. Sigh, Vice Principal Gao must have had a hard time on a daily basis. No wonder he's so thin. If it were me, Principal Yi shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. So Xiao Duo looked at these people and frowned. "Madame Gao, is there a Qi watcher in the magistrate's house? There are some things that you can't believe whatever I say. After all, different professions are worlds apart." Mrs. Gao's eyes flashed. She said, "Go and ask Master Pang to come here." After a while, a thin and tall old man hurried in. "Madam, yes, this is Master Zhua. He said that there's a problem with our family's feng shui. He wants to discuss it with you." Mrs. Gao was a shrewd and smart person. She didn't say that they were being targeted or schemed against. She just talked about the feng shui. It was obvious that Master Pang would leave the room after the discussion was over. He would not participate in the following conversation. Of course, if Zhua Xiaoduo was pointed out and said that he was talking nonsense, there would be no point in continuing the conversation. Master Pang frowned. "There's a problem with the feng shui? How could it be?" Then, he suddenly became alert. What problem could there be with the feng shui? The feng shui of the Gao family was all set up by me. It took me a long time to do it. This guy's talking nonsense. Zhua Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the old man. He saw that the old man's aura was shallow, and although there was no treachery between his brows, his foundation was shallow. He was just an ordinary person, and his martial arts cultivation was also insignificant. That unique aura of a Qi-gazing warrior was as calm as water, without any ripples. He said that it took him a long time to do it. He's just an idiot. Zhua Xiaoduo snorted in his heart and made a judgment in an instant. This kind of person could fool ordinary people, ordinary warriors, and even people who were at a higher level but didn't know anything. After all, a Qi watcher was a rare profession, 1 in 10,000. With Zhua Xiaoduo's current level of attainment, it was difficult for this person to catch his eye. Although this person's attainment might be a little better than the Qi watchers that Zhua Xiaoduo saw in Phoenix City who were invited by the Meng and Yi families. But his level was at most the same as the two beside Gu Luoyan. Zhuo Xiaoduo had completely inherited the legacy of Blind Hong and He Yuanyue. He had also stuffed almost all the books on Qi Watchers in the continent into his mind and mastered them through a comprehensive study. However, this person was still not good enough. He was far from being good enough. This courtyard was arranged by you, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the area here is not small. Everything is arranged according to the rules. The only thing I want to ask is, when was the pond in the front courtyard dug? Pond? Master Pang suddenly realized, you mean the Imperial Dragon Pond in front? Imperial Dragon Pond? Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. You call such a small pond the Imperial Dragon Pond? Have you seen how big a dragon is? Master Pang said angrily. What do you know? A dragon can be big or small. It can fly or hide. It has already jumped out of the confines of a small place. The pond is located in the southwest of the house. The shape of the octagonal pond is also okay. The rockery protrudes out of the water. It is high in the middle and low in the sides. The deepest water level is only 1.5 meters. It is also okay. The Dragon Gate fish is the finishing touch. It could be called a genius. But I don't know if you have forgotten that the original terrain of this place is not low. So Xiaoduo asked. When Master Pang heard this, he frowned and thought for a moment. His expression did not change at all. How can I not know this? But this place is very comprehensive. There is only one flaw. Principal Gao and I went to find an expert to guide us. In the north of the pond, a sun and moon stone was placed to stabilize the terrain. There are no more flaws. Stabilize the terrain? There are no more flaws? So Xiaoduo said, I don't know which expert's guidance is. Chapter 477. After listening to Zhuo Xiaoduo's sarcastic words, Master Pang's face suddenly turned pale. Even his eyes were filled with panic. He was also an expert in the way of Qi observation. How could he not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo was telling the truth? Master Pang, don't tell me you don't know the origin of the sun and moon stone? But isn't the pass you're building now the sun and moon pass? Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The so-called Sun and Moon Stone is a stone brought back from the Sun and Moon Pass. It's mixed with thousands of years of heroic qi and can indeed suppress all evil spirits. But you erected this pass in this position. I think the Sun and Moon Stone you used as the foundation stone most likely has blood on it, right? So Xiaoduo asked in a low voice. Although he was probing, his tone was firm. Yes, there's blood. Master Pang was completely dejected at this moment. He was an expert in this field, after all. He already knew that he had indeed made a mistake. Even if this mistake was not a common one, he still did not see it. But at that time, there was an authoritative figure guiding him. He firmly believed in it and acted according to the law. How could there be such a big mistake now? So Xiaoduo continued to ask, is the blood on the stone the blood of the people of the Umno Alliance? Or the blood of the martyrs of the astral souls? Master Pang's face became paler and paler. This I don't know. Then who brought this sun and moon stone back? Inside the pass? Outside the pass? Inside the pass? Or under the pass? So Xiaoduo said, don't tell me you don't even know this. I still don't know. Master Pang was dejected. This sun and moon stone was bought by Principal Gao from that master. It said that the master once made a spell on it. It's far better than the ordinary sun and moon stone. So Xiaoduo laughed. The mountains become shallow valleys, and the water in front of the pass is shallow. Can this still be called the Imperial Dragon Pond? The Imperial Dragon Pond has long become the Hidden Dragon Pond. How dare this small and shallow pond with no water hide the dragon? Where should I put the sun and moon stone in the most basic and routine operation? You don't need me to teach you this, do you? Master Pang's face turned even paler as he muttered. But at that time, the intention was to suppress the terrain of the Dragon Pond. Yes, even if I agree with you on this point, we're the people. Human. Master Pang's eyes were filled with panic as he said, back then, That great master said that if a heroic spirit exists, it will protect us for 1,000 years. Protect for 1,000 years? All right, then I'll protect him for 1,000 years. But in terms of direction, who is he protecting? The one protecting, Master Pang said dejectedly, is the Imperial Dragon Pond. This I don't understand. Protect the Imperial Dragon Pool. Protect this pool from destruction for thousands of years? Then where's the suppression coming from? Xiaoduo asked one question after another. Master Pang was sweating profusely. When was this pool dug? Back then, when I was buying property here. I first bought the garden and the land. Then, the main building was built and slowly took shape. 3 years after I moved in, it was about 17 years ago. Master Pang was now answering all the questions. Obviously, he was trying his best to make up for his mistakes. 17 years ago? That can't be right. So Xiaoduo snorted and said, in my opinion, the small spirit ginseng in front of the pass should have been deliberately left behind back then, right? It should have been discovered when they were digging that there were spirit herbs here. In order not to damage the earth veins here, they chose to leave it behind. It's the end of autumn now, and the leaves are red. Otherwise, I'm afraid something would have happened long ago. Mrs. Gao said sincerely. Master's eyes are as bright as torches. Everything is within your expectations. It's true. The incense has never stopped for 18 years. And it's really done by me. The other ladies were also shocked at this moment. They looked at Xiaoduo in disbelief. How amazing. She clearly didn't see anything, but she was able to explain everything so clearly. He believed that such trivial family matters would not be recorded in any intelligence, but he was still able to see through everything. Even the information from 20 years ago was revealed one by one. Such methods were truly unfathomable. Master, may I ask why Madame Gao? Master Pang wasn't asking a question. He was asking humbly and sincerely. If Vice Principal Gao, who is in a high position, has been burning incense every day for 18 years as the head of the family, with such sincerity and effort, coupled with his status, filial piety, and the spirit of the ancestors, how could he only have 18 years of peace? So what Xiaoduo said, doesn't this mean that Vice Principal Gao himself doesn't have such filial piety? On the other hand, only his wife can make up for it. The others can't do it. They don't have the qualifications, and they don't have the fate. Even if it's a son, it's still not enough. Mrs. Gao's eyes flashed with an indescribable light. She looked at Xiaoduo with more respect and intimacy. If you still have doubts, you can drain the water of the hidden dragon pond. I'm sure that there must be something that Vice Principal Gao always carried with him under the pond, so Xiaoduo said lightly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Mrs. Gao said, these years, whenever old Gao is in a bad mood, he will drink in the pavilion on the lake. When he's drunk, he will grab something and throw it down. I don't know how many there are. There must be more than 1 or 2 things in here. Then that's it. As what Xiaoduo said, there's a problem with the feng shui of the house. The shadow of the ancestors can't cover it anymore. Of course, the wrong guidance at the beginning and the trap setup are the main reasons for today's change. Putting the sun and moonstone on the opposite side to form 2 opposite sides. Mrs. Gao, as Xiaoduo was about to say something, but he suddenly stopped and said, since Master Pang knows the problem, you must know what to do next. Master Pang, you've worked hard this time. Why don't you go back first? Master Pang was convinced and said, yes. I'll take my leave. I hope to have the opportunity to ask for your advice in the future. So Xiaoduo smiled and said, I value karma the most when I do things. You'd better wait until you get past the Gao family before you talk about the follow-up. Master Pang's heart trembled. He raised his head and saw Mrs. Gao's cold eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he said sadly, I'm not good enough and caused the main family to suffer such a loss. No matter what punishment there is, I'll accept it calmly. So Xiaoduo said lightly, however, the main reason for this matter is that Vice Principal Gao brought it upon himself. It's not right to put all the blame on you. Master Pang's eyes were full of gratitude. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, his life was most likely saved, especially since the Gao family still needed him to change the feng shui pattern of the house. Killing him was no different from digging their own grave. Thinking of this, he bowed respectfully to Zhuo Xiaoduo again and then said to Mrs. Gao, "Madam, I'll go to the backyard and wait for your orders." Then he walked out backwards. However, as he moved, his body was already a little hunched, no longer as straight as it was in the beginning. Mrs. Gao sighed and said, "Masters, well, what do you think?" "Mrs. Gao, please don't call me that again. It's too much." Chapter 478. Mrs. Gao thought of what her husband had done all these years. She looked at how Yi Changqing was protecting Zhuo Xiaoduo like he was protecting a chick. Mrs. Gao could only sigh. To be able to point out the crux of the matter, the entire Gao clan is already grateful. Mrs. Gao said solemnly. Then she turned around and bowed to Yi Changqing, saying, "Thank you for letting bygones be bygones." Yi Changqing nodded slowly. "Master Zhuo, please give me some advice on how to break out of this situation." Mrs. Gao now regarded Zhuo Xiaoduo as her life-saving straw. The art of feng shui is as difficult as climbing the sky, but it's also as easy as flipping one's hand. To sum it up, it's just pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. You can advance and retreat as you wish. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, "The established Imperial Dragon Pond turned into the Hidden Dragon Pond due to fate. The pond is too small and its ability is too low. It can't hide the dragon, so it's counterattacked. You're in the Hidden Dragon Pond, but you insist on hiding the dragon. You'll get twice the result with half the effort. If you don't have a big purpose, how can you do this?" The Hidden Dragon Pond is located in front of the Sun and Moon Stone. The Sun and Moon Stone comes from the Sun and Moon Pass, which shows the dragon hiding outside the Sun and Moon Pass. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, "Speaking of which, your Gao family's roots are inside the Sun and Moon Pass." Master's wife Gao, this is already a reversal of the universe, a reversal of heaven and earth. Mrs. Gao's face became more and more unpleasant. Some people have been plotting for a long time, but it was hard to get the cooperation of manpower and the protection of the Gao family. Now that the dynasty has fallen, the Gao family's fate is weakening. It's showing signs of a rapid decline. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "As the head of the family is seriously injured and unconscious, it's getting harder and harder to suppress the fate of the family with his own fate. The fate of the Gao family is falling apart, and it's hard to continue. It's faintly showing signs of blood. Master, in the future, there will be unexpected disasters in the family, and people will die one after another." So Xiaoduo said slowly, "If you're talking about advice, it's not suitable for the Gao family to go out in the near future. Everything has to wait until Principal Gao wakes up." "Wake up!" Mrs. Gao's spirits were lifted. "When will my husband wake up?" So Xiaoduo said, "Principal Gao's injuries this time are not light, but he is not in danger of dying. He will wake up in 7 days, or at most half a month." "That's great." Everyone's face was filled with joy. As long as old Gao wakes up, our Gao family will immediately have a pillar of support. But this time, Vice Principal Gao, so Xiaoduo said softly, "First, he was fooled, and then he was used. This time, the person who set the trap may have wanted to kill him. You should know that if Vice President Gao is really dead, the situation will be really out of control. Whether it is Vice President Xiang or not, it will be a big mess in Fenghai." Mrs. Gao listened attentively. Every word that Zhuo Xiaoduo said was reasonable and tugged at the heartstrings of the audience. "Let me ask you, if we succeed in framing Vice President Xiang this time, what will be the final result? Who will benefit from it?" So Xiaoduo said, "If the framing fails and Vice President Gao is really dead, who will benefit from it? If Vice President Gao wakes up and continues to fight with Vice President Xiang with his sick body, who will benefit from it? If the Gao family and the Xiang family have a conflict outside, and the conflict becomes more and more intense, who will benefit from it? As Xiaoduo said word by word, these words should not be said by a student, because Vice President Gao's position is really crooked. To put it bluntly, this matter is very likely to be a plan made by Vice President Gao and others. It's just that the other party is more skillful and beat Vice President Gao at his own game. They abandoned Vice President Gao to make the plan more thorough and the result more ideal. If Vice President Gao has recovered now, I won't even say these words. I won't even come here today, because that will prove that he is committing treason. But if he doesn't wake up, he can still take a look. So Xiaoduo sighed softly. This is a serious matter. Xiaoduo doesn't dare to say too much. I hope Mrs. Gao can forgive me. Master, what are you talking about? Mrs. Gao said, today Brother Yi and Master Zhui came here to give me real advice. Master Zhui's words are sincere. I can't thank you enough. There's one more thing about Vice President Gao waking up. I may see it, but the person who set the trap may see it. If he doesn't want to be exposed in front of others and be punished by Vice President Gao in the future, I'm afraid he will make more moves. Therefore, Vice President Gao will still be in danger during this period. So as Xiaoduo said meaningfully, it's very important to take care of him during this period. Mrs. Gao felt a chill in her heart. Student Zhua, can you please say it more clearly? So as Xiaoduo chuckled, I can't. The startled light in Mrs. Gao's eyes flickered, and then she looked pensive. On the other side, Second Madam said, Master Zhua, can you really be sure that my old Gao will wake up in 7 days to half a month? So Xiaoduo said somewhat playfully, according to the current treatment. As long as there are no accidents, and he doesn't wake up when the time comes, everyone can treat what I said before as a lie. I'm only a student of Hidden Dragon High School. Second Madam, are you afraid that I'll run away? No matter what, I still have to stay in Fenghai for at least 4 years. Second Madam laughed dryly. You're joking. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. It was so loud that it was unexpected. What happened? Mrs. Gao said sternly. Someone came in from outside in a panic. Madam, it's the 35th young master, 39th young master, and young master Pingyun. The 3 of them have been sent back. They've already passed. What? Hearing this news, the room immediately exploded. Quiet, Mrs. Gao shouted sternly. What are you panicking for? At this moment, the first thing that came to her mind was what Xiaoduo had just said. The Gao family's fate is weakening, and it's showing signs of waning. As the head of the family is seriously injured and unconscious, it's getting harder and harder to use our own fate to suppress the family's fate. The Gao family's fate is falling apart, and it's difficult to continue. Looking at the faint signs of blood, the master. In the near future, the family will have an unexpected disaster, and there will be family members dying one after another. This sentence was still ringing in their ears, deafening them. In just a moment, the news of death had already spread, and 3 people had died at once. Find someone who understands the situation and explain the situation. Mrs. Gao shouted sternly. Everyone else, don't act rashly. Don't make a sound. Also, no one from the Gao family is allowed to leave the Gao family's old house. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the Gao family's house. Sinew, Mrs. Gao called her eldest son. You're in charge of monitoring. If anyone dares to leave without permission, punish them severely. It's better to let them go unpunished. No matter who it is, break their legs. Yes, mother. Gao Sinew agreed and walked out. A moment later, a middle-aged man covered in injuries came in. The 3 young masters were originally drinking at the First Glory Club, and it seemed that there were a few outsiders next door. Then, for some reason, a hostess went over there. Then, the 3 young masters were unhappy, and they quarreled and fought. and the other party was especially ruthless. In just one move, the three young masters' heads were what? Were twisted off by the other party. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and blood flowed out of his mouth as he spoke. We were at the door. By the time we realized something was wrong and wanted to help, it was already too late. Mrs. Gao's body swayed, and she gritted her teeth. Do you know who the other party is? I don't know. There were only two of them, and after the incident, they beat all of us until we vomited blood and fell to the ground in one move. Then, the other party left, and by the time we chased after them, they were already long gone. Mrs. Gao fell silent. The monstrous anger that had suddenly erupted earlier was slowly being restrained. After a long while, she gritted her teeth. Serves them right. Their great-grandfather is still unconscious, and they were actually interested in going to the clubhouse to find a hostess in broad daylight. It's good that they died. First, gather the clubhouse's surveillance cameras, then. Wait for old Gao to wake up, then we'll talk about the follow-up. Put this matter aside for now. Also, immediately summon all the members of the Gao family who are outside and have them return as soon as possible. Even if there's an important matter, they're not allowed to stay outside. As long as they return, they're not allowed to leave the old mansion again. If she only believed 70 to 80% of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words earlier, then now, she believed his words to 120%. Master Zhuo, Mrs. Gao took a deep breath. Now that things have come to this, we're in a mess. I wonder if Masters can give us some pointers. The entire Gao family will be grateful to you. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled bitterly. Mrs. Gao, I'm just a student, and my experience is shallow. Well, have I experienced so many storms and waves? But I feel that your actions are decisive and clear-cut. Now, no matter what is at stake, it's not as important as Vice Principal Gao waking up smoothly. There's something going on outside, but if too many people go out, it's possible that nothing will happen at home. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly. As for the urgent matter, I feel that. It's better to stay on the defense and wait for reinforcements. Ignore everything. If we can ask for a few reliable experts from a main family from Shangjing to come over while we stay on the defense, it should be the best plan for now. Mrs. Gao's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. Yi Changqing said lightly, Sister-in-law, as an outsider, I shouldn't interfere in your family's plans. But if you want old Gao to wake up safely, the people who come must be. Ha! Yi Changqing smiled and said, if there's nothing else, sister-in-law, we'll take our leave. Mrs. Gao pondered Yi Changqing's words for a moment, then said, Brother Yi, please stay for a while. We've seen what old Gao has done all these years. Today, Brother Yi brought masters here to give us pointers. This is a great favor. Although our Gao family is in decline now, and we can't distinguish between friends and foes on all sides, and danger lurks everywhere. But there are some things that we still have to express. If Brother Yi and Masters will return empty-handed, I'm afraid that our Gao family won't have the face to continue living in Fenghai City. She said lightly, please take a seat. Then, she got up and went into the inner room, looking for monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Marshal Shimin couldn't do anything to the heavenly king of the right. Ha! Yi Changqing laughed heartily. Clearly, this incident had not only caused a sensation, but had also become a popular topic of conversation. A poem? Zhuo Xiaoduo was very interested. The heavenly king of the right had been written in textbooks. How could he not be interested in the story of this top figure? Didn't they say that the heavenly king of the right hated studying the most? How could he write a poem? What's the content of this poem? This poem was later suppressed by Marshal Shimin at a great cost. However, because of this, it led to the appearance of a figure even more terrifying than the heavenly king of the right. This made the story even more legendary. Yi Changqing smiled and squinted his eyes. Obviously, he was also very interested in the gossip of these big shots and had a lot to talk about. Principal, hurry up and recite the poem. Don't keep us in suspense, was Xiao Duo urged. Well, at that time, the heavenly king of the right wrote. 800 bellies bulged like a grave. How many men died from exhaustion? 5 generations of men worked hard together for 35 years, looking forward to 800 beatings, preparing 100,000 tons of good wine. Once the good news came from the delivery room, 800 golden flowers came out of the west gate. Ha ha ha! Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong laughed when they heard this. This limerick was really too mischievous. Yi Changqing also laughed as he recited. Afterwards, Marshal Shimin finally managed to suppress this poem with great difficulty. He wanted to eliminate the influence of the entire nation. However, he didn't expect that Minister Zhua, who was also the Minister of Inspecting the Heavens, would add another line. Marshal Shimin was unable to suppress this line. Yi Changqing laughed. Sky Inspecting Throne? Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. I don't think I've heard of this name. This time, the Gao family will inevitably face a bloody disaster, but it won't really shake the foundation. But the backfire has begun to appear. After a long time, the Gao family's defeat is inevitable. Yi Changqing frowned and said, "So, what you said in the Gao family is all true. It's not alarmist talk, including the feng shui, qi viewing, and so on. They are all true?" "Of course it's true." Zhou Xiaoduo widened his eyes in confusion. "Why do you ask, headmaster?" "I'm Zhou Xiaoduo. The title of Master Zhua is not something that you can brag about. The most taboo in the Tao of fate and fate is to speak without thinking. Even if you intentionally mislead others, you must make your words sound plausible. You must never purely deceive others." "Ha ha!" Yi Changqing laughed. "Go on." After seeing Vice Principal Gao's condition and the feng shui of the Gao family, Vice Principal Gao's injury is real. There's nothing fake about it, Zhou Xiaoduo said solemnly. At this point, he paused for a moment. Yi Changqing nodded slowly. For a profound cultivator like Yi Changqing, it was already clear whether the injury was real or fake, especially the injury that caused him to fall into a coma. There is no one who could lie in front of such a powerful cultivator like him, let alone in such a flawless way. As I mentioned earlier, Vice Principal Gao's injury is really fatal. The other party went all out to kill Vice Principal Gao. This is the so-called abandoned pawn. Chapter 480. Zhou Xiaoduo continued, and Yi Changqing continued to nod. But when it comes to the whole thing, it's obvious that Vice Principal Gao is in cahoots with someone else. He just doesn't know that he's just a pawn that can be discarded at any time. Zhou Xiaoduo's tone was very certain. Yi Changqing pondered for a moment, then nodded silently. Li Qinglong wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The other party's goal is very clear. They want to use this opportunity to get rid of Vice Principal Xiang. That's why Vice Principal Gao directly called out Vice Principal Xiang's name during the battle. I even suspect that the original plan, which is the plan that Vice Principal Gao knew about, was for him to come forward and pin Vice Principal Xiang down after the battle. With the person involved as the witness, it's naturally more credible. If there's no solid evidence, Vice Principal Xiang won't be able to defend himself. So Xiaoduo said, "This plan is quite ruthless. There's no room for negotiation at all." Li Qinglong interrupted, "I will mark different possibilities for the time being. There are 2 behind-the-scenes manipulators involved here. One is a feng shui master 18 years ago, and the other is the person who set up the trap. If these 2 people are the same person, then this person is quite terrible." So Xiaoduo nodded and said, "You're focusing on the main point, but it's not the main point right now. Let's talk about the Gao family's feng shui first. It's not just a problem, it's a big problem. Although I didn't say it too clearly or too seriously, I've already pointed it out. If we're serious about it, Vice Principal Gao's feng shui scheme back then is a crime of treason. It's a serious crime of betraying the astral souls. Of course, I think, although Vice Principal Gao was involved in the scheme, he only thought he knew everything. In fact, he was kept in the dark. The serious injury this time already explains a lot of problems. So what Xiaoduo said, and my other judgment is that Vice Principal Gao is obsessed with power, or the Gao family is obsessed with power. He keeps inserting people from his family into important positions. His main goal is to let the Gao family's influence in the astral souls and in Yinwu University rise steadily. There's a reason why he came to Hidden Dragon High School all these years. In Vice Principal Gao's opinion, as long as this matter succeeds, there will be a more important position waiting for him, or the Gao family will benefit greatly. So, Xiaoduo casually drew a line on the table. It was an unconscious action, didn't mean anything, but Li Chenglong and Yi Chongqing subconsciously looked. My judgment is based on the Qi examination technique. The Gao family didn't betray the country. Or rather, the Gao family never had any thoughts of betraying the astral souls. Their feng shui scheme was set up by someone with intentions. It's really a very, very clever feng shui scheme. The clever part of this scheme is that even a very clever Qi examination scholar wouldn't be able to see anything wrong with it. The Gao family's luck has always been connected to the Yinwu Empire. They are rooted in one and have no other intentions. They can't be implicated in treason. Then, the feng shui scheme itself, to a certain extent, can really increase the Gao family's foundation. At the very least, the hindrance isn't obvious. It's very difficult. And this hindrance is, under the influence of this feng shui scheme, no matter what the Gao family does, the final result will be evil. It's all related to harming the interests of the astral souls. This is the most vicious part. This is actually related to the unseen growth and erosion of luck. Let's use an analogy. If Vice Principal Gao really sees a hidden spy, no matter how blinded by greed he is, it's ultimately just a desire for power. It has nothing to do with righteousness. Under such circumstances, his basic conscience as a citizen of the Yinwu Empire still exists. At this time, he will do everything he can to get rid of this spy. However, his action of getting rid of this spy can lead to two results. First, this spy was discovered by us a long time ago, and we're using this spy to do things. By getting rid of the spy, he's getting rid of the eyes and ears of the Umno Alliance. And the second result is, he gets rid of the spy on the surface, but someone takes advantage of this gap to plant a spy who is even more covert, more difficult to deal with, and more destructive, causing the chances of our side being destroyed to increase instead of decrease. So as Xiaoduo said, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Yes, we understand completely. Yi Chongqing and Li Chenglong nodded repeatedly. No matter what they do, it's wrong. Even if they have good intentions, it's wrong. Therefore, under such circumstances, all of the Gao family's actions are, in our eyes, a series of foolish moves. Even if the orders from the Gao family's headquarters were meant to be beneficial to the Hidden Dragon, in the hands of Vice Principal Gao, the final result of his execution will be detrimental to the Hidden Dragon. This is a situation that makes us speechless. The guidance of the Heavenly Tao's aura is just this sinister. Fortunately, the Gao family has the protection of the Gao family's fortune, Madame Gao's own bloodline's fortune from the Shiman family's bloodline, and Gao Zhiyun's own fortune and destiny. With the combination of the three, there's no problem with his actions. Yes, in a way, this is the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao's fortune of the astral souls. However, as he makes more mistakes, his own fortune is being depleted day by day. Not only is it decreasing, but it's not increasing. Also, this feng shui situation is slowly eroding the protection of the Gao family's ancestral spirits, causing the combined fortune of the three to dwindle. Once all the fortune is depleted, It'll be the end of the Gao family. No matter how loyal they are and how much fortune they have, it's useless. It can't make up for the damage they've done to the heavenly Dao's fortune. So what Xiaoduo said, this is the situation now. The Gao family's fortune of Gao Zhiyun and his descendants has been depleted. Madame Gao's bloodline and fortune of the Shimin family will also be depleted in this matter. Next, it'll be up to Vice Principal Gao to make a choice. If he can repent and break the feng shui situation on his own, he may still have a chance to survive. However, if he's still stubborn and even delusional enough to take advantage of the current situation to reap benefits, then the Gao family will be uprooted when there's a little more disturbance. Because his fortune has run out, there's no room for change. At this time, if he can't do more good deeds to protect the country and its people and accumulate fortune, the day of his downfall will be an instant. So Xiaoduo coughed and said, I'm referring to Vice Principal Gao. Gao Zhiyun's Gao family isn't the Gao family of Fenghai City, nor is it the Gao family of Shangjing City. You can't mix up these 2 points. Yi Changqing was baffled by what he heard. Although his cultivation was high and he had some understanding of the aura examination technique, his understanding was far from deep. At this moment, listening to Xiaoduo's words, although it wasn't to the extent that he didn't understand much, at least not all of it, and this feeling was the most uncomfortable. It was like scratching an itch through one's boot. It was hard to enjoy. You mean, the fortune of the heavenly Tao is different? Yi Changqing was dizzy. Only the heavenly Tao is different? There's more than one heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was the heavenly Tao. Why did it seem like there were 2 heavenly Taos? Of course there's more than one. In fact, there may be several. So Xiaoduo was puzzled. How can they be the same? How can they be different? Li Chenglong was also puzzled. Of course they're different. So Xiaoduo was speechless. Our continent is the continent of astral souls, right? Then 8 pieces were cut out, right? Yes. But 2 pieces came back later, right? Yes. The others haven't come back yet, right? Yes. Then, for example, this continent was originally a big earthworm. So Xiaoduo held a pen this time and drew a big earthworm on the white paper. This earthworm was severely injured for some reason and broken in 9 pieces. 8 of them split off, and after going through all kinds of struggles, each of them survived and became independent individuals. That is to say, they have their own destinies and destinies. Do you understand what I mean? The other piece of the 8 pieces is the main consciousness of the original earthworm. It's the continent of astral souls. Although its vitality was greatly damaged because of the departure of the 8 pieces, it's constantly healing its wounds and slowly recovering into a complete earthworm. On the other hand, the 8 pieces of the earthworm that were previously split out are constantly struggling to survive. After a long period of tempering, they finally survived and grew into complete earthworms. And at some point, the 2 big earthworms of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League came back and reunited with the earthworm of the continent of astral souls. But do you think that these 2 earthworms and the earthworm of the continent of astral souls are the same? So what Xiaoduo asked. Yi Changqing and Li Chenglong blinked and imagined this scene. Then they came to a conclusion. It's not the same. What we can be sure of is that Chapter 481. Because the so-called heavenly axiom is just a vague consciousness, it doesn't have the ability to fight on its own. And the 2 heavenly axioms can't fight each other directly. So they can only let the humans born from each side use the means of war and victory to plunder the other side's luck. That's why there's war. So as Xiaoduo said, isn't that simple? Simple? Yi Changqing and Li Chenglong smiled bitterly at each other. It's obviously an extremely complicated problem. I really don't know how you can see it as simple. But Xiaoduo concluded. So, in my opinion, no matter how the war with the Umno Alliance ends, it's a battle for luck. And this battle for luck, I really don't know how long it'll take and when it'll end. The more we fight, the more trouble we'll have, the more hatred we'll have, and the more we won't be able to stop. So, if we wait until there's a real winner, then it'll end only when one side is annihilated or is at an absolute disadvantage. Whether the defeated side will be annihilated or not depends entirely on whether the victorious side will be merciful or not. And no one dares to bet that the other side will be merciful. So, in this war, as long as the resources aren't completely exhausted, no one will give up. Yi Changqing's eyes were solemn as he said, "According to what you said, the Tao alliance that's allied with the Astral Souls continent is actually our enemy too? There'll be a war sooner or later." So as Xiaoduo said with certainty, "Anyway, in my opinion, it's an inevitable outcome." Yi Changqing was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. If that's the case, I really don't know what the future will be like. It's still not that far. So Xiaoduo chuckled. It's just 2 continents that have returned. The other continents, if I'm not wrong, will return sooner or later. The meteor shower that falls on the Astral Souls continent all year round is a super resource that no force can miss. The war between the 9 continents may be long and drawn out, but they'll still be unified in the end. At that time, it will be considered a complete heavenly Tao in the true sense. So, even though this battle has been going on for many years, for what I can see, this battle of providence has only just begun. It might not be impossible for it to continue until the end of time. So your lung capacity is really good. You can actually say such a long sentence with such ease. You're also ridiculously optimistic. Now that you don't even have a wife, you're already thinking about grandchildren. Li Chenglong teased. Swollen, I feel very relaxed. Just as what Xiaoduo had said, such a long and drawn-out war between the 2 realms might not end even after hundreds of thousands of years. He probably wouldn't be able to see it in this lifetime. Since that was the case, why should he worry too much? So Xiaoduo rolled his eyes, but he was secretly pleased. I don't have a wife? This was the biggest joke in the world. I've had a wife since I was born. Li Chenglong, what do you know? Under such circumstances, how can a cradle for talents like the Hidden Dragon High School be so easily destroyed? Whether it's for public or private reasons, it won't be allowed. So what Xiaoduo said, that's why Principal Yi is very dishonest. He didn't tell us the truth at all, or rather, he didn't plan to tell us the truth at all. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. You little brat, you're full of tricks, and you're even more sharp-tongued. Then, he said softly, you're right, but this time, the school is really in a precarious situation. That's true. So the higher-ups are deliberately conniving and trying to lure the snake out of its hole, trying to catch them all in one fell swoop? It's what Xiaoduo asked. That's true, and the direct consequence of this is that the sacrifice of the Hidden Dragon High School will be great. Yi Changqing's expression turned bleak. You won't know when the enemy will make a move. You can only passively wait and deal with their moves as they come. Yi Changqing took a deep breath. The higher-ups have already chosen the next principal of the Hidden Dragon High School. They're just waiting for me to die. Then, the next principal will come and take over. Nominally, it's to stabilize the situation, but in reality, it's to continue doing this. In fact, it's not just the Hidden Dragon High School that has similar situations. Yi Changqing said, as early as 100 years ago, Yinwan High School also had similar situations. After a series of events, it returned to peace and quiet for 100 years, until now. There's also the Department of Martial Arts, Star Shield, and so on. Similar situations have also happened before. It's just that they didn't pay as big a price as the Hidden Dragon High School this time. The most dangerous place for the enemy is always when they're hiding in the dark and not moving. You'll never know how deep they've penetrated and what boundary they've reached. So this time, the sudden appearance of such signs in the Hidden Dragon High School is also an excellent opportunity for us to counterattack. Yi Changqing sneered. Otherwise, even if I, Yi Changqing, want to focus on teaching and not care about the wind and waves, the martial arts department and the higher-ups of the empire won't let them continue to rot. And just getting rid of a few vice principals is really easy for us. It's not a problem at all. But then, the claws and fangs that the enemy has stretched out with great difficulty will be retracted again. We don't know when they'll make their next move. We can catch thieves for 1,000 days, but it's too tiring to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Even if we guard for 1,000 days, there may not be any results. Yi Chongqing said leisurely, whether it's for public or private reasons, we can't act rashly. Once we make a move, we must catch a big fish. Otherwise, what's the meaning of so many years of sacrifice? Zhou Xiaoduo asked curiously, but now, Mr. Principal, you're destined to not die. It's meaningless for the principal who's about to succeed you to come. But I'm still very curious. Who's the original plan? Who's qualified to take over your position? No return sword, Gu Qianfan. Yi Chongqing smiled faintly, with a somewhat mischievous look. He said, just as you said, because of your interference, I'm not dead this time, but I've also cut off old Gu's chance of promotion. Ha, I see. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong both laughed from the bottom of their hearts. Xiaoduo, what you've given me won't last long. Of course, I want to finish this matter while I'm still in office. But if I can't hold on any longer, I can only give up and let Gu Qianfan take over. After all, the best quality jade of astral souls is too rare in the astral souls continent. Any one of them can be of great use. If we gather 100 of them and use them at the most critical moment, we can greatly increase the chances of the Empire having a cultivator above the mystical realm. But it's too wasteful to use them for this old man's sake. Yi Chongqing said leisurely, Principal, what I've given you, you're not allowed to give it to others. I'm friends with you, but not others. If you're tired of living, remember to return the rest to me. Zhou Xiaoduo reminded anxiously with a pale face. This wasn't Zhou Xiaoduo flipping his intestines. He was really worried. With this old man's selfless character, who looked down on life and death, it was hard to say how much he would give away. Rather than that, Zhou Xiaoduo might as well use the best quality jade of astral souls himself. Zhou Xiaoduo's character was to be generous to his own people, but to others, he was not only stingy, but also petty. It was best if he was stingy. Don't worry, kid. Yi Chongqing couldn't help but laugh. Unless it's absolutely necessary, how can I give away the things you've given me? This old man also wants to live for a few more years. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction and snorted. The old man seemed to have given him a promise, but in reality, he had left a loophole in his words. What did he mean by, unless it's absolutely necessary? How can I give it away? In other words, when that time comes, you'll still give it to me without hesitation? Zhou Xiaoduo was very unhappy. What do the others have to do with me? Why should I give him so many best quality jade of astral souls? I don't have that many in total. At the thought of this, Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel regretful. He regretted giving so many best quality jade of astral souls to Yi Chongqing at once that day. He should have given him 3 or 5 yuan so that he could keep this old man alive. Now that he gave so many at once, this guy suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man, somewhat like a nouveau riche, that he actually had the idea of giving it away at such a critical time. It was true that the poor became rich. He didn't even know his surname anymore. It was a pity that it was too late to regret now. A single mistake would cause eternal regret. Sir Principal, are there so few Qi Watchers in Fenghai City? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's personal feeling, but it was also the sensitivity of a top Qi Watcher to his own kind. In Fenghai City, such a strong aura of a Qi Watcher had almost never appeared. It was as if this was a vacuum of Qi Watchers. So far, the only Qi Watcher that Zhou Xiaoduo had seen was Master Pang, whom he had encountered in the Gao family. Yi Chongqing smiled. You also know that this war is a battle of luck. Although Fenghai City is the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties, it has no luck to speak of. The only 8 dragon veins have already soared into the sky. Many high-level Qi Watchers have come to take a look and confirmed it again and again. Fenghai City is now just the old site of the dragon veins. At least in the next tens of thousands of years, it is impossible to breed new dragon veins. Among the luck of the dragon veins is the so-called battleground among the so-called militarists. There are no dragon veins in Fenghai City, so it is not coveted by others. Those who are really capable naturally go to places where there are still dragon veins to guard. Why are they staying here? The birth of too many clans was inevitably the starting point of blood and flesh contributions and sacrifices. There was no doubt about this. After the foundation was built, the accumulation of generations led to the current situation. Since ancient times, the civil and military have been at odds with each other. It can be said that this is inevitable. It's not that everyone wants to be at odds with each other, but it comes from the scheming of the emperors. This is common. This is the beginning. But as long as there is a beginning, even if the emperors want to settle this dispute, it's already impossible. That means it can only continue. Even if some families don't want to fight, they still have to fight. Because if you don't fight, you'll be trampled. This is a helpless reality. So this is not darkness, but reality. These are the skills that these families have to master if they want to survive. They have to fight. They have to fight. Because the glory of the ancestors cannot be lost, because the future generations have to rely on the struggles of today to continue and last for generations. So, this has nothing to do with darkness, it's just reality. Li Chenglong said very clearly. Yi Changqing sighed softly. In the beginning, it was indeed like this. And these Yunduan families, once they started to fight, what they fought for was something that ordinary people couldn't see. Naturally, they couldn't understand it. So, the impact of this competition on the lower-class people wasn't very big. But as the competition became more detailed, it started to spread to the lower class. And Vice Principal Gao, under this background, obtained the position of Hidden Dragon. We have to see that Vice Principal Gao didn't come to Hidden Dragon because he wanted to, but because of the Gao family's operation that facilitated this result. Li Chenglong now gave people a cold and calm feeling, but also had the aura of a person who was full of vigor and vigor. The Gao family's operation of the family members to come to Hidden Dragon was not to overthrow Hidden Dragon, but to use this place as a springboard. This is because Hidden Dragon's political achievements are too easy to obtain. Every student who comes out of here is a genius. Every one of them is fought over by all parties. And most of them are outstanding people who have achieved great results in their own positions. And these are all things that the leaders who came here to gild their names can use to add a glorious political achievement to their qualifications. Although no matter who comes, these political achievements will be obtained. But there are many who want to come, but not many can come. Because this kind of talent is a holy land, even the upper class of the empire doesn't want to tarnish it. But to come to Hidden Dragon, some people have to be pushed down because there aren't many people who can obtain great political achievements. There are only a few people in total. So at this time, there's schemes and schemes. And the real conspiracy, or rather, the real saboteurs. To put it more clearly, if the UMNO Alliance wants to enter, they have to start from this point. So, from this point on, there's a loss of control. Because although these upper-class families want to use Hidden Dragon as a springboard, they don't want to become enemies with Hidden Dragon. And once there are serious consequences, if there is an unresolvable hatred, these families won't be afraid. And the next step of conflict will be formed. And in this process, how many people are adding fuel to the fire? How many people are pushing the boat with the current? These are unknown. But in a short period of time, these families want to obtain positions and political achievements. That's all. This is the process of a multi-party game. On one hand, the big families are scheming against each other, obstructing each other, and obstructing each other. On the other hand, the local forces of Hidden Dragon are also putting in effort to fight, and the Alliance is doing their best to make things happen. Of course, there are also some small families who want to use this opportunity to get close to the big families and pave a golden path for their own families. And the Alliance is our common enemy. No one can deny this. Even the families who are scheming won't let this go. And if there is a chance, they will do their best to find the people from the Alliance, and at the right time, resolve the hatred with Hidden Dragon. These are all schemes, all points that need to be considered, and can also be the key to compromise with each other. Li Chenglong took a deep breath. With these intertwined forces, a complicated situation like an inescapable net is formed. In such a game, the so-called good and bad, right and wrong, gain and loss, the dividing line is really very, very small. But our current focus is only on Vice Principal Gao. We don't need to think about those deeper levels for now. With the return of Vice Principal Xiang Quangren, there is a conflict between the other vice principals. This is no doubt the point of this battle. Chapter 483. Because Vice Principal Xiang was very aggressive. He wanted to kick them out of the power center of Hidden Dragon City. Once they were kicked out, all their previous efforts would be in vain. This was unacceptable to them. There was no possibility of compromise. So, the first possibility is that Vice Principal Gao conspired with another party or even several parties to get rid of Vice Principal Xiang. Then, he was used and schemed against in the process and was seriously injured. It could even be said that if he wasn't lucky, he would have died. His death will be the biggest topic of discussion. But the second possibility is that Vice Principal Gao really didn't know about it this time. Someone else conspired with Vice Principal Gao and sent someone to pretend to be Vice Principal Xiang. Because Vice Principal Xiang's words were heard by many people. And at that time, Mr. Wen Xingtian even got angry at Vice Principal Xiang because of this sentence. This incident really left a deep impression on people. Li Chenglong sighed. In other words, this is the fundamental difference between a pure teacher and a schemer. Because this sentence is really a plot node that can be used. I think Vice Principal Gao also had a deep impression of this sentence. So if someone pretended to be Vice Principal Xiang, they didn't even need to say anything. A hint and a specious move could make Vice Principal Gao predict the person in front of him. Vice Principal Gao could even realize the truth in an instant and instinctively realize that this was a great opportunity to get rid of Vice Principal Xiang. So he shouted out Vice Principal Xiang's name and cooperated perfectly. Li Chenglong said, "These two possibilities exist and have a high probability of happening." Zhou Xiaoduo and Yi Chongqing both nodded slowly. If Vice Principal Gao conspired with someone, then as long as he woke up safely, the person who conspired with him would be exposed. And that person wouldn't allow it. So, no matter how strict the Gao family's defense is, as long as the other party wants him dead, he won't be able to live. Li Chenglong said, "From this, we can infer that if Vice Principal Gao woke up successfully, it proved that he didn't know about this matter. He just cooperated for his own benefit." Yi Chongqing kept nodding. The more he listened, the more serious he became. The other thing is, the Qi Seeker who advised Vice Principal Gao's family on feng shui is also an obvious target, but Zhou said it in front of so many people in the Gao family. I believe that even if Vice Principal Gao wakes up, he won't be able to find that person in the entire continent. Because in order to fool a person like Vice Principal Gao, first of all, you have to have a very deep understanding of the Qi examination art. At the same time, you have to be very famous. Secondly, they need someone to introduce them to Vice Principal Gao, and then Vice Principal Gao will take the initiative to look for them. There aren't many Qi watchers who have this kind of status in the entire continent. And this person's idea is a dead end. As long as Vice Principal Gao continues to act, his entire family will be wiped out. I'm guessing that even if this person doesn't belong to the Alliance, he must be on the opposite side of the astral souls. There's no doubt about that. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded slowly. Li Qinglong's inference was basically the same as his. I'm guessing that Zhu's instigation should be effective, but to what extent? It will depend on Vice Principal Gao's specific actions after he wakes up. Li Qinglong said, so what we need to do now is only one word, wait. However, while we are waiting, those families who participated in the operation before can still observe. After all, to send this big head layback from Shangjing to deal with Vice Principal Xiang requires a lot of strength and a very tight deployment. This line itself is an important node. Li Qinglong said. Yi Changqing smiled. The minister of Shangjing South is already secretly investigating this matter. Now, we're also waiting for the results. This matter undoubtedly involves a lot of people. If we really go up against those big families, even the chief of Shangjing South doesn't dare to brandish his butcher's knife easily. There are too many people involved. Yi Changqing smiled bitterly. The roots are intertwined and the joints are intertwined. But this time a lot of things have been exposed. We can still investigate based on this. Li Qinglong said, for this kind of thing, the most terrible thing is to pull out a thread. As long as the thread is out, we're not afraid that they won't continue to act. Because they're afraid. And as long as they're afraid and want to extinguish the thread, they'll act. As long as they act, we'll have a chance to follow the vine to the melon and dig out the whole thread. Li Qinglong smiled. So it's okay for us to wait. So be it. However, the Gao family only received bad news after waiting for so long. For a week, the real bad news kept coming. Mrs. Gao was in charge of the Gao family. Half of her originally black hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The so-called feng shui of the Imperial Dragon Pond was quickly dismantled and filled up under the command of Master Pang. The sun and moonstone was transported to the northernmost part of the big courtyard. It was watered with the blood of many Gao family descendants and buried deep underground. The blood was collected by the 3 sons of Vice Principal Gao, who cut their wrists. It was more than 2 kilograms of blood. The original Imperial Dragon Pond was not only filled up, but also dug 20 meters deep before it was filled up. Then, a large amount of fertile soil was transported to backfill it, turning it into fertile soil. They were preparing to plant sunflowers on it. In the future, this place would only be used as a flower bed. They hoped to use the slight power of a rising sun from the sunflowers to increase the yang energy of the main house. Further west, a stone tablet was built. On it was engraved the ancestral teachings of the Gao family's first-generation ancestor before he died. Blood to water the sun and moon bridge. Do not refuse to serve Yanwu. Death on the battlefield should be with a smile. Death on the battlefield should be a man's blade. Future generations must remember, killing the witch thief is a hero. Their whole life is for the country and the people. Only then can they be worthy of the surname Gao. Strictly speaking, the ancestors of the Gao family did not have any literary talent to speak of. This poem was, to a large extent, pieced together with rhymes. In the eyes of a true scholar, these sentences were almost unbearable to look at. But the hidden fierceness of the poem was on the verge of bursting out, especially the feelings of serving the country and the people. It was impossible to erase them. Erecting the ancestral teaching tablet here was also a declaration of the Gao family's determination. They hoped to use this to offset the backlash of the feng shui. But the misfortune of the Gao family did not lessen. At least on the surface, it was completely useless. First, 3 of his grandsons were killed in a nightclub out of jealousy. Later that night, 2 of his grandsons got into a car accident on their way home, and both of them died. On the second day, the people who received the message to go home had already arrived near their house. Only then did they relax slightly. They planned to find a Geo restaurant to fill their stomachs. But they met their enemies who they had not seen for many years, and their entire family was killed. The next night, the 4 great-grandchildren of the Gao clan disregarded the ban and went out to gamble. They got into an argument with some people at the gambling table. Although they managed to kill more than 10 people from the other side, because they were outnumbered, they were eventually chopped into minced meat. On the third day, everything was peaceful. More and more of the Gao family's descendants returned home safely. It was also because of this peaceful day that many people let down their guard. But on the fourth day, the eighth grandson of the Gao family found a fugitive when he entered the city. He wanted to catch the fugitive, but the fugitive was secretly accompanied by an expert. He was killed on the spot. On the fifth day, the bad news of the deaths became fewer and fewer. But many of the family businesses started to have problems. The capital chain was broken, people ran away with money, or were attacked by rival companies, or were poached by unfriendly forces. The Fenghai Bridge that was built by a son-in-law of the Gao family suddenly collapsed. It was confirmed that it was a shoddy project, and the entire company was investigated. Everyone in the Gao family had gathered at the Gao family's old mansion, but everyone's faces were gloomy, and it was rare to see anyone else. It was truly one bad news after another that kept coming. People couldn't help but feel that the heavens wanted to kill them. Even the most unruly and disobedient people were now as well-behaved as quails. All the family's advisors gathered together, nervously analyzing the situation and planning countermeasures. There are too many things that seem to be coincidences. There are no traces of the enemy's plot at all. Many of the conflicts and sudden deaths were caused by the young masters of the family, who took the initiative to provoke the conflict. Before the conflict, no one had even seen them, so there was no plan. It's really luck. Mrs. Gao ordered to announce the conclusion of her deduction in front of the whole family. No one went against you. From the beginning to the end, it was all your own fault. That's all. Mrs. Gao let out a long sigh. Her tone and expression were full of sorrow. Looking at the hall full of descendants in front of her, all of them were lives. They seemed to be the family's reproduction, the family's hope. It seemed that the Gao family was so prosperous. But Mrs. Gao only felt dispirited and powerless. The words that Xiaoduo said when he came in were like slaps on her face, one after another. There's so many people in the Gao family. There's so many people. What does that mean? Perhaps Xiaoduo was just sighing casually at that time. But now, Mrs. Gao only felt her face burning. Yes, there were so many people. They did nothing every day. How could there not be many people? How could there not be many people who enjoyed the peace brought by the sacrifice of others every day? Could it be that there were not many people in the Xiang family? Could it be that there were not many people in the Shi family? There were so many families. Which family had fewer people? But now, these families had very few people. The old were old, the young were young. It wasn't that they didn't have many people, but most of the men in these families had died in the battle at the Sun-Moon Pass. Many families, starting from their ancestors, had sent their men to the Sun-Moon Pass to enlist in the army. It was as usual. Generation after generation of men had spilled their hot blood on the Sun-Moon Pass. They had no regrets. Chapter 484. For example, the Dongfang family. For the past 3,000 years, thousands of men from the Dongfang family had died in battle at the Sun-Moon Pass. Another example would be the Nan family. The Nan family was once the Southern Grand Marshal, and now the Minister of Finance. Everyone knew that the Nan family held a high position and was very powerful. However, no one knew that the Nan family chief had more than 30 brothers of the same generation. Now, only the Nan family chief was left alive. The others were all in eternal slumber at the Sun-Moon Pass. The principal of Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Chongqing, was now living with his wife. He only had 3 great-grandchildren and 2 great-granddaughters. His son, grandson, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter-in-law were all in eternal slumber at the Sun-Moon Pass. There were many more, and the Gao family still had so many people. There are so many people in the Gao family. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words usually sounded like praise for having a lot of people. However, when faced with such a strong enemy, your family, still has so many young and strong men. They had cultivation, martial arts, and strength. They lived freely in the rear, eating, drinking, and playing. Even now, they died in nightclubs, casinos, and drinking tables. Some even died on the bellies of women. How sad. Grandma, we must take revenge. We must take revenge. How dare they target the Gao family? We must not let them go. Vice Principal Gao's eldest grandson's eyes were filled with hatred. When this period is over, we must take revenge. Our brothers and nephews can't die in vain. Mrs. Gao was stunned. She looked at her eldest grandson with eyes full of mockery. Revenge? They died in nightclubs and casinos. How can they still have the face to talk about revenge? Mrs. Gao suddenly exploded. All the men in the family, go kneel in front of the ancestral tablet. Think about what you have done all these years. No one is allowed to blink. Go and see what the ancestral tablet says. How much of the glory of the Gao family's ancestors is left? I have not cared about the Gao family for so many years. However, I still remember that I am the granddaughter of Marshal Sheeman. I am the daughter of the military. When your grandfather wakes up, I will settle the score with him. What's the point of raising a bunch of trash like you? Other than humiliating yourself, other than ruining women, other than muddling along, fighting for power, framing the good, and oppressing the weak. What else can you do? Your Gao clan? Even sitting here right now makes me feel ashamed. Mrs. Gao slammed the table. Now all of you get out. The second madam smiled apologetically and said, Eldest sister, there's no need to make such a big fuss over nothing. Our children are always by your side safe and sound. It's better than going out to fight and kill. All these years, it's all thanks to you guys for spoiling them. They are a bunch of good-for-nothings, vermin of the country. It's all thanks to you. When old Gao wakes up, if you guys don't leave, I will. Mrs. Gao's face was stern. She closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. Madam, Master is awake. In the nutrition cabin, Vice Principal Gao finally moved and opened his eyes. Mrs. Gao said coldly, If she's awake, so be it. Just continue to recuperate. He turned around and said sternly, Everyone, go kneel in front of the ancestral tablet. If I don't say anything, no one is allowed to get up. Immediately, as he spoke, he stood up and left in a huff. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was awake, he should first recuperate and recover a little. Only when his body recovered could he better deal with the situation. The Gao clan was already in deep trouble. If old Gao did not make a corresponding change, destruction would really happen in an instant. Mrs. Gao, who had been enlightened, clearly understood this point. Zhuo Xiaoduo's feng shui theory was being proven step by step. Many people had died in the Gao clan. This was an ironclad fact. However, the number of casualties was nothing compared to the Gao clan's thriving population. If the entire Gao clan's fortune was exhausted and they still did not change, they would definitely face an extreme backlash from their fortune. When that time came, all these people would die, including herself. During this period, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong behaved exceptionally well. Basically, they went to school and left school together. At most, Zhuo Xiaoduo occasionally went to have lunch with Granny Shi. Other than that, they did not go anywhere else. They just practiced, and compressed. Li Chenglong finally broke through to the embryonic breathing realm 2 days ago. This breakthrough to the realm was basically unspeakably easy for him. There was no obstruction at all. After the breakthrough, Li Chenglong felt that his strength seemed to have taken a huge leap in a sudden somersault. His ability had increased by at least 3 times. After practicing for a period of time, he felt that he had already consolidated his current realm. Finally, he could not hold back his arrogance and challenged Master Zhuo. Come. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Yu Xiao Xiantian, I, an embryonic breathing expert, will give you some pointers. The consequences were obvious. Li Chenglong, who wanted to show off, kicked an iron plate. A newbie in the embryonic breathing realm was directly beaten to a pulp by a senior Xiantian. Do you still dare to be arrogant? I don't dare anymore. Are you still arrogant? I was wrong. Challenging me. Xiaoduo snorted and said, let me tell you, Swamp, I have killed more embryonic breathing realm cultivators than you have ever seen. This is not an exaggeration. It is the truth. Yes, this was not an exaggeration. The number of embryonic breathing realm and inner core realm cultivators who had died at the hands of Xiaoduo was really quite high. Li Qinglong's face was full of resentment. Li Qinglong was absolutely invincible in Class 1, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Even if Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing joined forces, the two overlord halberds combined, they could not withstand Li Qinglong's bare fists. Today, he had broken through and wanted to take advantage of the time when his ability had skyrocketed and Zhuo Xiaoduo had not broken through yet to gain the upper hand. However, when he went up against Zhuo Xiaoduo, he was beaten up badly in just a few moves. Moreover, he was told that Zhuo Xiaoduo had already been merciful. How could Swamp endure this? You should break through quickly, Li Qinglong said. When you break through, you will probably be able to defeat Huayan, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was deep and meaningful. I should be short 100 million points. Even if Li Qinglong did not mention it, Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to break through. He had a feeling that his dantian was almost completely full. It was the kind of situation that was close to being substantial. He had to break through a new meridian and form a new cycle in his body to allow the spiritual energy to undergo a qualitative change before he could continue to progress. Every advancement was a qualitative change. This was an inevitable state. I will suppress it one last time and break through tomorrow night. So Xiaoduo wanted to drag it out. This was because he still felt a little unsatisfied. Although the number of times he suppressed, it was already more than expected. Even with this time, he had only suppressed it 32 times. It was still too little. That night, so Xiaoduo practiced various moves in the Tower of Annihilation. He exhausted his spiritual energy to the maximum limit and practiced until he was exhausted. Then, he took out the top-grade jade of astral souls in the Tower of Annihilation to recover. This was what he had been doing all this time. It had to be said that the space of the Tower of Annihilation was extremely quiet, and the space inside was very large. He did not have to worry about anything when he was practicing here. He could be completely focused. So Xiaoduo liked this place more and more. He did not even need to clean the place when he was practicing here. The jade of astral souls would directly absorb it into powder and scatter on the ground. After more than 10 days of continuous absorption, the powder had accumulated. So Xiaoduo vaguely felt that something was wrong. Where was the jade of astral souls powder? He would shake off a huge pile of powder every time he practiced these days. But where did the powder go? As he thought of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but widen his eyes. After absorbing the jade of astral souls powder, it could be said that there was no spiritual energy left in it. However, the texture of the powder was still the jade of astral souls. If all of it was collected, it could be sold and used in some special industries. For example, the construction of a jade of astral souls nutrition cabin was made of highly compressed and condensed parts of the jade of astral souls powder. It had an excellent effect of conducting spiritual energy. However, this was only a small number. Most of the jade of astral souls powder was directly thrown away. This was because in the hands of an ordinary martial artist, it was simply trash and useless. However, how could the jade of astral souls powder that he had left behind during his practice disappear without a trace? If he had not acted rashly today, he would not have discovered it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was on high alert. He subconsciously sniffed. There seemed to be another smell in this space. That was a very, very faint scent. That belonged to grass. However, there were no other living things in the Tower of Emptiness other than himself. Where did this fragrance come from? Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more surprised. He turned over and lay on his stomach on the ground. He began to dig around. There was originally nothing in the place where he was standing. It was an extremely hard material that he did not know. It felt like mud had turned into concrete, but now that the ground under his body was actually soft. It felt very different from other places. Was this the effect of the jade of Astral Soul's powder? So Xiaoduo looked at it again and again. He found that under the powder, there were faint specks of green. Green. Xiaoduo was even more shocked. Wasn't the space of the Tower of Emptiness supposed to be devoid of spiritual energy? Were there no living creatures or plants? But what was with these specks of green? For a moment, Xiaoduo did not know what to do. He did not know if this change was due to the jade of Astral Soul's powder. That was why such a strange situation had occurred. In the next moment, he rushed out as if he had gone mad. He rushed out and collected the Star Soul Jade powder that had already filled half a pond in the courtyard and stored it all into the space-destroying pagoda space. It's still too little, so Xiaoduo could not help muttering to himself as he watched the jade of Astral Soul's powder disappear in a short time after he had poured it in. I think I've discovered something incredible. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. I wanted to update at 7, but there are less than 2,000 words left. I'll go home tonight and update tomorrow morning. Chapter 485. So Xiaoduo took a deep breath. In the beginning, the Tower of Annihilation did not have any additional functions. Other than being able to store living things, it was only a super large storage space. However, the fact that it could carry living things was already extraordinary. At the very least, there was oxygen in this space. It could allow people to survive and even live. When Yi Changqing used this space, he mostly practiced martial arts or meditated in it. After all, to practice and absorb spiritual energy, one had to do it outside. Because outside, one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at the same time while practicing. The increase in effect was incomparable to that of the Tower of Annihilation. After all, to practice in the Tower of Annihilation, one could only bring in their own resources. There was a huge waste problem. It was a waste of time and resources. Therefore, he did not practice in the Tower of Annihilation at all. However, when the Tower of Annihilation fell into Xiaoduo's hands, it was very different, because Xiaoduo had a lot of secrets and trump cards, and most importantly, he was rich and powerful. The abnormality was revealed. In practicing martial arts in the Tower of Annihilation, especially during this period of time, Xiaoduo had consumed so much top-grade jade of Astral Souls that it could fill a car. He did not care about the waste at all. He only cared about the progress. He was too lazy to come out to practice and then go back and again. However, his cultivation and absorption speed were also very fast. This caused the consumption of the jade of Astral Souls to increase. As a result, after so many days and months of accumulation, he finally made such a special discovery regarding this change, so Xiaoduo was not shocked. Instead, he was very happy. He could see clearly that the little green spots were some grass seeds that had been brought in. They had just started to germinate and were very weak. There were already signs of withering. However, if they could germinate, it meant that this space could grow. This discovery made Xiaoduo pleasantly surprised. Could it be that the true intention of the Tower of Annihilation was actually this? In fact, the Tower of Annihilation had already taken shape. It just lacked the necessary filler. The powder of the jade of Astral Souls? Will the effect of the jade of Astral Souls be better? So Xiaoduo thought for a while and threw in 2,000 upper-grade jades of Astral Souls. Then, he went out of the Tower of Annihilation to sleep. The next morning, he went to take a look and found that the upper-grade jade of Astral Souls had not been touched at all. However, the powder of the Astral Souls that he had thrown in earlier had disappeared without a trace and turned into soil in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. It's fine if the jade of Astral Souls has completely absorbed its powder, but not if it's a complete jade of Astral Souls. What kind of logic was this? There doesn't seem to be any difference between the two, right? After all, Xiaoduo was not involved in scientific research, so he knew nothing about it. But to him, it didn't matter whether he could do it or not, as long as the result was okay. I don't care what the reason is. Whatever works, I'll do it. How simple is that? The next day, he went to the Hidden Dragon High School to ask around. How do you deal with the remaining Astral Soul's jade powder after the cultivation? How do you deal with it? Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others were confused. Just throw it away. How else can you deal with it? Where do you throw it away? Wherever you can throw it away. Do you think you can save it up and sell it for money? How much is that? Yes, although there was a market for the Astral Soul's jade powder, only places that use the Astral Soul's jade powder on a large scale would collect it. Usually, after the cultivation, the amount of Astral Soul's jade powder left was very small. There was no value in collecting it. Yes, the powder pond in Zhuo Xiao's house was originally dug by Li Chenglong. It was just a prank. He wanted to see if it could be filled up after 4 years. These things were really worthless. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his question was equivalent to not asking. Where do the cultivation trash of the Hidden Dragon High School students go? Every dormitory class has a trash bin. The school has a special handyman who collects the cultivation trash and daily trash every day. Xiang Chong said. Oh, Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. During the lunch break, Zhuo Xiaoduo went to find the handyman who collected the trash for the Hidden Dragon High School. He didn't expect this person to be a middle-aged boss. After all, the Hidden Dragon High School students threw away too many things. Many things were thrown away without batting an eye. However, in the eyes of ordinary people, these things were extremely valuable. Therefore, collecting trash in the Hidden Dragon High School was also a big job. The profit was quite good. In the Hidden Dragon High School, they didn't need to spend a single cent to collect the trash. After they were collected, they would be sorted and sold for a lot of money. This, class monitor Zhuo, do you need something from me? The boss was very humble in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo was famous in the Hidden Dragon High School. His status was respected. How could this boss not know the current #1 person in the Hidden Dragon High School? To put it bluntly, Zhuo Xiaoduo only needed to say one sentence. Find someone else to collect the trash. He had to get lost. How could he not curry favor with him? I want the cultivation trash you collect. I want the powder of the Astral Soul's jade. Yes, I want it for my experiments. Zhuo Xiaoduo casually made up a reason. Okay. The boss let out a sigh of relief. He thought it was something serious. That was it. Among the things he collected every day, this was the most common. The key was that this thing had a very low recycling value. There were only a few commercial uses for it. The supply far exceeded the demand. There was no way to sell it at all. The things that fell into his hands were basically used to fill the holes outside the city. He had to collect a few carts worth of them every day. Now, that's what Xiaoduo said he wanted it. It was actually a good thing for him. At least he had a connection with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Yes, you can collect it at your place. I will collect it once every 2 or 3 days. Do you have a place to store it? Yes. Where did you throw the powder from before? Outside the city. There's a special place for it. I threw it all there. Where is it? That afternoon, Xiaoduo took a rare day off. He went directly to a mining area in the south of the city. There was an extremely huge and spectacular collapse pit here. No one knew how deep it was. Carts carrying the powder of the Astral Soul's jade constantly came and poured it down. Most of the powder went straight into the deep pit. The remaining powder on the ground was immediately shot by someone with a high-pressure water gun. Then, it turned into mud soup and fell into the deep pit. Fuck! Zhuo Xiaoduo was greatly disappointed. So this was how it was handled. Directly sweeping it into the sinkhole was really once and for all. There was no future trouble. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo, who wanted to directly fill up the Tower of Annihilation, extremely disappointed. Why don't you do something else? After cursing, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately went to the boss's waste collection shop. Asked the other waste collection shops. Tell them to keep all the Astral Soul's jade powder they have on hand for me. 1 cubic meter, 50 star dollar. How about that? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. No problem. The boss took charge and said, Actually, we don't need so much. In the past, this thing had commercial uses. It could be used as a special building material. However, with the large-scale mining of the Astral Soul's jade and the in-depth research, its use as a special building material has declined rapidly. We want to collect it and ship it out for free to fill up the sinkhole outside the city. We have to pay the transportation fee ourselves. $10 per card is already a lot. Then I'll leave it to you to negotiate. I'll still pay you $50 per card. You can take it all. It's your business how much you want to collect. Any leftovers will be your service fee. That's settled. So Xiaoduo said indifferently and made the final decision. Okay, thank you, squad leader Zhua. Well, my only request is that during the acquisition process, you must not expose my existence. Just say that a big boss wants to use it for research purposes. So Xiaoduo reminded him. However, as he continued to collect more and more in the future, it was destined that it would be impossible for him to keep it a secret. So Xiaoduo didn't expect to keep it a secret completely, or even for too long. However, if others wanted to ask him what he was going to use it for, Zhua Xiaoduo felt that he could keep this secret forever. Strictly speaking, Zhua Xiaoduo didn't know the significance of the Astral Soul's jade powder to the space of the Annihilation Tower. That afternoon, Zhua Xiaoduo collected 3 carts and put them directly into the Annihilation Tower. Back at the villa, Xiaoduo couldn't wait to go in and see what was going on. He realized that it seemed like the pile was too thick and didn't show any signs of reducing. He waved his hand and dispersed all of it. He wanted to see what would happen if he collected too much of the Astral Soul's jade powder. Or would there be an unexpected miracle? That afternoon, Zhua Xiaoduo chose to sleep in the Annihilation Tower. Tonight, he prepared to suppress it one last time before breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. How can I have those shiny things? Those are all my imagination. I know those are good things. I'm just fooling myself to increase my happiness. Happiness? It's all your imagination. Zhua Xiaoduo was completely shocked. You imagined a mountain of gold with all kinds of treasures on it. Then you sat on the mountain of gold and pretended to be a rich man? Fooling yourself? How could there be such a thing? Could it be that you're an idiot? Xiao Long was very melancholy. He said, I can't even pick up a gold coin. How can there be a mountain of gold? Really? Really? Xiao Long was about to cry. Do you have to keep asking me about my saddest things? I love those things the most, okay? They're shiny and shiny. Sob, 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 I want them so much. But even if I see them, I can only see them, but if I could pick them up, I would have a mountain of gold long ago, okay? So as Xiaoduo said disdainfully, then what do you have now? After all this time, you don't have anything. Poor dragon. What a waste of my providence points. Poor dragon immediately shut himself up. Do you have to be so direct? We're good friends. Even if I really don't have anything, I really treat you as a good friend. I'm still young, Xiao Long said sullenly. Are you no longer a spirit when you grow up? Can you pick up tangible things? So Xiaoduo snorted and directly stabbed his heart. Ugh. Xiao Long's grievance reached its peak. He curled up like a snake and suddenly burst into tears. Wah, wah, wah. So Xiaoduo was shocked and had goosebumps all over. You can cry, but can you not make such baby sounds? Xiao Long cried. I've been crying like this since I was young. I don't know how to cry in other ways. Then don't cry. Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes darted around. He said, don't you know where this black stone can be found? You can tell me the location, and I'll go and dig it up. If I get it, I'll benefit from it. Even if you give me benefits, I'll naturally return the favor with good friends. Xiao Long said suspiciously, but your eyes are darting around. That's a sign that you're up to no good. If you want to scheme against me, I'll have to think about it. So Xiaoduo sweated. You can even tell? Could it be that my acting skills have deteriorated? That can't be. I'm an award-winning actor. Unless you give me a drop first to show your sincerity, Xiao Long said as he wiped his tears with his two paws. So Xiao Duo immediately became gloomy. This guy wasn't easy to fool. Don't think that I don't know that the black stone you're talking about is very valuable in your hands. Very, very valuable. Xiaolong was no longer sitting cross-legged. He sat with his two paws like a duck and continued to wipe his tears with his two paws. And it's very useful, very useful. You used this kind of stone to cultivate before, but it's not as good as your black stone. So Xiao Duo snorted and said, "Isn't it the same stone? What's the difference? You're too pretentious." When Xiao Long heard this, he actually rolled his eyes in a very human-like manner. This guy is really bad. Friends. No one would lie to me like this. Luck points are easy to talk about. I just don't believe that you know where this stone is. So what Xiao Duo continued to bluff. Xiao Long was not convinced. Of course I know. I'm not afraid to tell you that the black stone I know is even blacker than the one in your hand. I often go to sleep in it. It's very comfortable to sleep in there. So Xiao Duo raised his head proudly. I don't believe you. Seeing is believing. Xiao Long, if you don't believe me, then forget it. So Xiao Duo, damn, he didn't play by the rules. Couldn't he just say something like, if you don't believe me, I'll bring you there to take a look? At least tell me the general location, right? We haven't agreed on the terms yet. Xiao Long peeked out an eye from between his paws. Fuck. So Xiao Duo made up his mind and said, bring me there, and I'll give you a drop. That won't do. Xiao Long said, there are many of these black stones there. You only gave me a drop. It's not enough. Are you still good friends? You're so petty. Okay, just tell me how much you want. So Xiao Duo asked. Xiao Long hesitated for a long time. How much do you have now? This dragon actually wanted to take everything. So Xiao Duo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately flew into a rage. This is a dream. This is a dream. This is a dream. With a poof, the dream instantly shattered. So Xiao Duo, who had woken up, cursed loudly. This is too much. Too greedy. How can there be such a greedy thing in the world? I'm so angry. Do you think it's easy for me to earn some Providence points? Just as he was cursing, there was a soft pop, and a long-awaited refreshing feeling enveloped his body. 4 drops of Providence points fell from the sky in succession. In an instant, Xiao Duo's body felt extremely comfortable. His meridians also expanded, and his dantian also expanded a little. Awesome, awesome. Xiao Duo was pleasantly surprised. It was 4 drops in succession. How could there be so many? However, even if he thought about it with his knees, he would know that this was for the Gao clan. The Providence, Feng Shui, and so on had all come true. What's more, Vice Principal Gao should have woken up and at the same time had acknowledged his statement. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get 4 drops of Providence points at once. This was simply timely help. Xiao Duo was so happy that he almost cried. He even forgot about the resentment that originated from a certain dragon. What blacker stone? Go and play with it. That night, Xiao Duo might have been in high spirits because of the joyous occasion. He compressed his innate genuine chi one last time. In the end, after the compression was completed, he was shocked to discover that there was still a little gap. This was a situation that had never happened before. It was probably these 4 drops of Providence points that caused his meridians to expand and his dantian to expand as well. Although the gap was very small, Xiao Duo still didn't waste it. He went through the thorny path again and compressed it to the point where it couldn't be compressed anymore. Finally, at 5:30 a.m., he officially began to break through to the embryonic breathing realm, suppressing the innate realm, the thorny path, 35.5 times. Strictly speaking, the last time couldn't be considered the last time. This was Xiaoduo's limit, breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm, the boundary between immortals and mortals. A barrier. This was truly a barrier for ancient martial art practitioners to be reborn. Chapter 487. A huge flow of spiritual energy entered his meridians. Zhuo's accumulation was too deep. Once he let go of the suppression, the suppressed spiritual source rushed out like a flash flood. It was like a dam bursting, like the opening of the floodgates of the Yangtze River. The barrier of the embryonic breathing realm only resisted for less than half a second before it was easily broken through. The turbulent spiritual energy rushed into the brand new meridian route. The meridian, which was originally empty, was instantly filled up by the spiritual energy that rushed in. Then, it was pushed forward with the force of emptiness. With a poof, 2 streams of black blood spurted out from Zhuo's nostrils. Almost at the same time, countless tiny black spots were expelled from the pores on the surface of his body. Every breakthrough of a large realm was a natural cleansing of the meridians and marrows. The turbulent spiritual energy washed through the meridians again and again. After the impurities were expelled from the surface of his body, a faint fog started to appear. As the spiritual energy went through one cycle after another, Zhuo's entire body was shrouded in white fog. As time went on, the clouds above his head gradually rose and accumulated, forming a cotton-like thing above his head. Then it slowly changed, slowly forming pieces of lotus leaves. It was like the surface of a lake in the morning, rippling slightly with the undulation of the lake water. There were more and more lotus leaves, gradually forming a huge patch above his head, almost occupying the entire space in the bedroom. Enchanting, who had been secretly protecting him, stared with his eyes wide open. What was the point of having so many lotus leaves? Why didn't he hurry to condense the 3 flowers above his head? He didn't even need the lotus leaves. Did this brat even understand the crux of this? Under the gaze of Enchanting, the lotus leaves were still gently shaking. From the gaps of the lotus leaves, flower vines started to emerge one by one. Then, a small flower bud appeared on top of them. As the flower vines grew longer, thicker, and bigger, the flower bud on top of them also grew bigger. However, Enchanting, who saw this scene, was stunned. What was this situation? The so-called 3 flowers gathering acupoint and 5 cheese collecting origin was a common practice in the cultivation world. However, this brat had condensed 9 flowers at once. 9 flower buds. Are you trying to defy the heavens? However, Xiao has broken through to the embryonic breathing realm at the innate realm. Can your spiritual power really do that? This was too arrogant, but at this time, he absolutely could not be disturbed. Once he was disturbed, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Enchanting prayed in his heart. It wasn't easy for a genius to appear, so he mustn't play himself into a cripple. Under Enchanting's focused gaze, one of the flower buds gradually grew bigger, and then, bit by bit, it became a budding bud. And then, the first petal bloomed, then the entire flower was in full bloom. Stop! It was so realistic. Even the veins on the petals and the pollen on the stamens were clear. Then the second, the third, the fourth every flower bloomed very quickly and perfectly. It rushed out, branched, and grew. Then, the flower bud began to grow and bloomed that there seemed to be an endless amount of spiritual energy supporting it. It was endless, and there was no possibility of shortage. In front of Enchanting's dumbfounded eyes, 9 lotus flowers, each as big as a bowl, were placed in the bedroom, slender and elegant. The whole process only took the time to brew a cup of tea. Enchanting felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. How was this possible? In a place where he couldn't see, Zhuo's energy center was circulating the 9th cycle, and the flow of spiritual energy was getting faster and faster. It was like a long dragon spurting out, directly piercing a hole in the window opposite. Enchanting, who was guarding behind the window, was almost hit by the last of the turbid air that was spat out. Principal Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. This brat couldn't have discovered me, right? Otherwise, how could he have spat out so accurately? Facts had proven that Principal Yi had thought too much this time. How could Xiaoduo have the ability to discover such a strong person like Yi Changqing? Now, his whole body and mind were still immersed in the excitement and joy, and he didn't have any other thoughts. Not bad. Quietly using the inner vision technique, he examined his energy center again and again. His energy center, which was originally filled with dense fog, now had a faint feeling that it was bright and clear. Pieces of red clouds floated in his energy center. The red clouds were abnormally thick, and they were so red that they were purple. Piece after piece, layer after layer, from top to bottom, there were a total of 9 layers thick. And in the centermost position, there was another red, round bead that looked like a pellet, slowly rotating on its own. The speed of rotation was consistent with the speed of the vital qi flowing in the meridians, shining and shining, and it was a marvelous sight. It's really too cute, too amazing. So Xiaoduo paid full attention to that round red bead, and he even wanted to take it out and play with it. If it were to play with a marble, he felt his own strength. And with a little bit of qi, the red bead in his energy center would rotate faster, and then the spiritual qi in his meridians would surge majestically like the Yangtze River. But in an instant, his whole body was filled with explosive power, and he faintly felt like he had to vent it out. He felt it for a while. So Xiaoduo muttered to himself. After breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm, the power level is indeed different. The explosive power now is at least 10 times more than before. If I don't care about the consequences and go all out, I should be able to cause even more extreme damage. No wonder everyone wants to break through to a new realm. It turns out that one's own realm has such a huge impact on the combat power level. While Xiaoduo was muttering to himself, Yi Changqing, who was outside the window, almost couldn't help but go in and give him a beating. At least 10 times more? Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you? After a normal person broke through, their strength would increase greatly. But to be able to break through the limit of one's original strength by 2 times was already very commendable. Moreover, one still needed to continuously train to be able to integrate this new strength into one's own and use it to its fullest potential. A situation like yours, where your strength increased by more than 10 times after breaking through, is no longer a step to the sky. Not a demon, not a defiant, but a legend. A legend, understand? So Xiaoduo grabbed his phone. What the heck? Why is it not even 6 o'clock? So, breakthroughs are actually so fast. I thought it would take quite some time. Behind the window, Yi Changqing's expression changed again, then he left silently.